What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was abused by his family and left. Issei Hyoudou, a young boy who wanted to become strong like his grandfather, was shunned and humiliated after his death. His parents and other clan members didn't see him as worth the effort to train and looked down on him and his older sister Mari. He was frustrated that they treated him and looked down on him in such a manner. However, soon a surprising new hope came in the form of a man who granted him powers to fight against the supernatural. Watch as how a disgraceful Hyoudou proves himself to be one of the strongest that the world has to offer. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. Quote from Issei Hyoudou: "If there are those that will hurt my important people, then I will definitely defeat them even if they may be a god." A boy of 7 years old was growing frustrated with the clan's distant treatment. He frowned on how his family was treating him. He hated that his family kept ignoring him. He looked at his siblings Dai and Aika, who were enjoying the day. The truth is that today is April 16th, Issei's birthday, but instead of them celebrating his birthday, they were instead celebrating for Dai. Even the cake that was supposed to be for Issei was being used for Rei and Dai. He hated this from happening. The worst part was that the cake wasn't even theirs to begin with. It was purchased by Mari and was snatched by the clan, claiming it to be better for their younger siblings. The oldest sibling of the Hyoudou clan wanted to celebrate Issei's birthday, but his parents Goru and Miki stole the cake, or more precisely snatched the cake from him. Why? Why do they treat me this way? Mari soon came inside. Who was 11 years old, she then spoke with a sorrowful tone. "I don't you understand, ever since Ji-san's death. They have been treating us like garbage. I worked so hard to save money for your birthday. Our parents told that Dai's and Rei's happiness should be over us. It is your birthday and how can they do this?" Mari spoke with sadness, as Issei shouted with anger. "I hate them, I want them to suffer for taking my birthday. I want my birthday back." Issei exclaimed with annoyance, as someone spoke from the shadows. "Then take it back from them. By force if you have to." The two kids were caught off guard, but before they could do anything, they were knocked to the ground by an unseen force. The figure seemed to be cloaked. He carried the two unconscious kids, before turning to the clan and speaking. "Your clan will fall apart if you cross these two, especially the boy. I will make sure of it." Soon enough, he fled the scene and left the kids. He decided to buy a cake for the kid before this. He knew that he has found someone that can wield his power with ease. Scene change. Unknown location, 7:30 p.m. The two unconscious siblings were brought to a hidden location. Mari was the first to wake up. She remembered being kidnapped and knocked out. She could see her brother out of commission, passed out cold. She then shook his body and spoke. "Issei, wake up." Mari's tone was full of concern, as Issei soon rubbed his eyes and spoke. "Mari, nay?" "Thank goodness." Mari spoke with happiness, as Issei responded. What happened?" "We were kidnapped and brought to this location. Be careful, Issei." Issei looked to see chocolate cake kept in front of him. He was about to touch the food when Mari exclaimed. "Issei, no!" Issei looked at Mari with a confused expression, who shook her head. She then spoke. "It could be poisoned." But Mari looked serious. However, before she could say anything, someone had spoken. "It's not poisoned. I just purchased it a few minutes before you woke up. It is your birthday, right, kid?" The figure soon spoke, pointing to Issei, as he continued. "I am aware of your background, Hyoudou Issei, Hyoudou Mari. You were treated like the black sheep of the clan, and never given good food or gifts to survive. Just the bare minimum to stay in shape. Your happiness and desires were kept away from you and prioritized on your younger siblings due to their supposed potential. Have it, I am pretty sure you couldn't have the cake without those spoiled brats knowing about it." Mari and Issei were pale by this. The figure told them everything about it. Before Mari could respond, the figure spoke. "Celebrate your birthday, kid. You should enjoy the day you were born. After all, you were born for a reason." Mari nodded, but Issei spoke. "Mari, nay, can I have some? I really want cake." "But?" Mari was about to speak, but seeing Issei's desperate expression, as she nodded with a sigh. "Fine. You can have it. Let's celebrate your birthday, my little brother." "Yay!" Mari decided to set up the candles and sing the birthday song for him. All the while Issei blew his first proper birthday after his grandfather passed away thanks to his clan taking the stuff from him due to die, and RageRevan Hyoudou wanting the same as well. The figure watches with a small smile on his face, patiently waiting for them to finish their celebration. He could see on how the sibling duo cared for each other. Once they were done, Mari spoke to the figure. "Thank you, Cloak-san, for providing us with the time to celebrate and away from that clan." The figure soon responded. "I am not Cloak-san, I have a name." The figure removes himself to be a striking pirate-inspired outfit, centered around a vibrant red coat adorned with gold buttons and epaulets, exuding authority and flair. Beneath the coat, he layers a crisp white shirt and a black vest, creating a structured, multi-dimensional look. A prominent gold medallion hangs from his neck, serving as a bold statement accessory that enhances his charismatic presence. His outfit is completed with dark trousers as well as pirate boots. This was Captain Marvelous. "My name is Captain Marvelous, leader of the Gokagers. I have something important to talk you about, take your time. I am waiting." Mari and Issei looked at each other, as Mari asked, "What do you want from us?" "We are just small children, Marvelous-san." Marvelous shook his head, and spoke. "No, you have potential, both of you, but especially your younger brother Hyoudou Mari. You will be useful for a purpose I want, especially in this world. I will be blunt with you, the supernatural of the world does exist. But I believe your clan knows this, right?" "They do." Issei spoke in response, with the sibling duo remembering that both of them were informed about their existence by their grandfather, and even their so-called father for the first day or two, but due to their lack of potential, they were thrown away and discarded in favor for Dai and Aika. "That's good, I don't think I need to explain any further to you two then. Let me tell you, the supernatural is corrupt, and often use humanity for their own purposes, stealing and deceiving them. You need to take it back from them, show that humanity has their own saviors and protectors in the form of a new Sentai team, the existence of Gokagers." The two kids were surprised by this. The fact that the Sentai team does exist was truly something, as Mari soon responded, remembering the supernatural being cruel and evil. "I did hear from a Kishinami spy in our compound that the Yukai are causing problems to humanity. Fortunately, I hid myself before they could find out about it." Mari responded to Marvelous, as he gave a nod. Issei then added, "I did hear of stories of devils, Yukai and vampires being cruel to others." "Exactly, all those stories are true. I can't show you proof now, but I have seen with my very eyes. I can't stay in this world forever, only a few more years before I vanish and head to my own. But what I can give is the power needed to protect this world. This world is like the earth of my own earth, and I wish to keep it that way." Issei and Mari nodded in understanding, regarding Marvelous' situation. He then ended the statement. "Let me tell you something about pirates. Remember when I said earlier to take by force if you want anything?" The two nodded, remembering Marvelous saying this before getting kidnapped. He then continued. "Then you know what you have to do. Your clan stole everything from you. Are you going to let them continue what they did to you any longer? Tell me, both of you, they stole your rights, your lives, and even your happiness. Are you going to let it continue?" "No," Issei immediately responded, to which Issei spoke. "I will help. I am not going to let Dai and our family harass me and my older sister any longer." "Issei?" Mari responded with a concerned tone. "No, Mari, nay. I am done with Dai and Aika taking us for granted and letting them do what they want." Issei responded with anger in his tone, as he looked at Marvelous and spoke. "I will join Marvelous-san. I want to defeat all those that harm me and my family. I want to protect them. I want to cherish them. I won't let them harass us anymore." Marvelous gave a smile, as he spoke. "You got the heart of a pirate, kid. I will train you until you are ready. Ready to be the Gokai Red of this world." Mari looked at Issei and gave a nod. Even she was done with the garbage treatment she had to endure from the courtesy of her so-called clan. She had to deal with them for 4 years, but not anymore. She then spoke. "I also want to train Marvelous-san." Marvelous gave a nod and a smile, as he spoke. "Well, both of you, let's make this extremely showy." The two kids nodded, as Marvelous decided to take them under their wing and decide to train them for their future. In the meantime, the Kishinamis were informed of the siblings' treatment by their own clan and decided to act immediately on the two siblings deciding to take them in, since they decided to no longer have their anger cloud their judgment anymore. However, Issei had a plan, as he explained to his maternal grandfather and aunt, informing that he and his sister will pretend to be part of the Hyoudou clan before resigning officially and publicly. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by this Issei meeting Issei, gamer. 4 years later. Hyoudou clan compound, Kyoto, 9:30 am. Issei was looking at what seems to be a fighting ring. He was joined with Mari, as she spoke. So today is the day, correct? Bingo, we officially resign ourselves from the Hyoudou clan and become part of the Kishinami. And Haruka is more of a mother to us than that traitor Miki. Issei spoke with anger in his tone, as Mari remembered on how their mother tormented Haruka for so long. They were furious by her treatment towards her, and vowed to put them in their place today. Issei brought out his ranger key that Marvelous gave them. It was the Gokai red key that was given to him. In return, Marvelous asked to make this extremely showy when he needs to resign from the clan. Even Haruka and Kaji were looking forward to the fall of the Hyoudou clan. Issei could see Kaji in the background, who gave him a nod. He was a man with short, messy black hair and light brown eyes. He is wearing a traditional Japanese school uniform consisting of a dark buttoned-up shirt underneath a light-colored jacket. His expression is serious, with a focused and calm demeanor. This was Issei and Mari's maternal grandfather, Kaji Kishinami. However, soon their attention was driven to Dai, who called out to them. His tone was arrogant like always. "Well, if it isn't my disgraceful older siblings, what are you doing here?" Issei only coldly retorted. "What we do here is none of your business." "And Dai, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be hanging out with that man you call a father?" Dai grew frustrated, as he spoke arrogantly. "I would, but I wanted to see how my so-called siblings are doing." "Better than you, Dai. After all, you must be so pathetic and lonely to have come here to us. I mean, you literally have no skill or powers, and all you can do is steal achievements from others, right, Dai?" Dai was furious at this, as he was about to raise his hand on Mari. Mari was ready to defend herself, but Issei grabbed his hand and spoke. "You have some nerve, raising your hand on our sister, brother. Let go of me." Dai struggled to release himself, but Issei soon approached him and socked him in the face so hard that he was sent flying towards the wall. Issei soon recovered himself, looking at his brother coldly. He wanted to see to it that this man would suffer tonight. He had his nose bleed, and some damages to his pretty face, as he shouted. "You damaged my pretty face. I will make you regret it. Oh, look at our little brother, gonna cry?" Issei spoke mockingly, as he was about to charge at him in anger. But a brutal kick by Mari, who was wearing heels, made him cough up blood. The kick was aimed at his chest, as it barely missed the ribs of his rib cage. He was on the ground, coughing up relentlessly. Mari then spoke angrily. "You have tormented us for so long, now it is time to face karma, brother." Mari stomped on his privates with her heel. Dai was crying and screaming in pain due to what Mari was doing. The heel only being more precise and direct, causing him even more pain and anguish. "Hey ah!" Dai's screams were extremely loud and painful, as Mari had a sadistic smile on her face. She knew that only her family was present, including Rei and some other soldiers and mages of the clan. Issei then spoke. "Mari, nay, they are coming." Mari turned to see Issei point to the left, where Rei, Miki and Goro had arrived. Mari removes her leg, as Dai cries in pain. His balls were damaged courtesy of Mari stomping on it. They soon walked away with Issei speaking. "Keep in mind, we can crush you like the ant you are. Even your sacred gear crescent circle gauntlets will not save you from us." Soon enough Miki and Goro came, as Miki responded with anguish. "My baby boy, what happened? Who did this to you? We will make him pay. Tell us who he is." Goro angrily spoke as Dai pointed to Issei and Mari, who were walking away. Goro angrily shouted, "Both of you get back here!" Issei and Mari looked at him, and Issei spoke. "Oh look, it's the power-hungry sperm donor. Issei, don't forget our egg donor, she is also there." Mari spoke mockingly, as their attitude angered the Hyoudou couple completely. Goro then spoke angrily. "You dare disrespect us? You don't deserve respect, Goro. You deserve nothing but contempt. It's no wonder Ji-san didn't want you to become clan leader, and wanted Issei to become one. You have no power, no heart, and no capability to lead. You are just a pathetic, sorry, disgraceful leader." Mari spoke with a mocking tone, as he was seething in rage. His hands were bleeding to the point of blood dripping from it. Mari smirked, seeing her so-called father suffer like this. Miki then spoke. "This is how you treat us, you disgusting girl. Issei was the one to call out his mother. Like how you treated your birth family so well. Kishinami's disgrace." Issei spoke mockingly, as Kaji could be seen having a small smile on his daughter's state. He could see her gritting her teeth in fury and hatred when Issei mentioned her former family that had abandoned her when she chose Goru as her husband. She wanted to make them pay one day, but couldn't do anything about it, since her parents could crush them easily if they wanted to. "Oh look, Mickey's gonna cry. What do we do, Mari-ne?" Issei asked mockingly, to which Mari spoke with a smirk, and spoke. "We should ignore this one. She shouldn't have chosen this power-hungry moron to wed. It's pathetic, honestly, since they are ironically made for each other. Power-hungry cunts who only want to control everything. Just like the supernatural. You! I will make you pay, you ungrateful brats!" Mickey shouted with fury, as she started to channel a very powerful magic spell. Goru also joined in, with Rei also readying her spear to protect her parents. Mari looked at Issei and spoke. "Issei, now!" "Got it!" Issei brought out his Gokai Ki, and his Gokai Mobile 8, and soon got into his stance readying for morphing into Gokai Red. Issei got into his position, as he put his ki forward, morpher near his chest, and shouted, "Gokai change!" He brought the key into the keyhole and inserted it, placing the morpher in the left. He soon twisted the morpher, opening it, as the morpher announced. "Gokager!" The morphing sequence played out, as soon several letters came, as it transformed Issei into the Gokai Red, leader of the Gokagers. The attacks were fired on Issei, as he only used his Gokai sword to deflect them behind them, sending them flying on the other side, triggering a massive explosion behind them. Issei stood in front of them, being the new Gokai Red of this universe. "Gokai Red!" Issei got into his pose, where he motions his hand forward, as Goru shouted. "What the hell? You hid your powers from us." Mari soon spoke in Issei's stead. "Of course we did. We know that you'll only want us for our power and will throw us out once we don't have the power. You will never use us for your own goals." The Hyoudous were gritting their teeth in fury, especially Dai, who believed that this power should be granted to him, and not Issei. Mickey then shouted, "You will hand over that power, Issei. Dai deserves that power more than you." Dai was grinning at his mother supporting him. Issei only spoke with a mocking tone. "Make me, you double-crossing Kishinami disgrace." Issei spoke, to which Mickey spoke with fury. "Fine, we will force you to do so." "Indeed, guards, mages, get him." They all charged at Issei, to which he responded. "In that case, let's make this extremely showy." Issei dashed forward, bringing out his Gokai Saber and Gokai Gun, and was ready to take them down one by one. In the meantime, Kaji watched his former daughter, or one should say ex-daughter, with disgrace. He then spoke. "I guess I have failed you, dear daughter." He knew that the woman harassed her own sister, oldest son and daughter. He should have been more stricter and ruthless to Mickey, else she wouldn't have turned out this way. Soon someone managed to arrive standing next to him. Kaji then spoke. "You arrived, Marvelous-san?" Marvelous looked at his student with pride, as he spoke. "Of course I can, why would I want to miss the show?" "I guess that is true. I can't wait to see your daughter's expression when she realizes on what kind of a gem Issei was. He is a better pirate than I can even imagine." Kaji gave a normal smile, as he spoke. "Well, as long as he doesn't hurt any innocents, I am not against this. He does look up to you." "Indeed, he does." Marvelous spoke with a smile as Issei slashed the last of the soldiers with ease. Soon electricity was being triggered, coupled with an explosion, taking all the soldiers down, all of them being killed by Issei Hyoudou, the so-called disgrace of the family. "You know, Marvelous, had it not been for you, Issei wouldn't be this happy. You acted like someone that guided him in this bad time. Honestly, I can't thank you anymore." Marvelous looked at him, and spoke. "The kid's got a good heart. He reminds me of someone in my world. Let's see how Issei puts up a show." Issei looks at his parents coldly, as he spoke. "Is that all? You are going to regret this, brat." Goru shouted angrily, as Mari walked towards her brother and spoke. "You see it now, Goru. Issei took down several of your clansmen without much effort, killing every last one of them in a showy manner. Still think he is a disgrace?" Mari asked mockingly, to which the Hyoudou clan members were furious by this action. Issei then spoke. "Don't bother telling these delusional retards. They still think that they are in their right." The three gritted their teeth in anger, as Mickey shouted. "I will show you what this retard is capable of." "Wow, Mickey, you call yourself a retard? You really are stupid, aren't you?" Issei responded with a mocking tone, as Mickey snapped and was once again ready to unleash her attacks, as she spoke. "I will see to it that you never disrespect me." Issei only looked at her, and spoke, bringing out a Ranger key, this time belonging to the Red Ranger of the Zyurangers. Gokai change. He inserted into his Mobile 8 and twisted the key. The announcement soon followed. Zyuranger. A bright red glow soon followed, as Issei soon became Tyrannoranger of Curious Sentai Zyuranger. He brought out his Rijiki sword and ran forward. He dodged the ice and fire magic that was aimed at him, and deflected some of the attacks towards her. Miki soon followed it up with a sword of her own as she kept clashing with Issei. Goru and Rei wanted to assist, but Mari interfered using her 2 sacred gears, Innovate Clear and Telos Karma, to create a barrier that prevented them from doing so. That means, Goru spoke, as Mari continued, I also had the power. I was the first to be blessed with 2 sacred gears, and while I didn't want to become a ranger like my brother, I chose a very different path, and the Kishinamis were happy to train me. You damn traitor! Goru was about to attack Mari, who only put him in a different dimension, as she spoke. I will let you out once Issei deals with our so-called mother. You will regret this, sister, Rei shouted, to which Mari responded. Keep telling yourself that, and keep dreaming. You can never match me even in your dreams. Rei was clenching her spear in anger, as she vowed to find a way to break free. While clashing, Issei was overpowering her, as she shouted, I won't let you win. Keep dreaming, you old hag. Miki was getting angrier, as Issei used his power to deflect Miki's attack, as he shouted, Tyranno Slash. Issei's blade started to glow with red energy, as he soon unleashed devastating slash of energy when he runs 2 of his fingers on his sword and sent it at his opponent, who was Miki, as she screamed in pain. Ayaha! Issei then angrily spoke. You ain't seen nothing, hag, Gokai change. Issei exclaimed, bringing out the Aberrant key of the Aberrangers, with the Mobile 8 soon announcing, Aberranger. The symbol of Aberranger showed up, as his suit came from down to up, with Issei's helmet roaring in fury, which was akin to a Tyrannosaurus's roar. He soon looked at Miki, now in his Aberrant suit from Bakuria's Sentai Aberranger. He brought out the Tyranno staff, and lunged forward at Miki, who was struggling to keep up with her former son, as he soon placed the sword down, and followed with multiple kicks aimed at her stomach, causing her to drop her sword, as Issei used his legs to crush it. Let's go nuts! Issei soon blitzed forward, entering into his Abear mode, which had white markings on his body. He soon unleashed 2 claw strikes aimed at her rib cage, causing sparks to fly off and Miki to start bleeding. He soon followed it up with a brutal slash aimed at her stomach and soon ended with a kick at her rib cage, completely shattering it, causing her to be sent flying. Sparks started to be released from her body. Heyamaha! Soon an explosion happened behind her, as she fell to the ground. Once she was down, she was barely alive, looking at Issei with complete fear, remembering the power he now has and how strong he has become. Not bad, my little brother. Issei looked at her and spoke. We ain't done, we still have 2 more idiots remaining. Mari nodded, as she released Rei from her captive prison. Looking at her mother's state, she rushed towards Issei in blind anger, screaming, I will kill you! Keep dreaming, sister. Issei soon brought the Ninja Red Ranger key, and exclaimed, Gokai change. He ducked to dodge a spear strike, and inserted into Mobile 8, with it announcing, Kakuranger. Issei threw off his clothing when a ninja reveals himself, he soon revealing himself to now be Ninja Red of the Ninja Sentai Kakuranger. He soon dashed forward, bringing out his secret sword Kakamaru. He blocked Rei's lunges with her spear, blocking every step with ease. She tried to use an upward slash but was blocked by his sword. Issei noted that her attacks were far weaker than Hakuno Kishinami, who was his cousin, or more precisely, she was Haruka's daughter. He soon put his hands in a ninja motion, as he spoke. Cloning technique. Issei created duplicates of himself, as they all attacked Rei at the same time, causing her to struggle, making her unable to do anything. She tried blocking the attacks from multiple clones with her spear, but some of them managed to sneak a hit on them, damaging her even further. She even took several hits from multiple Isseis at the same time. She still held her spear, her sojutsu doing nothing to help her. The clones returned to Issei, as he spoke. Time to show you what your older brother is capable of. He soon moves his Kakuremaru in a circle, energizing it before performing an overhead slash. He then exclaimed, Hidden style. Full moon slash. He unleashed the attack on her, causing her to scream in pain. She had multiple scars and broken bones, as well as concussions. She soon started to release electricity and glowed in a red light. She soon fell to the ground, passed out in pain. He then spoke. Well, aren't you lucky? I was planning to go into another ninja-based Sentai. Issei didn't even go all out, as Mari released the final person. Goro looked at the state of his daughter and wife, and was beyond furious. He charged in his fury, his hands changing into claws using his transformation magic, as he was ready to claw Issei alive, as he slashed him in the gut, causing Issei to scream in pain. Mari grew concerned, but to her surprise, what remained was nothing but a straw doll. Goro then exclaimed, "What?" Issei soon stood behind him speaking. "We call this substitution technique. You will fall tonight, this is something I promise you," Goro exclaimed with anger, as he changed his transformation magic and started to prepare for an acid spit, as Issei responded. "We'll see about that, Gokai change." Issei brought out Denzired Ramaki, as he placed it into the Mobile 8 and twisted it. Denjiman. A bright glow flashed in front of him. As Issei can be seen holding his head, he became the Denzired of the Densure Sentai Denziman. He equips the Densi Punch, electrically charged metal gloves as he slams them together, sparks flying out as Issei sprints at a quick speed, energy flowing behind him with Goro spitting out blobs of acid to stop him, but he dodges every single attack with quick succession. And once he's in range, Denji Punch. Issei socked him brutally as an explosion occurs in front of him. He wanted Goro to suffer the most as he vowed to make sure that he never bothers him ever again. His jaw was broken from the blow, as it was dangling. Gokai change. Issei brought out the Magired key and inserted into his Mobile 8 and twisted it, as another announcement followed. Magiranger. Soon a magic circle surrounded him, as his suit changed to that of the Magired of the Magiranger, with a helmet projection soon following, changing it to the actual helmet. Issei was now the Magired of the Mahu Sentai Magiranger. Magi Punch. Issei exclaimed, as he soon unleashed 2 punches with his Magi Punch gloves, each punch exploding in a burst of flames, sending him back a few feet, as Issei followed it up by bringing his Magistic Sword. Magi Stick Sword. Issei rushed forward, unleashing a downward flaming slash that caused a burst of red sparkles and flames to erupt, staggering Goro. "No, I can't be beaten like this," Goro exclaimed angrily, barely being given any time to recover from the attacks. Issei then spoke. "You have, Gokai change." He decided to end this with an explosive finish, bringing out the Denard key. He inserted into the Mobile 8 and twisted it, as it announced. Dynaman. Issei soon became the Denard of the Kagaka Sentai Dynaman. Explode. Issei flies up high in the air, and starts spinning like a tornado. Issei's body starts to gather explosive energy. He then exclaims, "Super Dynamite!" He slams onto Goro like a meteor, causing a large explosion to take place. Goro screamed in pain, as his clothing was completely torn, and he had multiple burn wounds. He had several broken bones and a broken jaw from the combined attacks from the trio. Issei looked at his former family apathetically. He was joined by Mari, who spoke coldly. "Now you see it, you stand no chance against us. It's over." The 3 Hyoudou family members were looking at the sibling duo with complete fear. They hid their powers and are now completely afraid of them. They didn't want to cross them ever. "We aren't done, Marine." Issei pointed to Dai, who was sneaking out, as Issei spoke, returning to his regular suit. "Where do you think you are going, Dai?" Issei asked seriously, as he spoke. "I was going to get. Save it." Issei makes sure he remembers this trashing. Mari cuts him off as Issei nods. He brings out 2 random Rammer keys and inserts it in the Gokai Saber and Gokai Gun, as they announce. Final wave! The 2 weapons start to glow quickly. Dai starts to sprint as far as he can to prevent him from getting killed, as Issei soon exclaims, "Gokai Blast and Smash!" He first fires a supercharged shot from the Gokai Gun, and follows it with a supercharged saber strike aimed at him. Dai screams with fear. "No! Forgive me! I won't mess with you 2 ever again!" The attacks strike him as he makes a blood-curdling scream due to the sheer pain he was in. He was crying this whole time, as soon a massive explosion happens where Dai was, and he releases electricity, as Issei gets into his pose. After a while, he demorphs, revealing Dai, who was barely clinging to live. Whether he survived or not, needs to be thoroughly examined. His clothes were gone and he was charred. Many of his bones were broken, and he needed emergency medical treatment. He had passed out from the pain. "Wow, you actually survived that. You just got lucky, brother." Issei soon looked at the rest of the clan, who were looking at them in fear, or were dead. Issei then declared, Remember this, may our paths never cross ever again. For I am no longer Issei Hyoudou. My new name is Issei Kishinami, and yes, Mickey, they have found me and accepted me into their clan. So has Mari, and she is also Mari Kishinami and not Mari Hyoudou. Mickey could be seen gritting her teeth helplessly and with tears falling from her eyes. Why were her disgraceful children accepted into the clan? And why not her? Even grandfather has told us this. He will never accept someone like you in his clan, who is nothing short of being power hungry. We heard what you did to Aunt Haruka, and I am glad that I was never your daughter. Kaji decided to show himself, as he looked at his daughter and spoke. I must say, Mickey, you have really lost any and all respect I had for you. I actually had hoped there was some hope for you. But I was proven wrong. Henceforth don't expect to see them again, since you never wanted that in your life. Kaji's cold words made Mickey cry even more, as they helplessly watched the trio leave. Rei hated her older siblings even more, vowing to destroy them the next time she ever met them. Marvelous was watching the scene from up, as he soon also took his leave knowing his work here is done. He will soon head back to his own world and reunite with his crew back in his world. 6 years later. Gokaiger Base, Kishinami Compound, Kyoto, 10:30 a.m. 6 years have passed ever since Issei took down the Hyoudou compound and officially disowned himself from the compound, and so did Mari. Now being a 17-year-old, he finished his education from a different academy and followed on what Marvelous wanted him to do in this world. He now lived in a different Kishinami compound in Kyoto to keep an eye on the yukai of the place. If they get out of hand or harm humans, they will deal with them. One of the yukai they killed was the Kukusei Anna, saving the lives of a woman who was trying to locate them. He was informed by Marvelous that the clan has committed several actions under Gora's lead that, while may have benefited the clan, would have morally frowned and looked down upon. Issei plans on destroying their reputation if they even think of attacking him and his family. Marvelous did have to eventually leave, once he was done with his training. Issei cried like it was nothing before, as Marvelous spoke the words. Don't cry, kid, you have the true soul of a pirate, who will do anything to protect his treasure, family, and his crew, new family, at all costs. Create your own crew, just like I did with mine, and lead them, protect this world from the supernatural forces. With that, he gave 4 other mobilates and 4 other ranger keys to Issei belonging to Gokai Yellow, Gokai Green, Gokai Blue and Gokai Pink. Issei gave a sigh remembering the memory. He wasn't fond of him leaving. But he knew that he would be sent to his dimension one day, something he had told the Hyoudou siblings the very first day. He sighed knowing Marvelous may never return. However, he had to do what Marvelous had asked him to do. Issei decided to find other worthy candidates for the Sentai powers. He soon found his 4 candidates to become the new Gokaiger team. All of them have been wronged by the supernatural in some way or form. When the turn for Mari Hyoudou came in, she refused to become a Sentai wronger since she wanted to help her brother in a different manner, using her intelligence to do so. She started to create their gadgets and tech to assist them in fighting against the supernatural forces. Turns out the Gokaigers had developed quite a reputation amongst them as the most feared, respected and hated amongst many of the supernatural, whose operations were shut down by these 5 rangers. The Kishinamis helped them in however way they could, despite Issei not wanting to put pressure on them. His Aunt Haruka acted like a mother to both him and Mari, and they family saw Issei as their own, rather than being an outsider due to having Gora Hyoudu's blood in him. They also informed him about their long-standing beef with the Japanese Yukai faction, who has been causing problems to them for centuries at this point. Issei and his new team understood that they had to deal with them as well. Then there was another faction, which was the Indian Yukai faction, primarily the Nagas that have been destroying houses and purging families in the name of vengeance and justice. One of Issei's close friends has been suffering through this issue, and Issei did deal with the problem, but the Nagas just don't quit. They are so hellbent on avenging one person that they don't care about the damages they do or families they destroy. The people that cry for them, none of that matters in the face of their vengeance. Soon enough, someone came inside his room. She was Ingveld Leviathan, also known as the Pink Wronger of the team, aka Gokai Pink. She is also the second in command of the Gokaigers. She was a beautiful foreign girl who appears to be in her late teens with a whimsical aura. She has long purple hair and orange eyes. She wears a white dress typical of female noble devils that exposes much of her large breasts, with high slits and long sleeves. She also wears a black mini skirt. Are you free right now, Issei-sama? Issei looked at Ingveld and gave a smile as he spoke. You know, you don't need to call me Issei-sama completely, just Issei or Issei would do. Sorry, Issei, I need to tell you something. We have another situation. Ingveld spoke. As Issei nodded, he knew that the supernatural are again causing problems. Ingveld remembered on how she was rescued and brought to him. Like Issei, she was wronged by her own kin, the devils who had murdered her family, primarily her father and her clansmen. She was saved by Issei and another person, where she became the third Gokager, after another one. The trio had slayed all the devils that had come across them, and many of them were high or ultimate class devils. She joined the Gokagers, becoming the pink ronger of their team. She was briefed on Issei's past and frowned the Hyoudou clan, as they had branded him as a criminal after his actions at the location, due to their connections with the Yukai, devil and fallen angel faction. The Gokagers were seen as pirates and criminals that were a kill-on-sight order for most of them. However, all those that have attempted were killed in a showy manner. Kokabil is one such example, who attempted to gain his power only to be killed in a fiery explosion. Go on. Issei responded seriously, as Ingveld nodded and spoke. Simple. Turns out the Nagrani of the Naglok hasn't taken our warning seriously, and is still trying to go after the Seigo family. Issei groaned in frustration. He knew that Bella, who was the Nagrani, was causing problems to a good friend of Issei who he had befriended when they had arrived in Kyoto to make a business deal with the Kishinamis. He then spoke in response. Let me guess, Bella Seigo? Indeed, Issei, she has been causing problems again. Just recently another attempt at taking a life happened courtesy of avenging her deceased lover Vikrant. When we know that he had survived and was plotting to ruin her life. Ingveld responded, as she continued with a sigh. We ended up killing him when he tried to take the Gokager power. However, for the worst she refused to believe his survival, and it didn't help that it was us that had killed him earlier. We showed proof but she refused to believe the truth. Now what should we do? Issei took a deep breath. It was about time they show what happens when you mess with his treasure, which are his friends and allies. Issei soon spoke. Gather the rest, it's time we claim our first leader kill. Bella will be an example of what happens when she goes beyond her limit. I will see to it that her fate will hopefully keep the others in line when it comes to know to take warnings for granted. Ingveld nodded, as she headed out of the room. He then sighed before also getting up and heading to the meeting room in his compound to plan accordingly. Meeting room, Gokager Base, Kishinami Compound, Kyoto, 11:30 a.m. Issei and Ingveld managed to reach the room where the rest of Gokagers had arrived. First was Seorg Bail, or the Gokai Blue of the Gokagers. He was the first to become a Gokager after Issei, and before Ingveld. He was a handsome young man with black hair and violet eyes. He is very tall and has a muscular build due to the extreme training he has done, as both a former member of the Bail clan and the Gokai Blue of the team. The next person was Valerie Valley Lucifer, who is described to be a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. She was the fourth member of the team to be recruited, and she was the Gokai Yellow of the Gokagers. She wore a red ribbon on her hair. She wore a yellow half-sleeved t-shirt with black tight pants that covered her entire leg area. The t-shirt showed herself pretty well. The final member of the team currently was Genshiro Saji. He wore a dark green shirt and jeans. He was a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He was the Gokai Green of the team and the last member to join the Gokagers after Valerie Lucifer did. So you are telling us that the Naga hasn't backed away? Genshiro asked confused, remembering the 3 beatdowns she had to go through thanks to their entire team. Issei then spoke in response. Nope, Ingveld if you may? Ingveld gave a nod and spoke. Correct, she has not backed down. Bella still intends to go after the Seigels. She has been attempting to kill them again. Especially Mahir Seigel, he has given us the go to deal with her as soon as possible. Ingveld explained to them, remembering the secret call Mahir made to make sure that the Nagas don't find out about the call. Ingveld knew this to be Mahir, since the gadget that Mari have to them allowed them to identify whether this could be a real call or a trap call. It was a specialized phone that Ingveld has and all of the Gokagers knew of this. That betraying woman just doesn't learn. Honestly, that idiot should hide in a rock for the rest of her life thanks to her embarrassment. Valley spoke with a frustrated tone, as Seorg responded. Valley, you can't deny her past made her aggressive. But at the same time, it was her ex-lover that did all that messed up deed. Guess she really is a gullible moron. Valerie retorted, to which Seorg gave a nod of agreement, as Genshiro asked. So what should we do? Are we going to Naglok to end them once and for all? Genshiro asked, to which Issei responded. Correct, we are going to do so. Plus, there's a gem that we also plan on locating in Naglok. And what would that be? Seorg asked, to which Issei didn't say anything and motioned Ingveld to show an image. Ingveld showed them an image. The image was stated to be glowed brightly diamond that was showing to everyone. This is the infamous Nagmani. Almost everyone knows of this but cannot find them due to it being kept in Naglok. Despite this, several successful attempts have been made at taking this gem and got it falling into the wrong hands. The end result has been nothing but death and destruction on both sides. And yes, Nagas have been wiping out entire families and generations for the theft of one gem. Issei explained, as Genshiro responded with an angered tone. Isn't that a bit harsh? I mean, their only crime is stealing, why not steal it back? Because they are idiots, they don't have the proper thinking capacity to do so, despite having a human brain. Shiva made a mistake giving those wild, rabid animals powers. And now, it is everyone's problem. Also, don't even get me started on how these rabid animals will purge entire families for one person that they kill unjustly. They need to be put down, like all rabid animals, so that they no longer cause problems. Issei explained to Genshiro, as all of the Gokaigers agreed to the fact that the Nagas are just wild animals at this point due to how almost several of them have been killing entire families in cold blood. It was hard to identify on how many really good ones are there at this point. We will be leaving in 3 hours from now. We will take down every single Naga that is supporting Bella, just like we did so with every Naga that has been supporting Vikrant the last time we attacked Naglok. The others nodded, ready for their action. They knew that the Nagmani, if with the Kishinami, will no longer be taken them, since it would be with Issei and company from here on out. Scene change. Kishinami main compound, Kyoto, 12:30 p.m. Issei was speaking with Kaji, his maternal grandfather, and Haruka, his aunt, or surrogate mother. Haruka was a beautiful woman that had brown hair and matching brown eyes, wore a beautiful white blouse and a white shawl. Her blouse's sleeves were well patterned and a white pantyhose. Additionally, she wore purple earrings and a blue necklace. You sure of this, Issei? Haruka asked with concern, to which Issei responded. Yes, I am. The Nagas have harmed a lot of people. Grandpa knows of this, correct? Kaji nodded and spoke. Yes, they have started to harm many more people, purging anyone that stands in their way of their vengeance and supposed justice. But their venom is a death sentence. Issei and the others would only have 30 minutes to deal with them, Dad. Kaji gave a nod, as Issei knew this to be true, as she continued. And the Nagrani is supposed to be the most venomous of them. How will Issei deal with them? Haruka looked at Issei, who responded. I have a Sentai that can easily counter them. Hell, they be so afraid of the transformation that they won't even want to deal with them. Their instincts would want them to run away. Issei showed them a Sentai Ranger key that completely stunned them. The Sentai key was a post-Gokaiger key, making the two Kishinamis nod in understanding. They knew that this was one of the more stronger Sentai keys out there. Haruka then spoke, while keeping her hand on his chin. Take care, Issei. Issei gave a nod and spoke. I will, Aunt. And I won't let them harm anyone else anymore. I have to protect this world from the supernatural, and that is something I will succeed in. Haruka gave a nod and a small smile, as Kaji was happy that at least 2 of Juzo's grandkids won't be like his son. He wondered where Juzo went wrong in raising Goro Hyoudou, making him the man he is today. Anyways, any news on our supposed 6th Ranger? Issei asked, to which both shook their head and Kaji spoke. No clue, Issei. Our scouts found nothing, no trace, no key, no nothing. Kaji spoke with a sigh, as Haruka spoke. Are you sure that your team would even have a 6th Ranger? Many Sentai teams have a 6th Ranger, or in some rare cases a 6th Warrior, so there is someone that actually has a 6th Ranger key. Marvelous did inform me of a 6th Warrior that I have to find myself, and the key has been located, but where? It could be anywhere, and if it is not on Earth. Haruka then ended the statement and spoke. Then it is in the universe, correct? Issei gave a nod and spoke. You needn't worry about them for now. I have a feeling that the 6th Ranger key would be given to someone worthy of its power. I hope so, Issei. I don't want anyone from your former family getting this power. Haruka responded with slight worry, as Issei responded. They won't. I know this because Marvelous-san informed us that the Ranger keys chose their wielders and not the other way around. The thing about them is the heart of the Ranger. Each of the Rangers chosen have the heart of being a Ranger, while those in the Hyoudou clan don't have. Ji-san is the only other person aside from Marine that did. But the others, they don't and never will. Issei spoke, as Haruka nodded in understanding. Kaji then asked. Issei, there is something you need to do once you are done with the situation at Naglok? Issei looked at his grandfather, and nodded as he spoke. I know you'll not like this, but you will have to go to Kuo. There have been instances of fallen angels in the town that have been causing problems. You'll need to shut them down completely. Issei gave a nod, a small frown growing on his face, as he asked. But what about the devil's grandpa? Seorg informed me that there are devils that are running the town, correct? I know they are well devils, but aren't they doing their job? They are not, and before you ask, Cleria Belial is no longer the owner of the town. Instead it is co-owned by two heiresses of the devil families of the Gremry and Citri family. Issei nodded, remembering being informed about them from his maternal family, who briefed them about everything. He knew exactly who they were talking about. Issei then asked, "What happened to Belial then?" Issei asked, to which Haruka spoke in response. "She is long dead, Issei. She died when you were around 3 years old. Our spies reported that she was in a relationship with a human named Masaomi Yagaki, a former exorcist." Issei took note of this and asked, "Let me guess, devils being devils decided to execute them due to bringing down the status quo." Haruka and Kaji gave a nod to this, with Kaji speaking. "Correct, but there is a different secretive reason on why she was killed." "Go on?" Issei asked, confused by this, as Kaji spoke. "Our spies in devil households were able to find out information on why Cleria was really executed. It turns out she had known of an evil piece known as the King Piece." Issei widened his eyes in surprise, as Kaji motioned Haruka to show Issei. She did so by placing the hand on a table which revealed a secret electronic tablet, showing an image to Issei. It looked like the regular pieces, but it was akin to a king chess piece. Haruka soon explained. "This is what they call the King Piece, Issei. It is a unique piece that can easily increase a devil's power by a lot. The main characteristic of the King Piece is power enhancement, as it can strengthen the user by several folds. The strengthening is possible on a magnitude of 10 or 100, as it can elevate a high-class devil into power that is comparable to ultimate class and even strengthening some users to Satan-class powers. All of its users were capable of becoming the top rating game players, reaching the rank of the top 10 rating game players." Issei understood this, as he spoke in response. "So that is why some devils are stronger than usual, and they weed their way in due to political influence, as well as the rankings of the rating games." Haruka nodded and spoke. "Correct on the mark, Issei. They use the front of a forbidden romance, or more precisely an excuse to make it such that they are maintaining the status quo of devils and angels should always be enemies, so that they can hide the truth, and not let everyone know of their existence. The ones at the top can be puppets of the devil government, since if they refuse, the government can ruin them, and the people that are fans of these top players can easily influence them. It is all a big conspiracy that is unfortunately true." Haruka responded with a solemn tone, as Issei couldn't help but feel furious and pity for the couple that were killed in this manner. He wished he could have stopped them before their unfortunate and untimely demises. He frowned on how much controlling these devils were in terms of even normal lives. "And if you are wondering, Issei, even the church worked with the devils in this scandal. The ones that lead them were Zikram Baal and Tuji Shidu." Issei wasn't surprised by Zikram doing this. He was informed on how power-hungry these Baal clan were thanks to both his clan and even Seorg himself, who informed that his family are power-hungry in nature, excluding Seorg and his mother Misla Baal. However, what caught his attention was the last name. "Yes, Issei." Kaji spoke when he noticed Issei's surprise at the last name, as he continued. "He is the one you call Shidu, or more precisely Irina Shidu's father. He was also involved in this scandal, and that is why the family had to really move out." Kaji explained to Issei, as he nodded. He knew Irina would have been too young to be involved in this mess. He hoped that she is not like her father in any manner, since she was the only one that he was on good terms with. "I'll ask Seorg on more of this. Besides, I should also get going for dealing with this." Issei spoke, as they all nodded, with Issei leaving from the place and heading with Seorg and the rest of the crew. Scene change. Inside the Gokai Galleon, near Mumbai, 1:30 p.m. Issei was speaking to Seorg, as the former Baal was shocked upon hearing this information from him. He then spoke. "I truly know nothing of this. Judging by your shocked tone, I guess it is true. After all, they wouldn't want to reveal it to their disgraceful son." Seorg nodded, being reminded on how his father had discarded him away when he found out that he didn't inherit the power of destruction. As a result, both him and his mother, who had gave birth to him, were shunned completely due to this. He was now furious at how his so-called father had treated him. Issei resonated with Seorg due to having the same family issues, but was glad that his mother sided with Seorg, something that Issei was unfortunate to not have. Issei shook his head and spoke. Anyways, how is your mother and rest of the peerage doing? Issei asked, to which Seorg spoke. She has been doing better, thanks to the Kishinami technology. She even managed to wake up due to this. Issei gave a nod, remembering settling down Miss Bale, Seorg's mother, settling down in one of the houses in Tokyo under the Kishinami ownership. He then spoke. Thank you for actually bringing them to your location. I knew that our family would still look down on them. Issei gave a nod and spoke. It's alright, and in return you are quite the capable ranger. Anyways, enough of that. We should be reaching the dimension to Naglok soon. Get ready, since we will have to fight hordes of Nagas before we get to the Nagrani herself. Issei spoke, as Seorg nodded. Ingveld then spoke in the announcement. We will be entering Naglok. Everyone get ready for the battle. Issei and Seorg nodded, as they got ready for their battle. Issei knew that Bella will have to suffer for her crimes, and she will be dealt with accordingly. He had to do so, else she will continue to attack the Sagal family, and even Mahir has given approval of dealing with them their way. Scene change. Rajmahal, Naglok, 2 p.m. A beautiful woman with dark Indian skin and hazel eyes with long black hair was seen sitting on the throne. She was now wearing a richly embroidered white blouse with intricate gold designs, its sheer, short sleeves delicately outlined in gold. A luxurious drape of white fabric flows around her, resembling the traditional pleats of a sari, cinched at her waist with ornate golden embellishments. Her ensemble reveals a glimpse of her midriff, adding elegance to the look. A grand gold tiara sits atop her head, adorned with a prominent blue gemstone, while a long, translucent white veil cascades behind her, softening her regal appearance. Around her neck she wears a lavish gold necklace set with multicolored gemstones, which matches her dangling gold earrings. Gold bangles adorn her wrists. This was Bella, the current Nagrani of Naglok. Everyone, it is about time to once again unleash our attack against the Sagals and complete my vengeance against them. The Nagas and Asians were unsure of this. This was primarily due to the Gokagers interfering and killing their kind without any mercy. One of them spoke. Are you sure of this, Nagrani-ji? Bella nodded, as another one spoke. Indeed, and I want some of you all to pose as waiters and waitresses at the recent party that these Sagals, we take our enemies down one by one. Those murders of my dear Vikrant will pay for what they have done. Her people were again still unsure of this, as another one spoke. What about the Gokagers, Nagrani? They have already killed our people for harming that family. What should we do about them? Bella gritted her teeth in anger, remembering those 5 masked Sentai warriors that had ruthlessly slaughtered her kind and threatened her that she would be next if she doesn't give up her vengeance. They won't come, we secretly did plan for this, so they won't know anything about it. But before they could do anything, there was a huge rumble catching them off guard, someone soon announced. Actually, we know everything. The announcer was revealed to be Ingveld. Soon the top ceiling of the mansion exploded with the Nagas barely dodging the falling ceiling. The ship came from the Rekkage, revealing to be a red pirate ship with the Gokager symbol on them. This was the Gokai Galleon, the ship of the Gokagers. Bella looked at the ship with anger, as soon enough, 5 members leaped from the ship, revealing to be the 5 Gokagers, that being Issei, Seorg, Valley, Genshiro and Ingveld. Someone doesn't seem to learn from their mistakes, how Bella Sagal? Bella was furious seeing them. As her eyes changed to serpentine yellowish golden eyes were glowing with fury, she then shouted. You damned pirates! You have some nerve of showing up here! I will. Valerie cuts her off, exclaiming. Shut up, dumbass! Bella grits her teeth in anger even more, and clenches her fists in anger at the disrespect this half-devil was showing to her. Seorg then responded. Been a while since we have been called a pirate. He spoke with a chuckle, as Issei responded. Bella, this is as far as you go. As long as we pirates are around, you aren't going to harm anyone else. I am giving you one final chance. Give up your vengeance and back away. There is still time to make amends. Issei spoke seriously. He knew that Mahir wouldn't want his wife to perish. He decided to give one chance to set things right. Bella gritted her teeth and shouted. Never! A Najin never forgets her vengeance. They will all pay for molesting me and killing Vikrant. The Gokagers looked annoyed. She lost her only chance at mercy, as Issei only said the words. So be it, wild animal. The 5 all bring out their keys and their mobilates as they all shouted. Gokai change. They quickly inserted them in the keyhole and twisted it, as the Nagas tried to attack the 5 only for a barrier to protect them. There were multiple colors of excess and versus as they soon came back to Issei. All of them had morphed into their respective Gokai colors. They soon began their roll call. Gokai Red. Issei flicks his coat and places his hand forward. Gokai Blue. Seorg places his left hand on his head and poses with style. Gokai Yellow. Valley places her left hand on her right elbow and waves it from right to left. Gokai Green. Genshiro cleans his suit. Gokai Pink. Ingveld raises her hand forward and places it near her chest. Kaizoka Sentai. Issei exclaimed, as the others also joined in posing. Gokager. The Nagas were ready for their attack, as they all brought out their Gokai guns and Gokai sabers, as Issei exclaimed. Everyone! Let's make this extremely showy! The rest of the team exclaimed. Yeah! They all charged forward dealing with their bunch of Nagas, while Bella tried to assist them, however was ambushed by Issei, as he spoke. Sorry, your fight is with me. Bella grew frustrated, bringing out her bow staff, ready to clash against him. Valerie and Ingveld were taking down the Nagas on her side, as Valerie exclaimed. Well, boys and girls, I hope you are ready for your daily beatdown. Valerie used her gun to fire the first few shots at the Nagas. Before the duo slashed a Naga with their blade, taking them down, a Naga tried to poison them, but Ingveld aimed her pistol at her head and shot him in the head, killing him instantly. Valerie soon followed it up by slashing many more of the Nagas, causing sparkles to fall, and some to have immense chest wounds. Nice try. Ingveld spoke, as she looked at Valerie and spoke. Valerie, your gun. Valerie understood the assignment and threw her gun at Ingveld, who returned by throwing the saber at her. They grabbed their respective weapons, Ingveld with Valerie's gun and Valley with Ingveld's saber. They both used their respective weapons to attack the Nagas at the same time. Ingveld dodged some tongue attacks from the Nagas by rolling and responding it by quickly firing her dual guns at them, causing them to screech in pain. I am not done yet, she exclaimed as she kept firing at the chest area, with her soon stopping until they couldn't handle it anymore, returning to their snake forms dead. She soon noticed one binding her, as she quickly flipped her gun and fired at the tail, causing the Najin to screech in pain. Ah! Ingveld could see them gathering, and decided to unleash a storm of bullets at her before they could assist her, causing her to return to her snake form dead. Ingveld then looked at the other Nagas, and kept firing her barrage as well as rolling to dodge their tail wraps. She continued to fire till she was done eliminating her batch of Nagas, who all returned back to their snake forms. Ingveld could only sigh in sadness. While she wasn't a fan of carnage, when it came to fighting with her team and her friends, she didn't mind cause she had someone to protect. She then spoke. If only you weren't so blindly loyal to your queen, none of this would have happened. She looked at Valerie, who was also slashing her bunch of Nagas with her dual sabers. She soon slashed another at the gut, causing sparks to flow and bleeding to happen. She looked at the Najin without any emotion and slashed at her neck, causing her to return to her normal snake form. She kept on slashing and killing her Naga in a bunch of yellow slashes until they all dropped dead, returning to their snake forms. Honestly, bunch of idiots. The Nagas got angry at her declaration, as a Najin shouted. It is you who obstructs our way. Valerie once again cuts her off, shouting. Shut it, dumbass. The Najin was silent as before she could react. Valerie threw a saber at her head, dazing her, and soon slashed her neck as well, causing her to fall to the ground. She soon slashed many more precisely near their necks, causing them to drop dead, returning to their snake form. It frustrates me on how you guys look down on humanity, and will do heinous crimes in the name of vengeance and justice, but not anymore. I won't let that happen. Valerie spoke angrily and coldly, remembering on how her grandfather and father had abused her due to her sacred gear and half-blood heritage. She hated this, and one day vowed to see to it that they would pay for their crimes. In the meantime, Genshiro and Seorg were fighting against their own batch of Nagas and Najins at the top of the mansion, as Genshiro slashed one, coupled with firing 2 more shots aimed at her chest, killing a Najin. She returned to her human form, as Genshiro complimented her looks. Such a beautiful Najin, I wish that one of them becomes my girlfriend. Seorg slashed another one in their chest, killing him and speaking. You know they are the textbook definition of roses with thorns, right? I know they can poison us in a heartbeat. But I seriously want someone who can look after me and my younger siblings. Genshiro responded by firing another barrage of bullets at a Najin, who dropped dead when they couldn't handle the damage anymore, reverting to their snake form. Seorg soon fired multiple more shots at a Najin, as she tried to poison him with her tongue, only for him to deflect it with his blade. He soon fired more shots at her head, killing her as well. Seorg then spoke. Honestly, I don't take pleasure in killing. But I won't hesitate to kill those that cause problems to us. Genshiro soon fired more bullets at several more Nagas and quickly slashing them, causing them to all fall to the ground dead. He then leaped in the air and fired many more bullets at them, all of them dying. Seorg soon responded with attacking two of them with his own weapons, as he fired a barrage of bullets at one Naga and slashed at an Ajin, causing them to screech in pain as they fell to the ground. He soon leaped from the top side and struck them at their chests, causing them to return to their human form. Genshiro also joined in, with two Nagas following him as well. He soon fired 2 shots at another Najin and slashed a Naga in their gut, with Seorg soon doing the repeat as well, causing them to revert to their snake forms, dead on the ground. Genshiro then spoke. Why are they so persistent in avenging one person? Like punishing them for a crime is one thing, but when it is disproven, they don't believe it. Seorg then responded. Like Issei said, they are a bunch of idiots, and Lord Shiva made a huge mistake giving them the power to shift into human forms, and shape-shift into anything. Genshiro nodded, as he knew this to be true. He wondered on how Issei is handling Bella. Speaking of Issei, he was effortlessly overpowering the Queen of the Snakes in combat. Bella was helpless and powerless against him, as she unleashed her staff at Issei, which was blocked by Issei's saber, as he followed it up with a barrage of shots. Ayaha! Bella shouted in pain, as she shifted into her Lamia form, trying to bind Issei. Her Lamia form is comprised of her lower half turning into her white snake form. In response, Issei quickly fired some shots aimed at her abdomen. She screamed in pain, forcing her on the ground, as Issei spoke. Nice try, but I have fought against faster and quicker enemies. Bella was beyond furious, as the rest of his team joined him. Issei then asked, Is it done? Yep, they stood no chance against us. We cleared them like it was nothing. Valley spoke with a smile, as Seorg looked at the beaten queen and spoke. We are done telling you on that the Sagals are innocent. Indeed, it's time to end this. Bella looked at her people who were slaughtered by these 5 Gokagers. She was crying tears when her people were slaughtered. Issei then spoke. Oh, look at Miss Nagrani, gonna cry? Issei spoke mockingly, as Bella glared at Issei with hatred and anger in her eyes. Ingveld then asked. Was that necessary? Issei nodded and spoke. It is. She needs to know that she can't get away with what she has done. She has killed people and was given chances to clean up her act. Yet she chose to continue to do what she did. I swear to Bolanath, I will kill all 5 of you tonight. She started to release immense aura in her anger, and entered into her 5-snake version of herself. Issei and the others looked at each other, and knew they had to end her life before she harms anyone else. Bringing out the Ranger of each color, Issei exclaimed, Gokai change. They inserted the keys into their Gokager mobilates, as it announced. Majranger. Their suits soon changes to their respective Majranger color, with each of them having the same color akin to their Gokager suits, with the exception of Seorg's suit being more lighter in blue as opposed to the others. They soon twirled their capes and prepared for a pose. Mahu Sentai. Issei announced, as the rest soon followed. Majranger. They all entered into their poses. The 5 Rangers soon bring out their Magiphones typing the number codes, as they all announced once the codes were typed. Magi go Gokai. They all announced, raising their Magiphones in the air, unleashing a yellow ball of magical energy which was sent towards the Nagrani. As an announcement followed. Magi go Gokai. She was soon bounded by a powerful binding spell, completely restraining her snake form. She reverted into her Lamia form, while shouting, Impossible! You have no idea what is possible, Valley! Issei responded. Valley nodded and brought out her Magi stick, as she announced her attack. Yellow Thunder. She fired a barrage of bolts of electricity towards her, causing Bella to exclaim in pain. Seorg soon followed with his Magi stick, announcing, Blue Splash. Seorg unleashed gushes of water towards them, causing her to keep screaming in pain. Ingveld soon followed, with her own Magi stick, announcing, Pink Storm. Bella was bounded by a whirlwind, causing her to be lifted in the air and be twirling in the air, dazing her before she fell to the ground with a thud. Genshiro was the next, as he exclaimed, Green Ground. Genshiro unleashed his vines onto Bella as they kept whipping her into submission, as she cried in pain. Issei was the next to follow as he leaped in the air, exclaiming, Red Fire. 2 fiery wings, and a bird's call was announced, as he dashed forward towards her, causing her to screech in pain as she was being burnt alive. Issei turned around and dashed again, intending to incinerate her as well again. "Aha!" Bella screamed in pain, soon losing her five-headed form and falling to the ground. Issei then looked at her state and spoke. "It's time to pull a showstopper." They all nodded as they tapped the buckle of their belts, with another key coming out. They all announced, "Gokai change." They inserted a new key into their mobilates with it announcing, "Gao Ranger." Their lower suits changed, with each of their suits having a spirit of an animal, with Issei's being lion, Seord being shark, Valerie's being eagle. Genshiro's suit changed into black with a bison appearing on his face, and Ingveld's suit changed to white and a tiger biting her face. Bella was starting to feel true fear, as she could see that there are 5 powerful animals in front of her. She was especially afraid of Gao Yellow due to it. They all summoned their weapons, deciding to end her permanently. "Evil crushing 100 beast sword." They all exclaimed as soon enough, their weapons formed to combine into a singular powerful weapon. Issei holds the sword while Seorg and Valerie hold his left shoulder, and Genshiro and Ingveld hold his right shoulder. Darkness dispelled. The blade started to glow a bright yellow color as it fires a beam at her, causing her to scream in pain. She soon started to sparkle in pain, as soon sparkles were released from her body. "And oh, I can't be beaten like this. I'm sorry, Vikrant, I cannot take your vengeance." "Aha!" The Gokagers return to their normal forms, as an explosion happens. Bella is consumed by the explosion, as they all pose in victory, taking down the Nagrani once and for all. "Good riddance," Valerie muttered underneath her breath. Soon enough, a call happened in their intercoms, as Issei picked it up and spoke. "Yes? I heard from Aunt Haruka that you wish to gain the Naimini, correct, little brother?" Issei and the others recognized the voice, as he spoke. "Yes, Marine? You will need the body of the Nagrani if you have to get the gem. It matters not if she is dead. She can still be used to gain the Naimini, but you'll need to do it within an hour's time." Issei and the others nodded, seeing the Nagrani revert to her white and golden cobra form, dead on the ground. Issei walked to it, and picked the corpse of the snake up. He then spoke. "Now what? Head to the lower chambers of the mansion. That is where the gem is located. Once you do, place the body near it to dispel the protection around it, and grab the gem. Once you do, make it yours by pouring the Sentai energy into it, so that way no Nagrani or Naga can curse it, making it useless." Issei and the others nodded, as he responded. "Thanks, Marine, we will arrive home soon." Issei speaks while cutting off the call. Ingveld then looked at the corpse and spoke. "This one cobra caused so many deaths for the sake of her lover." Ingveld spoke with a sigh, as Valerie responded angrily. "She is a gullible moron that is nothing but a problem. I am glad she is not going to harm anyone else ever again." The others nodded as they headed to the lower chambers of the mansion. Once they reached there, Issei destroyed the doors and soon saw the Naimini at its full. He walked to the gem and placed the corpse nearby, causing the barrier to be dispelled. Once he did so, he picked up the gem and used his Ranger key, as he spoke. "Let's all place our Ranger keys, we earned this gem." The others nodded, as they placed the keys one by one, and soon the energy entered into the gem, making it theirs. It also eliminated any way of the Naga repossessing the gem in any manner. "Well, what do you know, a gem that is desired by many beings is now in our hands." Genshiro spoke with a normal tone. He then responded. "Indeed, let's go home. We are done here." Scene change. Gokager Base, Kishinami Compound, Kyoto, 6:30 p.m. Once the Gokagers reached their base, they were met with Mari Kishinami, formerly Hyoudou. She had resolved to assist the Gokagers in creating their tech and gadgets, rather than being a ranger herself for now. She had even developed the rest of the Gokagers their Gokai guns and sabers to assist them. Mari was described to be much older than before. Being a 21-year-old, she now had brown curly hair, brown eyes and an hourglass figure. She wore a brown t-shirt, light blue distressed jeans, and wore a lab coat on top of that. She seemed to be wearing bracelets on both her arms, as she was happier than ever before. "So you managed to get the gem?" Mari asked as Issei removed it and spoke. "Here, Marine." Mari took the gem and spoke with a surprised tone. "So this is the infamous gem that has claimed so many lives?" Mari commented, looking at the gem before returning it. She then spoke in response. "I would like to do some tests on this in the future. But for now, let's keep it in the vault where the rest of the artifacts are present. I'd say the treasure vault would be better." Ingveld commented as Mari nodded. They soon headed to the treasure vault. There were a lot of passwords that Mari had to type in. Before there were 5 panels with handprint sensors. The Gokagers nodded and placed each fingerprint on their hands. A voice recorder soon arrived with Mari speaking. Showtime. Password accepted. Welcome Mari Hyoudou and the Gokagers. A screen showed up revealing the message, as the vault finally opened. This was specially designed by both Issei and Mari to make sure that no one ever enters without proper permission, and all 5 Gokagers are needed to access the treasure vault. Mari placed on the pedestal present in the vault. She then spoke. From what I've heard from Grandpa and Aunt, are all 5 of you going to Kuo Academy? The 5 nodded, being informed on this by Issei during their ride to Naglok. Valerie then spoke. Yeah, I want to meet this Dai and Ray. They caused a lot of pain to you too, right? The sibling duo nodded, as Ingveld spoke in response. I would see what bullshit they are sprouting and how to handle them. If the devils get in the way of our mission, I would like to deal with them. Especially the one responsible for my parents' and clan members' demises. Ingveld's tone had anger in it. The others knew of Ingveld's past, felt sad for her. Issei then spoke in response. Will Ingveld, but for now. We focus on our mission. I know my former family will get in the way, so we can deal with them accordingly. Ingveld nodded, as the rest of the team agreed on dealing with the Hyoudou clan if they do cause problems. Mari then asked. What about your living conditions? And are you all going to be at home? Before Mari could respond, Kaji spoke up. They will be students of Kuo Academy. And everything is already arranged. The 5 of you have a good house under the Kishinami property. So all of you will be having private rooms. Oh, and before you ask, Kuo is now a co-ed school instead of being an all-girls school. They all were surprised by this, as Issei spoke. Geez, thanks Grandpa. Kaji gave a smile and spoke. Although I have a request, if the Hyoudous do cause problems, do kick their asses. They all nodded, as they all got ready to head to Kuo. Mari looked at him, and spoke. Do you think they will annoy Issei? Mari asked, to which Kaji spoke. If they do, I highly doubt they'd be alive after this. Kaji spoke with a serious tone, as Mari nodded. She knew that something intense will be happening in Kuo town, due to 2 Satan's sisters literally living there. She hopes her brother and his team can handle them. Kishinami's house, Kuo, 7:30 a.m. The defeat and demise of the current generation of the Nagrani Bella was heard throughout the Eastern Pantheons, who were all shocked at the demise of such a powerful queen falling to 5 pirates. Many were angry about her demise, desiring to avenge her unjust and untimely demise, but were afraid about the fact that the Gokagers will end up killing them as well. Even the gods were starting to fear these pirates, especially the surviving Nagas who went into hiding so that the Gokagers won't come after them. However, one particular Najin wanted answers about them. She was doing everything in her power to locate and identify them, but was also afraid that the Gokagers may kill her as well. She hated her queen, who was molested in a manner not gaining any justice for what those Sego boys did to her. However, her heart was telling her that the Gokagers won't just kill her for no reason. She still wanted answers on this. The Naimani being taken didn't make it better in any manner, since this hit the pride of the Nagas who managed to survive the onslaught. Issei had finally woken up. He knew today was the first day he was going to be in Kuo Academy. He was aware that there was a high chance he would be encountering his former siblings and so-called parents. He then spoke. Today is another day, I guess. Issei muttered to himself, when he suddenly felt a weight on his hand. He turned around to see Ingveld holding his hand, and sleeping beside him. She soon yawned and spoke with a gentle smile. Morning, Issei. Issei sighed. This was not the first time she had done this. She had done this several times before and was used to it. Her presence was basically undetectable in a manner that no one can identify her in any way or manner. She can literally infiltrate any location as long as she doesn't make a sound or anything that would reveal her presence to the rest of the world. Ingveld, you do know about having a room of your own, correct? Ingveld looked away and responded. Who knows? Ingveld played the fool as Issei gave a sigh. Ingveld was nuzzling to his hand, causing him to blush. Issei then spoke in response. Ingveld, we got to get up to head to school. Ingveld looked at him with a sad face, her eyes brimming with slight tears. She then spoke. I don't want to go. Nobody wants to go, but if we want to deal with those crows and potentially the devils if they cause us problems, then we need to go, Ingveld. Ingveld kept looking at Issei with the same face, as Issei looked at her and gave a small smile, realizing that Ingveld isn't going to give up that easily. Fine, 5 more minutes, no more, no less. Ingveld beamed at this and exclaimed. Yes. Ingveld pulled Issei towards herself and cuddled onto him. Issei gave in to what she wants. It was the least he could do for her due to what she had gone through, and he did give her a proper life. He wasn't sure about relationships, but he decided to give her time to decide who she needs to love. Speaking of which, would you ever be with someone with a pretty face? Issei asked, to which Ingveld responded. If you are saying that, then no. Honestly, who do you take me for? No, it's not that. From what I recollect, there would be many pretty boys in Kuo, or even my brother and... Ingveld cuts him off, speaking. I would rather consume holy light than ever be with your brother or anyone else that is pretty-faced. That is something I promise you. Ingveld pulled herself in, as she soon blushed, realizing what she just said. She couldn't believe she would confess in such a manner, as she thought in response. And no, this is not how I wanted to confess to him. Oh Satan, why did I say that? She held herself even closer out of embarrassment, as Issei gave a small smile. He was assured that she would stay by his side no matter what. However, this action of his only caused her blush to deepen even further, knowing full well that she has developed feelings for him. Issei and Ingveld had gotten up to see the rest also had reached the dining table, as Valerie spoke. Finally, you two have woken up. Yes, so looking forward to going to Kuo? Issei asked, to which Genshiro responded. Honestly, I am not sure, really not a big fan of this place. 'Cause that is the place where the accident of my parents took place. Genshiro responded with slight sadness, as Seord kept his hand on him and spoke. It's alright, hopefully we won't be staying in that place for long, right? Well, that depends on what we are dealing with. Since the devil heiresses aren't doing their job properly, we need to clear that up and eliminate the fallen angels. Ingveld responded, as Valerie asked. Say Seord, what are your thoughts on reuniting with your cousin? You do know she studies there, right? Honestly, I am grateful due to them sort of trying to help. But if it wasn't for Issei and the Kishinami family, my mother would have still been in a comatose state. Even then, they could do nothing to change father's decision about my exile and my mother's exile for giving birth to a Baal that didn't inherit the power of destruction. The others nodded in agreement, since they knew how much arrogant and prideful these Baal clan members are. Valerie then asked again. So you don't want to be a Mao? Not anymore, being a pirate is way better than being a Mao. Plus, I wouldn't be in the thumb of my power-hungry man like my father and the rest of his clan, so yeah. Valerie nodded, as she frowned on how the Baal clan decided to take everything from the Satans due to their lust for power. Even the current generation Satans were favored by them, so that they can still gain more influence and power against them. A part of her scowled on how these devils thought that they could gain more power when they don't deserve them, especially given their only reason was their support of their current generation Satans. Either way, we need to plan accordingly. Do you three have an alias, or are you going with your original names? Genshiro asked the 3 teammates of his, to which Valerie asked with a sigh. Should we? Seems like a drag to do so? Maybe it would mean the devils don't find out about us. Ingveld responded, to which Valerie spoke. Shut it, dumbass. I don't want to change our name to some lame-ass cover-up name. You can't help it, Val-chan. Maybe I can go with Lexington. Valerie looked at her and spoke. Ain't changing mine. If they got a problem, let them come. I will kick their asses, they'll remember their mommies. Valerie spoke with a smirk, as she knew that her Rangma powers plus her sacred gear divine dividing would be useful for it. Ingveld looked at her and sighed, as she knew she would have to control her. Her sacred gear would be useful for this. She has always been the more mature one in controlling the reckless and tomboyish Valerie. The boys' sweat dropped at this, seeing how these two bicker akin to sisters. Valerie didn't get along with Ingveld at first, but soon they became best friends and later sisters. Genshiro then asked, What about you, Seorg? Seorg thought for a moment and spoke. How about Ball? The 4 looked at him with a slightly annoyed and deadpan expression, as he responded with a drop of sweat. Not good. They all shook their head and Seorg spoke. I got nothing, anything more would be too different. Issei soon spoke after remaining silent. There is no need for changing our names if we don't want. If the devils bother us, we will fight for what is ours. That is what a pirate does. They take what they want, and they cannot take our freedom, no matter how much they try. We will blow those to smithereens that want to harm our freedom, cause that is what a pirate does. His team nodded in agreement. They knew they would have to fight for their freedom, and if they want to, they must. Bella would have come after them in the future due to them killing her kind, and they knew she tortured her enemies before killing them. This was something Mahir had informed her, since despite their best efforts of even getting into the Indian police to get them off their lead, their fatal mistake was when Bella killed Mahir, who managed to survive her poison due to an unknown reason, eventually resulting the chain to events which ended up causing the demise of 60% of the Naga population thanks to the Gokagers, including herself. Well, let's eat our food and head out. We shouldn't get late for our first day. We will need to deal with Sona Shitori, who is the devil sister of the current generation of Mao Leviathan. Her real name is Sona Citri. Issei explained to them, as they nodded in understanding. Genshiro also responded. And don't forget your former siblings, they are going to be the biggest problem we'll face. Issei sighed, being well aware of this. He knew that Rei and Dai are going to be the biggest headaches they are going to face. Issei soon responded. Needn't remind me, if they annoy me. They are getting a bullet up their heads. Issei responded seriously, as he was tempted to shoot them right at the thought of this. The others also nodded in agreement, they would also do the same as well. Scene change. Kuo Academy, Kuo, 8:30 am. Kuo Academy, the school that was once an all-girls academy, has now become a co-ed school. The old school building was abandoned, and a new building was created, although there are still more girls than boys studying at the school. The Kuo Academy has several divisions such as the primary division, high school division, and college division. The high school division of Kuo Academy has multiple annual events such as the ball tournament, sports day, school trip for second-year students, and school festival. Our 5 Gokagers were all dressed in their Kuo Academy uniforms. All of boys were wearing the male uniform that was provided to them, with Issei leaving his open and wearing a red t-shirt underneath it, while the girls were wearing their Kuo uniform, with Valerie wearing a yellow jacket surrounding her female uniform. So this is the famous Kuo Academy, huh? Valerie responded, to which Ingveld spoke. Indeed it is. I heard this was an all-girls school before it became a co-ed school. Even then, girls are still in the majority, making them control almost everything at this place. Valerie soon responded with a normal tone. Heh. Guess we would have to deal with some annoyances, huh? Seorg responded. Come on Val, you gotta give it a rest. We need to get used to this for a while, that is. Seorg's words made her nod in response, as the 5 start to head inside. They soon reached the Shitori office, where they knew what was going to happen. Issei then spoke in response. You got your weapons ready, if they annoy us? They all nodded in response, as Issei opened the door. He was greeted by the Citri peerage, who were in the disguise of the student council. The first was their king Sona Citri, alias Sona Shitori, who is a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. The second was a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. This was Tsubaki Shinra, the peerage's queen and vice president of the student council. Now getting to the members, first was Tomo Meguri, a beautiful girl with shoulder-length, reddish-brown hair tied into twin tails and brown eyes. Her hair features swept bangs and a single strand of hair sticking out from the top. Rei Kosaka is a slim girl with long brown hair that ends in 2 short braids and matching eyes. She also wears a blue headband. Next is Tsubasa, is a tall girl with blue, shoulder-length hair and matching eyes. She has the basic appearance of a tomboy and has a bishounen face. And the last members is Momo Hanakai, who is a young, beautiful girl with white hair and blue-green eyes. She mostly wears a Kuo Academy girls' school uniform. I presume you must be the new students, correct? Sona asked the 5, to which they gave a nod. Issei then spoke. We are here for your schedules. Would you please hand it to us, Shitori-san? Sona nodded, as she looked at Tsubaki and spoke. Tsubaki, please hand them their schedules. Sona looked at Issei for a moment, and widened her eyes. She noticed a familiar-looking man and remembered an incident that involved these 5 people dealing with some of the devils in the past. She gulped in fear, knowing exactly who these people are. She knew that these 5 had killed a member of the Phoenix clan just 2 years ago, and even killed many devils associated with them. As you wish, Kaicho. Sona spoke, as Issei and Genshiro could see a drop of sweat coming from her forehead, as Issei understood that she was aware of who they really are. She must have heard of the Gokagers and knew that there were 5 members of that team that had destroyed a lot of the supernatural infestation in this place. After a while, she brought the timetables and handed it to them, as Sona explained. All these timetables are for your classes. They start at 10:30 a.m. and end at 4:30 p.m. in the evening, and if you have extracurricular activities, you will be needing to stay past that or come before that. The reason you had to come here early was to get your timetables, and other students would have to gain their clothes too. I see, thank you Shitori-san. Issei spoke with a normal tone as they left the room. Sona soon took a breather as Momo asked, Kaicho, what happened? They are here. The Gokagers are here. The Citri peerage were shocked by this revelation. Wait, don't tell me, these 5 are? Sona gave a nod to Tsubasa who had spoken, as she continued. These people are willing to kill anyone who would remotely even harm humans. They are not someone we need to cross at any costs. You know what happened to the Nagrani of Naglok, right? The Citri peerage nodded. Not only did the Gokagers slay her, but also took the Nagrani that even some gods failed to do so. They are beings on their own level and have a reputation of slaying anyone that gets in their way. So what should we do? Should we inform the Satans? Tsubaki asked, as Sona looked at her with all color drained from her body. She knew if they faced the 5 Gokagers, it is a death sentence on its own. She then shook her head and spoke. And no Tsubaki, we need to keep it to ourselves. If they get any idea that we called them, they will kill us before we can do anything. Plus, Oni-sama hates Gokai Yellow for her getting defeated by them. She would want to have another fight with her. We need to keep their presence a secret. Sona responded, as the peerage agreed without hesitation. Tsubaki then asked, but what about the Gremry peerage? Sona looked at her for a moment, blinking twice and speaking while keeping her hands on her head. Oh fuck. Tsubaki calmed her king down in response. The fact that Kaicho Curse knows how bad the situation is. Momo responded, with a low tone as Rhea added. You think, one of them is Kishinami, someone that the Hyoudou clan hates with a burning passion. Especially their leader Issei Kishinami, they hate him the most. Yep, the 2 siblings despise him the most, that being Rei and Dai. They'll surely annoy him. Hiroko, who was near them, responded, as Momo spoke. And they'll get killed. Issei and his team aren't those that take prisoners. We can only pray to Lucifer that they don't do anything foolish. Rhea responded, as the 2 girls nodded in response. They looked at Sona, who responded after a while. Everyone, we need to make one thing clear. No one, and I mean no one, will provoke those 5. Issei Kishinami, the strongest member of the Kishinami clan, a clan known for even keeping up with Satan-class beings. Seord Bale, the monster who took down Magard and Bale with only using his close combat, but refused to be the new heir of the Bale clan due to joining the Gokagers. Valerie Lucifer, the half-blood descendant of Lucifer clan, and the woman not to be taken lightly. She is known as the battle maniac and will pick a fight immediately. Genshiro Saji, the scout of the team who can detect even the smallest of problems. His scouting ability can help the team in a lot of manners and is known to detect value of treasure better than the others. If he detects us attacking his team, we are done for. And finally Ingveld Leviathan, who has an ability that is stated to strengthen dragons, primarily Valerie, Genshiro and Issei. The girls are descendants of Satans and possess their bloodline's capabilities as well. All of them are monsters in their own leagues. Messing with them will result in our end. The peerage nodded, as Hiroko asked. What about the Gremry peerage? Sona gave a sigh and responded. We can only pray that they don't do anything foolish. We can only suggest, and then, if they die, that is going to be on them. Sona responded, to which the peerage nodded, as the members soon headed to their classes to begin with their day as well. Scene change. The 5 Gokagers were walking towards their classrooms, as Valerie spoke up. So this is going to be our new class, huh? Indeed, this will be our new class. So Genshiro, you noticed Sona's state after she analyzed us? Genshiro nodded, as he asked. This means she knows? She does. Our names aren't changed, so it was obvious. Plus we did have a run-in with her when we dealt with Sarah Fall in the past, because of a certain battle maniac, right? Issei turned to Valerie, who only rolled her eyes and responded. Shut it, dumbass. Issei sighed and spoke. Anyways, we gotta deal with another headache coming our way. Our new classmates are the siblings Rei and Dai Hyoudou. Apparently they are in the same year as we do. Sona really had to place us with them of all people. The Gokagers were aware of the storm that is coming their way. Although Dai and Rei were 2 and 3 years smaller than Issei respectively and 6 and 7 years smaller than Mari respectively, they still managed to get into Kuo early than most students due to their intelligence and achievements. As a result, they were placed in second-year high school of Kuo Academy. Well, we gotta deal with them. Beating those fools up is the only way we can deal with them. Seord responded as the others nodded. They soon entered the classroom, where the teacher introduced them. The girls marveled at the 3 boys, while the boys marveled at the 2 girls. However, 2 people noticed Issei to be somewhat familiar. The first was Dai, who was also looking at Ingveld and Valerie with lust. He was described to be a boy that has dark brown hair, and decent look, and brown eyes. The second was named Issei Hyoudou. She has orange-brown hair, reddish-brown eyes and a slender figure with large breasts. She noticed the boy to be familiar with her. Now everyone, 5 new students will be joining us. These students will be with you all for the rest of the year. Please begin your introductions. The 5 stepped forward with the first one speaking, that being Valerie. My name is Valerie Lucifer, and it is good to meet you punks. Although don't even think about asking about my personal lives until you are friends of mine. And don't even think of asking me out. Valerie declared as the boys felt afraid of the tone that Valerie spoke in. She didn't want to date anyone at all. Genshiro was the next to introduce himself. The name's Genshiro Saji. It is nice to meet all of you. Hope we get along for this year. The girls and the boys respected his tone, as some of the girls wanted to know more about him. Ingveld then gently introduced herself. My name is Ingveld Leviathan, and like Valerie said, please don't ask us out since I already am seeing someone. So please, I have no interest in breaking your heart. Regardless, it is nice to meet all of you. The boy's heart sank upon hearing this. Dai looked at her with lust, like he did with Valerie. He planned on finding a way to charm her and destroy the love life of her supposed boyfriend. Little does he know, he is going to suffer the most for even trying to go after her. My name is Bale, Seord Bale. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. Like Genshiro said, hope we can all get along well. The girls were almost drooling seeing his muscles and built-up appearance like a tank. The boys were jealous and intimidated by his physique. He almost looked like a built-up tank of a person. The final person soon introduced himself as he spoke. And mine. I am Issei Kishinami, one of the members of the Kishinami family. It is nice to meet most of the students in this classroom. Ray and Dai were stunned upon the name. They now realized why he looked so familiar. They glared at Issei with hatred, with Ray being the angriest, remembering the humiliation she had to go through because of him. The class nodded in response, with some wanting to know more about them. They wanted to ask questions, but the teacher spoke in response. Alright everyone, you all can ask questions later on during the break period. We are already getting late for class. The teacher spoke, as he continued. You can take your seats at the very back, since you all may want to sit together. The 5 nodded and headed to their seats. Ray then angrily spoke. That damned Kishinami, showing himself here after what he did. Dai thought for a moment and spoke. I have a plan, Ray. Dai looked at Ray with an evil smirk, as he whispered something to her, as she whispered. Oh, that's good. Our so-called brother would regret ever messing with us. Indeed, now all we need to do is find an opportunity. We know the P tomorrow would be the perfect time to ruin his reputation. Dai whispered to her, as the sibling duo nodded. They would certainly teach their so-called older brother a lesson that they would never forget. Scene change. Kuo Canteen, Kuo Academy, Kuo, 1:30 a.m. Issei was walking toward the canteen, where he knew he was running a bit late. He knew his team was already present at the lunch table. However, before he could do so, someone called out to him. What the hell are you doing here? Issei turned around to see Ray having a look of anger. Issei only narrowed his gaze and spoke. My reasons are there, sister. And I am afraid that I am not obliged to tell you, Ray Hyoudou. Ray was gritting her teeth in anger, as she was ready to attack him. However, Issei spoke. Don't even think about it, Ray. You can't beat me, even now. We'll see about that. Ray used magic manipulation to change the dimensions, as she brought out the sacred gear, which was Chaos Talon, a blue talon that covered her entire left hand. It almost felt like the whole weapon covered his hand. Using the sacred gear that houses Tiamat, interesting. Issei dodged a claw strike from Ray, as he could sense her anger. Soon enough, someone spoke in Issei's mind. Partner, you must morph, now! Issei recognized the voice of his partner, as Issei spoke. Worry not, Drake, she doesn't stand a chance against me. She is just a mere dragon king, who can't even beat Tannen. She may be the strongest, but Ray isn't, and will never be as strong as Tiamat. But I will show her what I am capable of. Issei soon kicked her in the stomach, making her cough up saliva, as he socked her in the face, sending her flying. She soon staggered, almost falling to the ground. She held her stomach in pain as Issei spoke. Years later, and still you haven't improved. In my base form, I am able to bring you to your knees. I don't even need my sacred gear or even my Gokaiger powers to kick your sorry ass. Rei was shocked and furious by this, as Issei could see her clenching her fists in anger. Rei then shouted, I swear to the Shinto gods, I will kill you one day. Rei angrily shouted in response. Issei then laughed and spoke. Well, good luck with that, sister. Issei brought his sacred gear, which was the boosted gear. Upon seeing this, Tiamat's gear exclaimed, So this means, you were the Red Dragon Emperor this whole time. Indeed, Tiamat, and with my this generation host, you stand no chance against us. Tiamat could be heard growling in fury, as Drake spoke in response. You no longer will harm us in any manner. Not anymore, no more hosts will die by your host's hands. Your foolish war ends now. Tiamat exclaimed in anger. We shall see about that, Rei. Rei nodded, as she unleashed chaos flames using the gear, which were pretty powerful and were slightly weaker than Drake's own flames, with the perk of destroying everything to ash, with the exception of their flames. However, Aika's variation is much weaker than Tiamat's own variation. Issei only responded by bringing out his morpher speaking. Gokai change. He inserted his key into the Gokai Mobile 8, as an announcement soon followed. Gokaiger. Issei soon transformed into Gokai Red, triggering a massive explosion, as he exclaimed, Let's make this extremely showy. He fired several shots from his Gokai gun, as Rei dodged it and brought out her spear and blocked Issei's saber. She soon unleashed a barrage of strikes with her spear, as Issei only blocked it with his saber and followed it up with multiple shots, causing Rei to try and deflect them only for some to strike them. Rei, use your flames again, Tiamat suggested, as she once again got ready, but Issei responded. Oh no you don't, Gokai change. Issei quickly brought out a different unknown key, as he placed it into the Mobile 8, with a new announcement soon following. Go Busters. Soon Enetron energy consumed him, which was green in color, changing his suit to a different one, with the exception of his visor, as he places his hand next to his face, and exclaims, Let's morphin. The sunglasses now get placed on his visor, as Issei was now Red Buster of the team. He was equipped with the Sogon blade. Let's go! Issei soon blitzed forward in near light speed, dodging the chaos flames. As he soon reaches her behind, Rei tried to dodge the attack, but Issei slices her back using the Sogon blade, causing her to scream in pain. See sister, you stand no chance against me, even with the sacred gear you possess. Rei was getting even more angry, as Issei presses the button on the side and an announcement was played. It's time for Buster! Issei's sword grew with green Enetron energy, which unleashed a powerful slash attack aimed at her, causing her to screech in pain. Soon enough, she started to move around helplessly, and soon enough, there was an explosion. Issei then spoke. Shutdown complete. He returned back to his Gokai Red form, as he looked at Rei's body, who was completely unconscious, as he looked at her and spoke. I held back. I want you to live in fear, Rei. Fear of what happens if you stand in the way of what is mine. I will see to it that you along with the rest of your clan are purged if you annoy me too much. Issei walked away, demorphing in a flash of red light, and headed to the canteen to have his food. Before he could do so, Tiamat shouted at him. You'll regret this, Hyoudou Issei. You'll regret hurting my host. Keep dreaming. Honestly, a dragon that can't retrieve or protect her treasure, and is stuck using others as pawns for a pathetic excuse for a dragon, maybe try to own up to your actions. Issei exclaimed, as he continued. I am hungry and I got no time to waste on a pathetic dragon like you, Tiamat. Tiamat can be heard growling from her gear, roaring in fury upon being mocked in such a manner. Issei scowled seeing her act like this. He could only hope she moves on from her treasure being lost, before he does end up killing her. While Rei was of no value to him, from what Issei remembers Drake telling about her to him, Tiamat was not always like this. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Haruka trying to search for something. Bridge, Kuo, 6:30 p.m. Issei was soon heading to his home, when someone called out to him. Ano. Issei turned around to see an attractive young woman with violet eyes, and a curvaceous, slender body. She had long, silky black hair that reached down to her hips. She was wearing her school uniform, which consisted of a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white strip around the lower end. Issei took a moment to analyze her. He sensed her aura to be that of a fallen angel. Issei also took note at her uniform, it looked like Hakuno's school uniform with some major differences. He internally shook his head upon seeing this. It was like she was desperately trying to be a schoolgirl when in reality, she was failing miserably in this. He, however, did have to give props to her dedication. Like any ordinary human would have been charmed if not happy to go with her given her figure. He knew that several fallen angels have been found killing innocent humans for their sacred gear, including a blue-haired fallen angel named Kalawarna who tried to kill Genshiro for his gear when he was in Kuo. He figured that she must have probed to find the sacred gear and detected that he must have had the sacred gear. "What do you want?" Issei asked, to which she had a blush on her face. She then spoke. Would you like to go out with me? Issei looked at her, blinking his eyes for a moment. Huh? The woman didn't say anything, as Issei continued. You want to go out with me? Alright, I want to. Issei looked at her for a moment. Did she not recognize him in any manner? It was not like he kept his identity hidden a lot. He presumed she would know that the man in front of him was the one that slayed the cadre Kokobile alongside his team. Issei sighed and spoke. Well, unfortunately for you, I just got here and I have no clue of this place. It's only been yesterday since I did. So I need to know this place first before we can go. Hey, alright then, how about this Saturday? Issei looked at her for a moment, and spoke in response. I'll think about it. Maybe in the future I may consider. We still have tomorrow's day for me to decide. The woman beamed at this, and spoke. Then let's exchange numbers. You can tell me tomorrow if you want to go for a date, or not. Issei sighed, and did exchange numbers. He then saw her name, as he asked. So your name is Yuma Amano? Correct. The now identified Yuma Amano spoke with a normal tone, as she nodded and spoke. Then we'll meet on Saturday if you agree to the date. Goodbye, Issei-kun. Issei watched her leave, and head to the other side and fade away in darkness. Issei sighed and spoke with a small smile. What an interesting fallen angel. Issei turned around to see someone spying on him. He then spoke. You can come out now. The person spying on him flinched upon this, as Issei spoke. I am not going to bite if you come out quietly. Issei's sweat dropped at this. He was trying to be friendly, but it was embarrassing. But to his surprise, a figure soon came out from the bushes. She was a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes. The front of her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. She usually wears the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, without the shoulder cape. Who are you? Issei sensed the little girl to be a devil, as he asked with a normal tone. The girl seemed a bit nervous, as she responded emotionlessly but with fear since she sensed him to be powerful. Keikoneko Tojo. Issei thought for a moment before speaking. First-year student? The mascot girl? Koneko had a small look of annoyance upon this, as Issei spoke. Did I say something wrong? No, nothing. Issei now looked at her and asked. So why were you spying on me? Koneko took a moment. She was nervous, knowing that Issei would end up killing her if needed to do so. Sensing her fear, Issei lifted his hand up. Koneko was ready to defend herself, but knew she wouldn't be able to do much. However, only to find a gentle hand on her shoulder. She flinched and looked at him with a look of surprise as Issei spoke. I won't hurt you, unless you give me a reason to do so. So tell me, why were you spying on me? Koneko looked at him, as Issei responded. If you want, we can talk on the way to the supermarket, since I need to buy some stuff for my home. I just shifted here yesterday, and there's barely any food here. Koneko looked at him for a moment, as she nodded. Yes, Issei-senpai. Issei looked at her and nodded. The duo head to the supermarket. As Issei buys some vegetables and chicken for today's dinner, Issei saw Koneko looking at the chocolate with stars in her eyes. He looked at her and asked, Want me to get that for you? Koneko responded, snapping out of her daze, and spoke. No. However, her growling stomach gave her away, causing her to be embarrassed as Issei spoke in response. I'll take that as a yes. Issei picked up the chocolate and purchased the stuff. Issei then gave her the chocolate, and spoke. Have at it. Koneko looked at the chocolate like a little child, and took it. She opened it and started to munch on the chocolate. Issei looked at her and asked, So why were you spying on me? We wanted to know the fallen angel's intentions. And Rias Bucho was more curious on what you 5 were doing here. She wants some answers on your intentions. Issei shook his head and spoke. We are not getting in her way. If she doesn't get in our way, we were asked to eliminate the fallen angels since you guys aren't doing your jobs and we need to focus before they cause even more problems. I see. Koneko responded, as she knew Rias feared this outcome to be true. She looked at him and nodded. Issei then spoke. Well, I have reached my home. We'll see you later? Koneko looked at the mansion and was surprised by this. It was a huge mansion made of stones and wood. Issei looked at her and spoke. A 7-bedroom mansion meant for our living. My maternal grandfather owned this property and gave it to me for living. Koneko hummed as she spoke. I see. Well, you should also return. It is getting late, and your master may get a wrong idea. Koneko nodded and left the location. She waved a goodbye before heading to the ORC to inform about this. Issei looked at her for a moment before entering his home. He knew that he managed to find a way to deal with the fallen angels infesting this place. Issei was back in his home, as he informed them about the situation. Valerie and Ingveld were the most shocked by this, while Genshiro and Seorg were concerned. Mari, who was in her hologram form, also was present for this meeting. Wait, you accepted the date with her? Valerie asked with a surprised tone. She grew worried for Issei, to which Issei spoke in response. I did and I didn't. Ingveld responded with slight annoyance and jealousy. Why did you do that? I wanted to gain more information on the fallen infestation in this town. She'd be the best candidate. From what I can tell, I know that these fallen are known to ambush you when you least expect it. And truth be told, this is our only way. We can get information from one, then rather looking across the entire of Kuo finding them. Issei spoke in response, as Mari added. I don't know, Issei, this is a risky plan. Mari spoke, as she added. You can get yourself killed. If you don't morph quickly, they can easily get you eliminated. Yes, they are not to be trusted. Fallen angels are known to be backstabbers. One almost killed Genshiro Saji and his 2 siblings, remember? Genshiro almost flinched looking down, remembering the fallen angel that had attacked him and his brother and sister. They had almost killed them had it not been for the 4 other Gokagers defending them. He joined them after displaying his resolve of wanting to protect his 2 siblings, where he became the Gokai Green of the team. Why yeah, Issei, you sure about going after them? Genshiro spoke with a worried tone, afraid that Issei may end up almost losing his life. Issei spoke in response. I am, but worry not. I am not going to lose my life. Plus, even if I reject or accept the date, she'll come after me regardless. She'll try to eliminate me, regardless, so I won't be surprised if this was true. The team was silent upon this, as Mari spoke with a small sigh. Guess we don't have a choice. Issei accept the date. When the date happens, a small tracking team will go with him. That being Valerie Lucifer and Seorg Bale. Then another tracking team will be sensing if there is someone tailing after them or not. That is the last 2 of the Gokagers, being Ingveld Leviathan and Genshiro Saji. Mari's words were agreed to by Issei. Ingveld then asked in response. Marine, do you think it is possible that the 2 teams stay in close proximity? Ingveld asked as Mari nodded and spoke. Yes, I think it would be for the best. All of you be prepared for a potential ambush. They all nodded, as Mari soon again asked. Speaking of which, how did the first day go? Did anyone cause problems to you? The team knew what this meant. They knew that Rei attacked Issei in the school and it didn't end well for her. They decided to tell her about the situation before it is too late. Well, it was the usual. Rei had the bright idea of attacking me for no reason, and it didn't end well for her at least. I made an example out of her when she did attack me. Turns out, she had the Chaos Gauntlets, and even Tiamat wants to hunt me down. The others understood the situation, as Mari responded with a normal tone. And from what I remember, even after centuries of this, she still hunts down Drake's hosts, correct? Yep, she does, Marine. And she will most likely use my so-called sister to do so. Issei responded to her, to which Seorg spoke. Then eliminating her would be the best situation. Tiamat will probably find another host and continue the cycle. Seorg. We were able to convince Drake and Albion to give up their rivalry, but Tiamat, she is even more stubborn than Drake and Albion. Albion informed me on how stubborn she is, and on how persistent she can get. We need to find a way to either calm her or destroy her. Valerie spoke in response, as Seorg nodded. Mari then suggested. Sealing her is a possibility. Grandfather has some seals that can prevent her gear from escaping. I can probably whip up something that can make her seal permanent, and we can lock her up in the vault. Mari suggested in response, to which Ingveld spoke in response. And my singing can shut her down using my sacred gear Nirid Kairi. She shouldn't cause any problems from here on out. Drake, who was listening, also chimed in. I agree, it caused pain to me when she sang using her sacred gear while in training. Drake added, as Albion came from the divine dividing from Valerie's back. During her phase when she didn't get along with my host. She sang, causing her to completely shut my partner down. Shut it, dumbass! Valerie exclaimed with annoyance. She wasn't a fan of being reminded of the past with Ingveld, as the Leviathan princess responded. It's alright, Val-chan, it is all in the past. Valerie huffed in annoyance, as Mari spoke. Anyways, I will get onto these fallen angels. Issei, have your key in Mobile 8, or your sacred gear in hand, if she tries anything. Don't worry, you got it. Mari nodded, as she spoke. And yes, I am trying to make a combination weapon which will allow you to use all of your Gokaiger powers. Mari spoke, as she brought out a projection of a weaponry. The weaponry amazed the Gokaigers. Seord then asked. So this will use all of our Ranger keys at once? Correct, it should be able to handle the strain that all 5 of your Ranger keys work. The good thing is that Marvelous San left behind blueprints for us that him and his team use. All I need to do is recreate this thing from scratch. Ingveld soon asked in response. How long have you been working on this, Marine? Mari responded after a while. I have been working on this thing for 3 days, have had some setbacks, but I am almost done with this bad boy. Marine. Issei spoke with concern, to which Mari responded. It's alright, I have been working for my college as well. I plan on finishing university in Australia once I am done with the project of helping you guys. Don't worry, leave everything to Big Sister. Issei nodded, as she could see fisting with confidence, as she responded. Now I think it would be best if I close off for the day. I will continue working on this tomorrow. Oh, and if Dai causes a problem along with Ray, do record it for me and send it to me. I'd love to see their states once it is all over. Mari added, to which Issei and his team responded. They agreed to deal with the Hyoudou siblings if they need to do so. Mari then cuts off the call, as the group has dinner and head off to sleep. Scene change. Hyoudou clan mansion, Kuo, 10:30 p.m. In the powerful mansion of the Hyoudou clan, which was a white western mansion-based compound that had multiple floors. It was a Japanese estate that was remodeled after Juzo's untimely demise at the age of 95. This was done by Goro Hyoudou in anger for not choosing him as the clan heir and instead making his useless grandson. It was a direct act of defiance against him, but not before he threw away Issei's position as a clan. Inside the mansion, Goro himself was prancing around the room in anger. He had worn a 3-piece suit which was brown in color, a waistcoat that was dark brown in color, and a white full-sleeved t-shirt. He also wore brown pants and black shoes, as he had received the news. His former son had returned, although there has been no trace of his former daughter. The disgraces of the clan that feigned weakness have been discovered to be much more powerful, and that news angered him. No, it infuriated him to no bounds. He had to do something. Not only does he return to Kuo and make a scene when he does, but he also decides to injure his daughter Rei. Fortunately, she was not critically injured, but even then, her loss not only humiliated her but also the clan. You know, prancing around wouldn't do you any good, right? Goro turned around to see his wife, Mickey, standing in the corridor. She had worn a nightgown, and was ready to head off to sleep. How is Rei now? Mickey shook her head, and spoke. Anything but good. Issei's return has really made her mad. She hates the fact that even after relentlessly training for years, she still stood no chance against her brother. Mickey spoke sadly. With Rei, she is seen taking a bath inside the room. Water was pouring on her hair, followed by her naked body, with it falling through her entire body. She clenched her fists in anger, vowing to defeat and destroy Issei once and for all. I promise to defeat you, Issei Kishinami. Rei declared as she punched the wall in anger. She vowed to crush her older brother and older sister Mari as well once and for all. Back with the Hyoudou couple, Mickey shook her head and spoke. After what he has done, he has some nerve of coming back. We can't do anything, Mickey. Our enemies have backed him up well. That damn disgrace has the audacity to show himself here. Goro spoke with controlled anger, as he sighed and spoke. We have to think of something. What? Issei has no care and concern for the consequences of what he has done. Him and his team have slaughtered many supernatural beings, and their latest victim is... Goro spoke with a sigh. Nagrani Bella, news travels fast, Mickey. Many of the beings in the Hindu faction aren't happy with her untimely demise. but are too afraid of confronting those pirates head-on. She was killed mercilessly, and they showed her no mercy, disgracing us even further. Mickey responded, as Gora sighed. They had to plan something, else their whole clan will be done for. Scene change. Issei's house, Kuo, 12 a.m. Issei was looking outside the window. He knew tomorrow is the day Dai and Rei will try their luck with him. He also would have to give Yuma a message as well. Soon enough, someone called out to him. Issei. Issei turned around to see Ingveld in a pink nightgown. Issei was surprised by seeing her in this form. He wondered why she wore her nightgown. Ingveld? Issei turned to see her in her night dress. She then spoke. I have a request, can I sleep beside you tonight? Why? What happened? Ingveld turned her gaze away, her eye contact meeting the ground, as a small blush creeped on her cheek. She then spoke. Issei grabbed her by the shoulder, as she exclaimed. Ingveld, tell me, what problem do you have? Ingveld's blush deepened even more, as her face was completely flushed upon the closeness that she shared with Issei. She was breathing heavily with confusion, as Issei asked. Ingveld, you seem red, what happened? Close. Too close. Ingveld thought with embarrassment, she was certainly going to explode. Outside, Valerie and Genshiro were spying on them. As Valerie sighed in exhaustion knowing how this scene was going, she then muttered. Dense idiot. You think this is going to work? The nightgown is something that shows Issei's body preferences. Genshiro muttered in a low tone, as Valerie responded. It works, I remember Issei liking big breasts and an hourglass figure, that is why I made Ingveld wear that. The sudden surprise was an example of it. Oh yeah, after all you kind of like him, don't you? That is why you know his preferences. Genshiro was met with a brutal gut punch to his stomach, making him cough up in response. Valerie stopped him from making too much of a noise, using her free hand to cover his mouth. She also had a red tint on her face when Genshiro mentioned her crush for Issei. Shut it, idiot. She spoke with a low tone, and was giving a glare to Genshiro who flinched. She was completely embarrassed knowing that even she has developed feelings for him like Ingveld, but she believes that Issei may not see her as a woman due to her tomboyish nature. What the hell are you two doing here? Seorg spoke with a low enough tone. As they looked at him, he then spoke. Peeping on Issei, I know we are pirates but that doesn't mean we invade our teammates' privacy. Seorg grabbed the two and started dragging them back to their rooms, as he spoke. I will drop you to your rooms. Valerie then responded. Seorg, let go of us. Yeah, we can walk ourselves back to our rooms. Seorg sighed. He is the one that mostly makes sure that the team is kept in line when Issei and Ingveld are not around. He is also the one that keeps the team in check. I don't have faith, we all will be going to our respective rooms, that's the end of it. Seorg spoke, as the two groaned in frustration. The former Bale heir knew that he needed to make sure that these two don't get into trouble. He was like the older sibling of the team, especially when Mari is not around. Back with Issei, he then spoke. Ingveld, please say something. Are you alright? Please. Ingveld spoke desperately, trying to muster up whatever courage she had to speak to him. She then spoke. I will explain everything. Issei nodded, as he helped her sit on the bed. He looked at her and asked. Tell me, what happened, Ingveld, are you okay? Issei asked with concern. It was clear he cares for her. Ingveld knew this, he was there even in her darkest moments. That is why she fell for him. She then spoke. I don't want you to date the fallen angel. Issei was surprised by the request, as he asked in response. What? Why? Ingveld, you know. Ingveld soon exclaimed in response. She was worried that the fallen angel would kill him. I know you don't love her. But I can't. Ingveld holds her chest with slight pain, as she continues. It hurts. It hurts so much that you are with her. I don't understand. Issei responded, as Drake internally facepalmed, sensing this, realizing that his partner is dense in realizing women's emotions, as Issei continued. Where does it hurt? Should I get you? It doesn't hurt me physically, Issei, but it hurts me. It hurts my heart that you are with some other woman that I barely even know of. Issei looked at her, as suddenly he understood what this meant. It means she has feelings for him. He looked at her and muttered with disbelief and surprise. Ingveld. She turned to him, with tears pooling in her eyes. She was trying her best to not cry right now, however tears fell from her eyes, with Issei wiping them from her face, and spoke. Don't cry. I am sorry, Issei, but I just can't see you with a girl who you barely know. Issei hugged her and calmed her down, as he was realizing that she really loved him. She was feeling jealous, and that jealousy was what made her wear the gown which showed her body to him. Issei couldn't help but be amazed by how she looks and how her body looked. Ingveld, okay, if you don't want, I can decline the date with her. I'll probably give her an excuse that I couldn't make it. Is that okay with you? Ingveld looked at him and spoke. But what about the mission? The fallen angel will find a way to eliminate me regardless. She won't be happy that her initial plan is changed. But I want to be honest, do you really like me? Ingveld looked up with a blush on her face, as she gave a nod. Issei then spoke in response. Alright then, this makes us a couple from here on out, right? Ingveld had an even greater blush, but she had a small smile as she spoke. Yes. Come, let's head off to sleep, it is already too late. Ingveld looked at him and nodded, as the now couple decided to head off to their bed to go off to sleep. She didn't mind sleeping with Issei and had trust in him. She soon scooted over to him and held her body, resting her head on him, as Issei spoke with a smile. Good night, Ingveld. Night, Issei. The couple soon slept, as Issei held her in a protective manner, assuring her that nothing would happen to her ever again. He promised her that he'll stay by her side every time. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Granddad arriving to this world. The next day. Issei's house, Kuo, 7:30 a.m. Ingveld soon started to wake up, as she could see Issei holding her in a protective manner. She could feel his hot breath fanning near her neck, which caused her to blush when she found herself in this situation. She was happy, however, knowing that she and Issei finally became a couple. She nuzzled to his chest even more, feeling the muscles on them. She decided to stay like this for a while. She then muttered to him, I love you, Issei. Love you too, princess. Ingveld widened her eyes, and looked up seeing Issei who had woken up. She blushed seeing her state, as steam was coming out from her ears and head. Issei then continued, Ingveld, are you okay? Ingveld could only hum in embarrassment. Issei pulled her in for a hug even closer, as he spoke. Let's wake up after a while, right? Ingveld could only look at him and nod. She was completely embarrassed at this, but she knew that she has some time with Issei. She then spoke. Issei, mind if I ask you something? Go on? Ingveld looked at him and asked. Do you have feelings for the fallen angel? Like, is she beautiful? All fallen angels are beautiful and are handsome. They literally are known to use or lure innocent humans or other beings for their own purposes, which is to tempt the opposite sex or take away their sacred gear. Despite her best efforts of acting like an innocent girl, I was able to see through her act. Ingveld looked at Issei and turned her gaze away. She then spoke. Are you going to reject her? I am, honestly. I never actually liked her since I know fallen angels are not to be trusted at all. I mean, look at what the blue-haired one did to Genshiro. He almost lost his siblings and even his own life. That is why I gave a day to decide on whether it's a date or not. Issei spoke in response, as Ingveld added. But all fallen aren't like the blue-haired one. Even then, that doesn't mean I am going on a date with someone I don't trust. I just gave her an excuse so that she wouldn't just attack me right then and there. On top of that, Koneko Tojo, Rias Gremery's rook, was spying on me. Plus, I am not a fan of giving girls the wrong idea by lying. If I don't like someone, I am not going to deceive them. And I'll probably text her saying that I found someone else. Issei spoke in response, as Ingveld nodded in kind. Ingveld then spoke in response. I see. Issei soon spoke. Well, let's get up. The others would be waiting for us to head to school. Ingveld nodded in response, as the now couple had gotten up and decided to get dressed for tomorrow. Scene change. Unknown location, Kuo, 12:30 p.m. Yuma was on the building rooftop when she got her orders. She was tasked with the work of watching over one particular person known as Issei Hyoudou. From what the information her superiors, primarily Azazel and Shemhazai, sent her, she was informed that whenever this man is around, Gokai Red wouldn't be far behind. Many fallen angels had fallen trying to capture or kill the leader of the Gokagers. They wanted to bring him for questioning, and eventually they also wanted to bring the other members in as well. This was primarily due to many of the fallen angels collaborating with the Hyoudou clan alongside many devils and yokai in dealing with the Gokager threat, which the clan has stated can harm their current positions and can slaughter their kind. She soon got a message from Issei from her mobile device, with the message stating, Sorry Yuma, I couldn't come for the date. I have found someone else in my life. I should have told you this earlier. We'll meet again in the future, goodbye. Yuma couldn't help but grow frustrated. Her plan of getting to Gokai Red was now in flames. She took a deep breath and sighed, knowing that she will have to think of a different way. Well, it can't be helped. Yuma suddenly grew a pair of 2 black wings and flew off into the sky, leaving behind nothing but black feathers in her wake. Scene change. Kuo Canteen, Kuo Academy, Kuo, 1 p.m. Issei was seen having his lunch with Valerie. Valerie then asked, "So when are the others coming?" "Well, from what Ingveld had informed me, they have some classes they need to attend. They should be here in 5 or 10 minutes tops." Valerie gave a nod, as she soon asked in response, "Say, I heard that you and Ingveld have officially become a thing, haven't you?" Issei gave a nod and spoke. "Yeah, she couldn't take the date with someone that wants to trick me all too well. So she confessed, and the next thing we know, we have officially become a couple." "I see, that's good to hear." Valerie spoke with a gentle smile, turning her gaze away. However, before their conversation could continue, someone called out, "Kishinami!" Issei turned to see Dai with a serious look, followed by Rei and several girls. One of them walked to Valerie and tried to drag her off, as she shook it off, speaking, "What is the meaning of this? Stay away from this pervert." The girl responded after frisking her hand. She then continued, "He has been found peeking in the girls' washroom and changing room." Issei stayed silent. He could see the smirks on the faces of Dai and Rei. He knew this was their doing. But before he could say anything, Valerie spoke. "Shut it. Dumbass. He was with me the whole time. So now you are going to be his partner in crime? How pathetic you can get." Valerie looked at Rei, who spoke with a smile. She was ready to put her in her place. However, Issei stopped her, and finally had spoken. "Even if I did peek on the girls, what is it to you?" Issei asked with a mocking tone, causing everyone to be surprised. Even Dai, Rei and Valerie were surprised. The latter two expected Issei to deny and beg for people to listen, but they didn't expect a callous response. "That means you admit that you did?" Issei looked at Keites, who had spoken, to which he only laughed at her face, as he continued. "That didn't answer my question. Even if I did peek on you women that I have no interest in, what is it to you?" Valerie was about to speak. "Issei." She is stopped when Issei signals her that he has got this. Rei then spoke. "We even have a video of you peeking the stuff." Issei looked at her for a moment, and shook his head. He then asked, "Why did you not confront me then?" The two siblings were silent, as Issei asked, "If I did supposedly peek on the girls, then why did you not confront me? Tell me. I am a pervert, right? Why did you not confront or fight against me? You claim that you recorded it, when the most common thing to do is confront me head-on." Dai then arrogantly speaks, changing the topic. "That means you are a pervert, aren't you?" Yes, I am. But only to the one that I love. For these girls, hard pass." The girls got annoyed by this, as one of them was charging at Issei, as she spoke. "Take this, pervert." Issei only grabbed her hand, and with a quick twist. Snap. "Ayaha!" The girl screamed in pain. Some of the girls exclaimed with worry. "Hitori!" The girl named Hitori was looking at her mangled hand in pain, as Issei spoke. "Anyone that tries their luck attacking me will meet the same fate as this idiot." Issei pointed to Hitori. As Dai and Rei were the angriest, their plan of humiliating Issei backfired, and Dai charged at him with the hope of getting Valerie and Ingveld by humiliating and framing Issei and becoming the hero. The others were starting to get afraid of the two students. "You never learn, do you?" Issei got up and dodged the strike. He grabbed his hand and followed up with a brutal kick to his nose. That destroyed it, causing it to bleed. He soon quickly acted and snap. Twisted his hand, causing him to scream in pain. "Ayaha!" Dai screamed in pain. Rei tried to charge, but Valerie decided to deal with her. She knew that these two were trying to humiliate Issei, but when things didn't end up for their sake, they decided to attack and beat him up. Back with Dai, he was screaming in pain and looking at Issei with fear. Issei then spoke. "I would advise you to confess to everyone that you were the one to set me up. Else things won't end well for you." What will you do?" "And my parents will." Dai was unable to complete as Issei's leg went straight to his legs, causing him to fall to the ground. He was on the ground, as Issei brought up his leg and unleashed a kick stomp aimed at his chest. The blow was enough to make him cough up in response. In the meantime, Valerie had dodged the blow that Rei had struck on her and clenched her fists. She soon unleashed a barrage of punches on her face at such fast speeds that she was unable to react. Once Valerie was done, Ray's face was a complete mess. She had her eyes swollen. Her teeth was broken due to the consecutive blows. There were blue marks on her face due to the repeated blows, and she was barely able to see. She was a crying mess due to the damage that was caused to her face. Valerie then spoke. I had a feeling that the two of you were the ones that spread rumors about Issei peeking. Now, I will make sure you regret ever trying to mess with Issei or me. Valerie followed it up with a knee slam to the face, as she was sent flying, knocking her out cold. She then spoke. Pathetic. In the meantime, the girls and other people looked at the scene with complete fear. They realized that the new students were complete monsters. Murayama then spoke. Bakemono. That's rich? So does anyone want to have fun defeating this Bakemono? Tell me? The girls were shivering and trembling with fear, especially the Kendo Club, the self-proclaimed justice doers of the Kuo Academy. They didn't say anything, as Issei spoke up. So Dai, are you going to confess on who was the one that spread the rumors? Dai got angry at this, as he shouted. Never. I won't ever. Jaya haha. Issei stomped him on the chest, making him cough up. He kept stomping on him until Dai started to cry tears of pain and humiliation. Once again the man was humiliated by his older brother. Issei soon crouched to his level and spoke. I'll start breaking more than your hand, so tell me. Were you the one to spread rumors or not? Dai kept on crying, but he didn't respond. Issei only sighed and unleashed a brutal stomp that crushed his ribcage as he shouted even more in pain. Issei only looked at him and spoke. It's a shame that you'll die so young. Alas, I am not going to miss you. Everyone minus Valerie was terrified of what Issei was going to do. He was really going to kill one of the princes of Kuo Academy. The mere thought of outright killing him made many really terrified of the monster known as Issei Kishinami. Dai then responded with fear and crying. Okay. I'll tell. I spread those rumors so that your reputation is reduced and crushed. I wanted to get revenge on Issei. That is why I made those rumors and fabricated false proof. Dai's words made the girls immensely horrified by what their supposed prince had done. Issei looked at him and spoke. This man, he is an example. He turned to the girls who were afraid of Issei, as he spoke. An example of what happens when you try to annoy me too much. Now get out of my sight. The girls immediately escaped, as Issei looked at the defeated crying mess of Dai and passed out Ray, as he sighed and spoke. Well, I can only imagine the aftermath of this happening, dealing with my annoying ex-parents. Issei. Valerie spoke with pity. She could relate to Issei given she had to also deal with an asshole of a father before becoming a Gokager. She then spoke. It's best we leave. We shouldn't be dealing with any more of the bullshit. Issei nodded and left the place. The duo soon met up with the rest and decided to head to their next class. The rest of the day was uneventful. Rias not bothering any of them did surprise the group. However, they didn't know that Rias wasn't intending to bother them at all. Scene change. Occult Research Clubroom, Kuo Academy, Kuo 3:30 p.m. A woman was working on some paperwork. She got news from Koneko, who was one of her servants, that the Gokagers had arrived in Kuo. She also got to know that they were sent to deal with the fallen angel infestation. She was Rias Gremery. Rias Gremery is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous body, white skin, blue eyes. Her most distinctive feature is her long, beautiful crimson hair, which she also inherited from her father, that reaches down to her thighs with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. She sighed knowing how this was going. She knew how the Gokagers acted. While she was a big fan of the show that they were a part of, these real-life variants acted almost exactly like their TV show variants. Crossing them was a death sentence. Those that did, well, let's just say that they'd be lucky that they saw the next sunrise. Many unfortunate victims didn't meet the next sunrise. She frowned on the fact that she was called incompetent, while in reality, she was playing it safe. Had she acted on the fallen angels and taken them down, she might have triggered a great war. She wanted to avoid that scenario at all costs. What should I do? Should I let the Gokagers do what they want? Or should I ask them their intentions? Rias pondered on what she should do. While spoiled as she is far from being a complete idiot. She knew that risking confrontation results in nothing but a death sentence, which is what happened to one of the Phoenix Clan's members, who were slaughtered by these five in cold blood. The reason? Rias never actually had to deal with Dai and Ray and never had met up with them. She was much more smarter and cautious in dealing with problems, and isn't a blind fool, listening to them. Still pondering on getting yourself a new servant, huh, Rias? Rias turned around to see Akeno Himejima, another member of the ORC and the queen of the Rias Gremry peerage. Akeno was described to be a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in a very long ponytail, reaching all the way down to the floor with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. No, it's not that. I am thinking on the Gokagers. Have we really been that lax? Rias asked with a sigh, as Akeno walked towards her, her breasts jiggling due to her movement. She looked at Rias and responded. I can't say for certain, but these pirates, they certainly know how to kill their enemies. Maybe they know something that we don't. Akeno mused. She was curious to meet the Gokagers in person, wondering their intentions and why they want to attack and kill many of the supernatural. So what are you going to do now? Rias brought out a pawn piece and looked at it, scanning it for a moment, as she continued. I was going to recruit a new pawn, but I refrained myself from doing so. My choice was going to be Dai Hyoudou, as well as Rei Hyoudou. Is it cause of the incident that happened today with Kishinami? Akeno asked, to which Rias nodded and spoke. Indeed, those 2 aren't worth keeping in my peerage. They'll constantly cause problems for me. Furthermore, it was Onisama's suggestion that I consider looking into him. The 2 do have sacred gears, but if they are causing grievances to me and my peerage, I would rather take an angel in my peerage than him. Rias spoke with an annoyed tone, as while the Hyoudou clan were prestigious, these 2 weren't. She then continued while holding her chest in relief. Honestly, I feel like I dodged a bullet not bringing him to the peerage. Rias kept the piece in, as Akeno asked with concern. Are you okay? I am fine, I just feel relieved, for an unknown reason. Akeno nodded, as she spoke. Maybe you made the right call in not going to recruit those 2. Rias nodded, as she looked at the work she had to sew. There was still a lot. She knew that Issei didn't go for a date with the fallen angel, but pondered on what is going to happen next. Akeno stood beside her, being slightly relieved that there won't be any problems, for at least a while. Issei was back at the present, looking around at the situation. He was with the rest of his friend group, the Gokagers, as Ingveld spoke with surprise. I can't believe this, they actually tried that stunt? Yep, and they failed miserably. Now their reputation has reduced even further. Issei responded mockingly, with Valerie speaking. And that girl Rei, she cries like a little bitch when she gets hit back. She did? Genshiro asked, to which Valerie spoke. And our sacred gears act like walking memory playbook. Your sister would want a copy of their misery, right? Yeah, thinks about it, Val-chan. Valerie grew a small blush, as she retorted. Shut it, dumbass. Anyways, what's the next plan? Your clan won't be quiet from what had happened, correct? Seorg asked, to which Issei spoke. Correct, they won't. They'll send one of their clan members to attack me, try to steal my morpher away from me and give it to one of their pawns, aka their clan members. Still, they'll fail as much as they can. Issei spoke in response, as the others nodded. Soon the bell rings, as Issei speaks. Well, guess this it for the day. Yeah. Ingveld responded, as the class was about to leave for their homes. Genshiro was walking to his home alongside the rest of his team. However, suddenly he stopped, when he felt a presence wash over him. What was that? Genshiro thought, his breath hitching as an icy sensation crept over his spine. His instincts screamed danger, but his body refused to move, paralyzed by the oppressive presence. His widened eyes darted to the ground, searching for an explanation, but found none. Genshiro. What's wrong? Valerie's voice broke through the haze, her tone edged with concern as she turned toward him. He forced himself to speak, though his voice wavered. And nothing. Let's go. His feet moved almost mechanically, carrying him toward the group as they pressed on. Yet, something compelled him to glance back. At the spot where he had stood moments ago, 2 feathers, dark as midnight and glistening with an unnatural sheen, fluttered gently to the ground. Unseen by the group, a figure emerged from the shadows, hiding behind a tree spying on them. A woman stood there, her eyes gleaming with a mix of malice and amusement. Her voice, calm yet dripping with menace, carried on the evening breeze. We meet again, Genshiro-kun. A sinister grin spread across her face as she extended her arms. With a fluid motion, 2 black wings unfurled from her back, shimmering with an ominous glow. The fallen angel's presence exuded an otherworldly power, as if the very air around her bent to her will. Without another word, she took flight, disappearing into the twilight sky. She had vanished completely. Genshiro shivered, his heart racing. He didn't need to look back again to know what had just transpired. Somewhere deep inside, he knew this was only the beginning. Genshiro. Valerie's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Are you sure you're okay? Your expression seems nervous. Yeah. Genshiro lied, forcing a weak smile. I'm fine. The rest of the team reluctantly nodded. They had a feeling that something is about to happen. But as the five moved deeper, Genshiro couldn't shake off the feeling that they are being watched, and that his past was coming back to haunt him. Park Kuo, 7:30 p.m. Issei was heading outside of the location. He did decide to have a meetup on Mari's suggestion. He had asked Valerie and Seorg to form as backup in case things get a little messy. He decided to clear up things with Yuma before things do get worse. He sent her a text and asked her to come alone, only. Not to bring anyone with her. He was waiting near the fountain of the park. He looked at the watch and waited patiently. He had his key on standby and looked at Valerie and Seorg hiding in the bush, earning a nod from them. They knew what they had to do. Soon enough, Yuma can be seen running towards him as she spoke, panting. Sorry, I am late. It's fine. Issei spoke bluntly as he turned to Yuma with his hands in his blazer pocket, as he spoke with a normal tone. Sorry if I may have caused any misunderstandings, but do you really want to pursue a relationship with me? Upon inquiring the question, the fallen angel immediately blushed. She wasn't expecting that question to come from Issei. She was fidgeting nervously, tapping her thumbs of her fingers, looking at Issei. Yuma murmured, her voice soft and hesitant. She avoided Issei's gaze, her dark eyes flitting to the ground as she struggled to find the words. Issei raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. He had expected many reactions, a confident affirmation, perhaps even an aloof dismissal, but this bashful hesitation? It was unlike anything he'd seen from her before. Finally, Yuma mustered the courage to meet his gaze, though her face was still flushed. I wasn't expecting you to ask something like that, Issei-kun, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Why not? Issei asked, tilting his head. His bluntness was disarming, almost endearing in its straightforwardness. Yuma hesitated, wringing her hands. For a brief moment, her usual poised and confident self seemed to crack, revealing a vulnerable side that caught Issei off guard. I thought you wouldn't care about something like that. Issei shrugged, offering a small, awkward smile. Well, I do. If we're going to do this, I'd rather it be real than just pretend. Yuma blinked, her breath catching at the sincerity in his voice. She didn't fully understand, felt compelled to answer truthfully. She bit her lip, her heart pounding as she searched for the right words. I think I do. I want to try. I see, so you don't want to find out more about me? Issei spoke bluntly, as Yuma flinched. She wondered how did he know about the situation, as she backed away, losing her blush. Fear and worry creped on her face, worried on the fact that her true intentions had been found out. That means you? Yuma asked with fear, as Issei responded with slight anger. Yes, I did. I know who you are, and I doubt Yuma Amano is even your real name. You are a fallen angel, a deceitful being known to betray and trick others to get what they want. Regular angels fallen by the 7 deadly sins, results in products like your kin. It is hard to trust your kind, when all your kind does is deceive and slaughter if needed to achieve your goals. Yuma had tears pooling in her eyes. She knew that many don't see fallen angels as good beings. Another one hated her. A human now hated her, as well as knew about their existence. You're just like the others that hate me. Screw you. Yuma grew 2 giant wings and brought out her light spear. She was about to throw the spear towards him, but soon she started to shake. Issei was ready to bring out the Gokai gun to shoot her before she could fire at him. But she lost the will to fire the spear and fell on the ground crying. You're crying? Issei asked, confused, to which Yuma could only glare at him. Issei felt slightly guilty upon this. He hasn't had any good experiences with fallen angels, including one that had harmed his friend and teammate Genshiro Saji and his family. Inside the bushes, Valerie and Seorg could only look with surprised expressions. They knew Issei is blunt and dense, but they also know in rare or very rare cases he can hurt others due to this nature of his. Ingveld was an example of this, and now this fallen angel. While they didn't blame him for saying what he did to Yuma, the two weren't expecting her to act like that. Honestly, I was not expecting her to start crying. Valerie muttered to Seorg, stunned by what happened. They were going to interrupt her, but they failed to do so when she suddenly started to shake and fall to the ground. Tell me about it, she doesn't seem like the ones under Cockadiesel. Seorg mused in response, as Valerie gave a small giggle at the nickname that Issei gave Kokabil him. Valerie then spoke. Yep, maybe this one is the first good fallen angel we have encountered. The supernatural world is messed up, from my so-called father and family members excluding my mother to the Great King faction. Bunch of assholes through and through. Seorg spoke, as he could be seen clenching the leaves of the nearby bush he was hiding in, grounding them to dust, into nothingness. He remembered on how his mother was treated and humiliated by his former family members. He vowed to get back at his father one day. All he needs is an excuse to put that man 6 feet under, since killing him without anything to gain is pointless. Valerie knew what this meant. With the exception of Ingveld and Genshiro, all members of the Gokagers have issues with their birth fathers, and in Issei's case, his birth mother as well. She also vowed to defeat her father, and eventually her grandfather one day. Anyways, that is why we were granted these powers. We are pirates, like Issei said. If we want something we take it by force. Valerie reminded him, as Seorg nodded in response. He would one day destroy his father, and completely ruin everything that he has built up so far. Right, wonder which Sentai will we be using in case we got to fight her? Seorg asked, to which Valerie brought out her yellow buster key, as she spoke. Was thinking of Go Busters, what about you? I was going to go for something from the old classics, like Denjiman. But even yours should do. Seorg muttered in response, as Valerie shook her head. She knew Seorg, despite being an excellent swordsman. He still prefers close combat. Back with Yuma, she was still glaring at Issei, as she responded angrily with tears threatening to fall from her cheeks. There, happy. I revealed myself to you. Now what are you waiting for? Run away, be afraid. Run as fast as you can. That's what you see me as, right? All I wanted from you was to know more about the Gokagers for Azazel-sama, since you are suspected to have a connection with their leader, but now, I will never get that from you. Issei remained silent. He didn't know what to do. She didn't try anything with him. She only wanted to know more about him, despite being unaware that he was Gokai Red, instead of being acquainted with him. However, before they could do anything, Issei sensed a fallen angel throwing a light spear at her. He dashed forward and exclaimed, "Watch out!" Yuma turned around and widened her eyes. But before she could react, Issei tackled her to the ground. The duo went rolling a few feet. As Issei was on top of Yuma, her fallen angel wings were rolled alongside him. She did use the wings to shield the duo from as much dust as she could. You okay? Yuma could only nod, a faint blush falling on her cheek upon this. Issei got up and turned to his attacker. He was a middle-aged looking man with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His attire consisted of a pale gray trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. Yuma got up and looked at the man in slight confusion as she spoke. Danasik? You know this guy? Issei asked, to which Yuma only gave a nod, as the fallen angel spoke with anger and arrogance. And you, Rainier, all you had to do was lure this boy and eliminate him. Rainier? Issei turned to Yuma, who nodded as she spoke. That's my real name. Yuma Amano was just a stage name to get close to you. But you knew that, didn't you? Issei gave a nod, as he turned to Danasik, as he spoke with anger. Now human, you shall die. Danasik was about to throw a light spear, as the now identified Rainier, and Issei got ready, but before he could, he was suddenly shot multiple times on the chest, causing him to drop the spear. Sparkles coming from his body, as he backs away. He has anger in his eyes seeing the two here. You dare interfere! Danasik exclaims in anger, as he turns to see Valerie and Seorg have arrived, as Seorg speaks. Yes, we do dare to interfere. I'll make the two of you regret. Danasik was unable to complete, when Valerie exclaimed. Shut it, dumbass! Danasik gritted his teeth even further, as Seorg spoke. Fallen angel Danasik, that is as far as you go in harming innocents. I am pretty sure you must have no boss given Kokabil is long dead. Danasik was getting even more angrier, as Valerie responded. There is no point in telling this dumbass, he'll still follow Kokabil, like the good little doggy that he is. So what if I am? This fool Rainier still chooses to support Shemhazai and Azazel, when Kokabil-sama's vision was always far superior than them. Rainier flinched and turned her gaze away. She was following them cause she looked up to them. It matters not, cause you'll fall today. Rainier looked at Issei in surprise as he turned around speaking. You wanted to meet up with Gokai Red, right? You're looking at him right here. Rainier looked at him for a moment, before widening her eyes in shock, as she spoke with a stunned tone. That means you're? Was always the one, and besides, putting stop to things we don't like. Issei turned to Danasik speaking. That is what a pirate does. Plus, Rainier is a way better name than Yuma Amano. Issei glanced to Rainier, as a small subtle blush grows on her face. He joins the other two, as they get ready for their fight. Valerie, Seorg and Issei removed their respective keys, as they brought out their mobile 8s, with them exclaiming, Gokai change. They inserted into their mobile 8s and quickly twisted their key, as an announcement followed. Gokager. Danasik upon seeing this exclaimed in response. I won't let you. He fired multiple light spears but it was too late. They had already morphed into their Gokager counterparts, destroying the light spears with a series of blaster shots and saber strikes, slicing them in half. Danasik dashed forward, the fallen angel fighting against the three Gokagers in an angered manner, that being Seorg as Gokai Blue, Valerie as Gokai Yellow, and of course, Issei as Gokai Red. He had unleashed a spear strike onto Issei, which was blocked by his saber, as he followed it up by firing a barrage of blaster bolts causing him to wrap his wings in defense. However, his backside was open, as Valerie sliced him from the behind causing him to screech in pain. Seorg also followed, noticing his wings gone unleashing a strike from forward. Issei and Valerie then fired a multiple barrage of shots from the Gokai gun or blaster causing him to exclaim in pain. In response, Danasik fired many more light spears at the three forcing them to block them with their sabers and guns, repeatedly. Seeing the opportunity, he dashed forward ready to stab Valerie with his light spear, as Rainier exclaimed, Watch out! Too late! Danasik exclaimed with happiness. He was definitely going to take out one of the Gokagers. However, before he could reach, Valerie threw the saber and grabbed him by the arm and landed a kick on his chin, making his head move backwards as when the saber dropped to the ground she grabbed it and slashed his stomach, making him screech in pain. He backed away holding his chest which had a slash wound on it. Valerie turned to Rainier and spoke with a tone of gratitude. Thank you? Rainier nodded, as Danasik looked at her with anger, as he shouted, You traitor, I will! Danasik was unable to complete as Valerie fired multiple shots with her Gokai gun causing him to shout in pain, forcing him even more backwards. Shut it, dumbass! Valerie exclaimed with a mocking tone, angering him even more. She turned to Rainier, and the two girls gave a nod. Valerie was joined by Issei and Seorg, as Issei exclaims, Let's pull a showstopper. You bet! Seorg responded, as the three removed their keys, with them exclaiming, Gokai change! They inserted the key into their mobile 8, and it announced, Go Busters! Their suit was soon consumed by green enetron particles, as their helmets were also getting covered. The trio then exclaimed, as soon as a sunglass arrived next to them, Let's morphin! Their sunglasses had arrived, transforming the trio into Takumiai Sentai Go Busters. Red Buster! Issei made his roll, as Seorg followed. Blue Buster! Seorg made his roll call next. Yellow Buster! Valerie made hers, pulling the shoulder strap of her suit. The trio got into their poses, as Issei spoke crouching to a lower level, with the other following suit, as Issei exclaimed, Busters ready? Go! Issei immediately followed, as they all dashed forward attacking the down Danasik, with him trying to attack the group but Seorg grabbed the hand. He soon twisted it, and with a quick moment, snap! Seorg broke his hand. In this form he had super strength, enetron energy flowing through his fists and muscles, as he kept socking him in the face in a rapid manner, each blow breaking a portion of his face. He spat out saliva from each blow. Upon closer inspection, blood was also coming out, some of which broke the fallen angel's face. He couldn't even scream due to how efficient and brutal Seorg was. Seorg ended up with an uppercut, sending him to the ground. Rainier only watched this with amazement, seeing what the Gokagers were capable of. She then muttered with surprise, Amazing. In the meantime, Danasik got up, his face battered and bruised with multiple swollen wounds and broken teeth. He soon brought out two wings and was ready to fly off, but Valerie responded, Oh no you don't! Valerie's legs were coated with enetron energy and leaped higher than Danasik could reach, which was a few 50 meters above their current height. She then propelled her legs in a sliding motion, unleashing a flying drop kick sending him to the ground, unleashing a thud with it. Valerie leaped next to Issei. As the trio looked at Danasik, who was just recovering, his wings were destroyed and ruined from the attack. Valerie then spoke. "You're up." "Yeah," Issei exclaimed, as his legs were coated with Enetron energy, as he rushed with speeds almost as fast as light speed. He soon grabbed the fallen angel by the head and started to rush forward with the same speed. Danasik was screaming in pain, as his face and what remained of his wings were being ripped completely due to the sheer speed Issei was in. He then threw him at the same speed, stopping abruptly, causing him to crash in response. He was down for the count, barely standing up. He looked at the three in fear, unable to escape in any manner. His wings were destroyed and everything he could do was ruined by the three Gokagers. "Let's end this," Issei declared, as the three nodded. They tapped their traspod, which was a small device on their shoulder strap, as a different announcement with a different voice followed. "Transport." They soon brought out their Ishigan blasters and twisted the zoom button on it, as the same voiced announcement followed. "It's time for Buster." Danasik looked at this in fear, as they fired a powerful supercharged shot for deletion. They soon fired it, as he screamed in pain. Sparkles were coming out from his body, as he spoke his last words. "No! I cannot be beaten! No!" He soon exploded as the three got into their poses. Issei spoke in response. "Shutdown complete." They soon returned back to their regular Gokager color, as their weapons go away. Rainer approaches them, as Issei turns to her speaking. "So what will you do now?" "I don't know. Are you going to kill me? Like you did with Danasik?" Rainer asked with slight fear. She remembered Kokabil's haunting and fearful expression when he was killed by Gokai Red. She had come to investigate his doing, only to find him and his entire fallen angel squad purged by the 5 Gokagers. "That depends. If you are willing to tell us about his plans, we'll let you go." Seorg responded, as Valerie added, "Don't forget she did help us against him. All we know is she's the first fallen angel that isn't all that power hungry. Unlike the blue-haired one that you and Genshiro-kun encountered." Rainer looked surprised, as she thought for a moment, before widening her eyes. Issei sensed this and asked, "Do you know something about her?" Rainer nodded, as she spoke. "I'll tell, but not here, they may hear us." Issei and the others nodded, as the four headed back to the mansion that they were staying in. The 3 Gokagers knew that this was far from over. There could be many more fallen angels like Danasik who tried to kill them. Scene change. Issei's house, Kuo, 8:30 p.m. Issei was with the other 4 Gokagers were present with Rainer interrogating the fallen angel. Rainer was nervous knowing what could befall her. She only wanted information about Gokai Red from Issei, but with him being the very same person she was looking for, she now had to ask from him. "Now then," Issei spoke with a serious tone, as he continued. "So what do you want to know about us?" "Your intentions." Rainer spoke bluntly, as she continued. "Shemhazai-sama worries that you 5 will exterminate their kind while Azazel-sama is." Rainer gives a small sigh speaking. "Curious in meeting you guys. Doesn't surprise me on Shemhazai, but Azazel being curious is surprising." Seorg added in surprise given the fact that these people killed many fallen angels without any mercy. Valerie then mused. "True, I never met the guy personally since it was Issei, you and Ingveld that I ran into when I escaped from the hellhole called home." Valerie ended with anger, as Ingveld, Seorg and Issei looked at her with sadness, remembering that her father and grandfather were responsible for her traumatic past. Genshiro also felt sad, as he spoke. "Anyways, what should we do with this fallen angel?" Genshiro spoke with a serious tone, as he continued. "Should we eliminate her? She is proven to be a spy for Azazel." Genshiro. Valerie trailed off in worry, knowing Rainer may take it badly. She could see her trying to speak up, but Genshiro added in response. "No, I am not trusting a fallen angel ever again. They are nothing but deceitful creatures, and I'll be damned if I trusted one ever again." Genshiro exclaimed with anger, storming off. Seorg then responded. "I'll go look after him." Seorg headed towards him, as Rainer could be seen flinching, reminded of how much the Gokagers looked down on fallen angels. Despite her also having a small reminder of how humans were looked down upon thanks to many of her peers. She just couldn't find herself to look down on them. She was loyal to Azazel and wanted to be promoted in Grigori. "So what's the deal with him?" Rainer asked with confusion, to which Issei spoke up in response. The blue-haired fallen angel, she did this to him. Issei spoke, as Rainier grew wide-eyed. It was her former friend that had sided with Kokobile during him leaving Grigori and going rogue. His death turned her even against her. I think I know who she is. Rainier spoke, as Valerie added. You did mention that when we slayed Donasik. So who is she? Her name is Kalawarna. She is exactly like how you see all fallen angels, a body that earns the desire of many men, and in personality that is akin to a snake. She was influenced by Kokobile, and is willing to do anything for him. Eliminating sacred gear wielders is something that she takes the most joy in. Rainier ended his words, earning a nod from the others. They knew that Kalawarna is the biggest problem to them, and had to deal with her as soon as possible. Scene change. Issei's house, Kuo, 9 p.m. Genshiro was standing alone in the balcony of the house. Seorg arrived to meet him, as he spoke. You want to talk about it? Genshiro turned around to see Seorg crossing his arms, as he spoke. No, I'd rather not speak about it. Honestly, I would never trust a fallen angel after what happened. Genshiro headed to a nearby wall, where his coat was kept. He then spoke. I'll probably head out to cool my mind. Plus someone needs to get some groceries for the rest of us. He wore his coat due to being chilly and windy outside as of late. He knew winter is soon going to start, and had to get ready for it. It was only a few days before Christmas after all. He headed outside, as Seorg exclaimed with concern. Genshiro, wait. What? Genshiro turned to Seorg and spoke with slight annoyance. What happened now? Just take this. Genshiro was given a slip from Seorg, and was surprised, as he asked. Why are you giving me this? Because I have a feeling that you were watched upon. Your sudden shift in attitude caused some concern given that we might be watched on, given Rainier. This will call any of us, the moment your adrenaline and heart rate goes off the charts. Genshiro looked at it for a moment, and nodded, as he spoke. Fine, I'll take it. Seorg nodded, as he took the slip and headed out to get groceries. He knew that he had to report it to his team about Genshiro's change in attitude, since he never behaved like this. Scene change. Issei's house, Kuo, 9:15 p.m. So this Kalawarna, she's probably the last of Kaka Diesel's remnants, correct? Valerie asked with confirmation, to which Rainier responded. Yes, given what you guys have done, the fallen population has declined by 25%. And I believe that your actions would reduce that number even more. 1/4. That's quite a lot that is working with Kokobile. Ingveld commented, as she continued. Then we have those that were working with Satanel. Albeit very few were doing so. Satanel-sama? Rainier asked with confusion, to which she continued. That means it was you 5 that had worked with Team /Dog to defeat him? Correct, but Satanel was able to barely escape. Rainier grew concerned. She remembered the man betraying them due to having his own goals, as Issei finally spoke. Met this guy once, he was awfully calm even when faced with the 5 of us. Satanel was someone that knew he was in danger, and yet, he calmly faced us and did expect us to have an encounter sometime in the future. Rainier nodded. She also remembered that Satanel was similar to Azazel, just using different methods as opposed to the one currently in charge of Grigori. I see, he was always calm. He never looked down on humans, but at the same time was fanatic on sacred gear research, and only that. He doesn't care the cost of his research, just the fact that he wants to develop in that regard. Rainier responded to the 3 Gokagers, earning a nod from them. However, before their conversation could continue, Seorg came in, as he spoke. Guys. Seorg spoke after a pause. Saji has left the house right now. The 3 grew concerned, as Valerie asked. What now? At this time? He went to get some groceries. Plus, he was in a sour mood. Seorg responded to her, as the others also were concerned, as they hoped that he didn't intend to confront the fallen angels alone. Rainier looked down in slight sadness, knowing that her race was responsible for harming him in a certain manner, as she asked, May I ask what happened to him? To put it in short, Kalawarna is the reason why his siblings had almost died by her hands, and on how he joined us. Issei spoke with a serious tone, earning a nod from the fallen angel. He turned to Seorg, and asked, Did you give him that? I did, and he fortunately took it. Issei took note of this, as he responded. Then I'll go and keep an eye on him. I have a feeling that someone is targeting him, since Genshiro wouldn't change his attitude for no reason. Issei headed out, as Ingveld responded with worry. Stay safe. Issei gave a nod as well, before heading out from his home. He had to make sure Genshiro doesn't do anything reckless or foolish that would get himself killed. Scene change. In a different world. Unknown location? A man in silver was looking at his enemies. He can be seen clenching his fists in anger, knowing what he had to go through because of them. This was none other than Gokai Silver, the sixth Ranger of the Gokagers. This world was far, far away from Earth, on a different planet. He looked to see 4 particular people charging at him. He looked at them with anger, and spoke. "Well then, I hope you don't regret what is going to happen." The man brought out his Gokai spear, as he spoke. "I will make you pay for the bullying you had to make me go through." He looked at the 4 people, as a blonde woman charged at him with the intent of killing him, as she shouted with fury. "Take this." The woman was unable to complete when the silver Ranger jabbed the spear at her stomach, sending her flying. He soon leaped in the air, and exclaimed, "Too slow, blonde gorilla." At rapid speeds, the silver Ranger attacked her with multiple strikes, causing her to scream in pain before falling to the ground, passing out with pain, her body glowing with yellowish aura. "You damned!" another shouted, who was a black-haired woman with 2 cat ears, as she unleashed her weapon, but before she could, several shots were fired at her, making her scream in pain. The silver Ranger looked at him, with his spear changed to gun mode, as he spoke. "I'd be more worried about myself than you, kitty cat." He leaped in the air, as he changed to spear mode quickly and unleashed several strikes aimed at her abdomen before kicking her in the chest, making her cough up. She was sent flying, knocking her out cold. Targeting his next opponent, he looked at a white-haired girl, who was about to attack with her blade, but the silver Ranger was quicker, as he jabbed her with the spear, making her cough up. Before quickly striking her in the face, making her screech in pain. He attacked quickly, changing the spear mode and firing several shots at the perineum, causing her body to flicker with a bright blue coloring, as he sliced her in the gut, sending her to the ground. "To think you were once attractive." The girl looked at him in anger before passing out in pain. "No! You will regret this." The silver Ranger looked at a girl with silver eyes, rushing forward, only for the silver Ranger to sidestep and slice her in the stomach, as her flicker a bright red once. He soon kicked her in the air, making her cough up. The silver Ranger looked at her in anger, who had a look of fear, as he changed his spear to gun mode and rapidly fired several shots at her stomach, as she took the brunt of them, causing her to move upwards before falling with a thud. He took some distance, changing his spear to gun mode and placing the key in his spear, as an announcement took place. "Final wave!" The silver Ranger's spear started to glow a bright silver light, as he prepared for firing at the silver-eyed girl, as he exclaimed, "Gokai Supernova!" He fired a supercharged bullet aimed at the silver-haired girl, who tried to use her semblance, but the attack was too fast and strong for her, causing her to get hit. The girl made a blood-curdling screech due to the immense pain, before she sparkled in pain, exploding as the silver Ranger did oppose. The girl was sent flying, her glow flickering one final time before going away. She was battered and bruised, her clothes were torn, and her weapon was broken. She was crying in pain, and coughed up blood. "Pathetic, and you call yourself a hero team?" The man spoke with contempt before leaving from the scene. The silver-eyed girl tried to get up to reach to him, but she fell unconscious, tears falling from her eyes. He soon went into the bullhead, and threatened the man to head back to his home, since he planned on leaving him to die along with the 4 people. Alleyway, Kuo, 9:45 p.m. Genshiro had purchased the stuff he needed for this, as he knew that this would be good enough for the day. He was heading back from getting groceries. He then spoke. This should be enough for the day. The hum of everyday life surrounded him, cars in the distance, the faint laughter of children playing, despite it being slightly late, and the soft rustle of the wind. It was peaceful for once. But that peace didn't last long. His expression darkened as his thoughts drifted back to her, the fallen angel who had once deceived him so cruelly. Being reminded of the different fallen angel Rainier that was back at home. "I wonder what the others are doing with that fallen angel." Genshiro spoke, remembering the blue-haired woman, Calara, had woven her lies so perfectly that he believed them. She had seduced him, toyed with his emotions, and even dared to pretend she loved him, all while keeping a sickeningly cruel smile on her face. But the facade shattered when she revealed her true colors. He could still see it in his mind. The way she tried to kill him, her eyes alight with twisted glee. Worse still, she had targeted his siblings, Keiho and Jengo. His precious little brother and sister, who had been so young and innocent. She tormented them without mercy, reveling in their fear, her sadistic laughter echoing through the room. Unfortunately for her, the Gokagers were nearby, as the four wrongers managed to beat her and save the siblings along with Genshiro, who pleaded for letting them in their team, who reluctantly agreed to let the man inside the team, even training him to become the green wronger of the team. Despite this, Genshiro was initially the weakest amongst the 5 Gokagers, with even Ingveld, who was weak at the time, getting stronger. He had been slow, clumsy, and even cowardly. But as time passed and him being trained with the Kishinami clan, he became stronger as time passed by. "I will get back at you, Calera, that's a promise." Genshiro spoke to himself, vowing to beat her one day. The world around him rippled suddenly, as though reality itself had been shaken. Genshiro froze, his senses immediately on high alert. The air grew heavy, charged with an unnatural energy that made his skin crawl. His heart was beating at a rapid rate. "What the?" he muttered, dropping into a defensive stance. Then, like a serpent's hiss, a voice slithered through the silence, soft, seductive, and laced with sinister delight. Gen-kun, you still haven't forgiven me? That's awfully cold of you." Genshiro's blood ran cold. That voice. That mocking, honey-sweet tone. He knew it all too well. His body tensed involuntarily, a mix of fear and fury surging through him. No. It can't be. Soon enough footsteps were heard, as he turned to see a tall and buxom woman with brown eyes and long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye. This was none other than Calera, the fallen angel that had tormented him and his siblings. Her attire consisted of a maroon, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top was open at her chest, giving view to her breasts and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. She appears to wear a white shirt underneath her top, but it can only be seen from the bottom. What do you want?" Genshiro took a deep breath and spoke with anger yet fear. The Gokai Green was looking at the fallen angel with anger and hatred in his eyes. Calera tilted her head, her smile widening with amusement. "Oh, Gen-kun, that's not how you greet an old flame, now is it?" "Shut up," Genshiro barked, his gray eyes blazing with anger. "What do you want now? You bitch." Calera chuckled, the sound like nails against glass. "Still so fiery, I like that about you." Her gaze flicked to the bags he carried, and she laughed softly. "Grocery shopping? Such a different little life you're living now. I almost didn't recognize you." "Enough games," Genshiro snapped, his pulse quickening. "Why are you here?" "You'll find out soon enough, my dear boyfriend. Besides, I know that the Gokagers are here. Harming and torturing you will be the perfect way to lure them out." Genshiro had a small mocking grin, speaking. "Yeah, like as if your luck last time was enough to beat them, even with the 4 of them were enough to kick your ass." Calera's smirk faltered ever so slightly, a spark of irritation flashing in her eyes, but Genshiro wasn't done. "Oh, and don't forget," he continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "They're the ones who killed your precious superior, one of the mighty cadre fallen angels, Kokabeel." The words hit their mark. Calera's expression twisted into one of pure rage, her eyes burning with fury. "Shut your mouth," she snarled, her voice cracking like a whip. Her wings flared menacingly behind her, their dark feathers bristling as an ominous energy surged through her. "You know nothing of Kokabeel's greatness. You insects, you pirates, will pay for that insult." Genshiro stepped back instinctively as Calera advanced toward him, her aura like a wave of darkness threatening to crush him. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand his ground despite the tremor in his legs. "You think I'm scared of you?" he shot back, though his voice wavered slightly. "You're just a coward hiding behind your threats and cheap tricks." Calera let out a low, unsettling laugh, her hands glowing with light magic energy. "You're awfully brave for someone so close to death, Gen-kun. Let's see if that sharp tongue of yours can save you this time." With that, she lunged forward, her speed blinding. Genshiro barely had time to react as he stumbled backward, dropping the grocery bags. Calera's attack sliced through the air, using her light spear. "Damn it!" Genshiro cursed, rolling to the side just in time to avoid the strike. The ground where he'd stood exploded, debris flying in all directions. Too fast, Genshiro thought, sweat beading on his forehead. He wasn't ready for this fight, not alone. Calera grinned as she stalked toward him, her movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring the moment. "What's wrong, darling? Losing your nerve already?" Genshiro scrambled back onto his feet, desperation flickering in his gray eyes. Not a chance. He spat, forcing himself to stand tall. He was about to bring out his morpher, but Kalawarna was quick, throwing a spear at him, forcing him to dodge by moving his upper body lower, preventing him from morphing. I had an inkling of a feeling that you'd be the green wronger, given that it was you that had a hand in his demise. And I'll make you pay. Caldera generated some more spears, but before she could do so, a shout was heard. Genshiro, duck. Genshiro did what he was asked to do so, as he ducked in response, as a red energized slash was struck towards her, causing her to screech in pain. She dropped her spears as they clanged on the ground, shattering into shards of light. She turned to her attacker in anger, only for it to change into a mixture of anger and fear in response. She was shuddering when she saw him, as he spoke. You have some nerve of harming a member of my crew. Caldera. Genshiro turned to see none other than Issei, who was angrier than before. He twirled his saber, as he continued in response. Or should I say Kalawarna? Caldera, or the now identified Kalawarna, was gritting her teeth in fury, knowing that they know of her real name, and now, she had to retreat, knowing she stands no chance against the leader of the Gokagers. Kalawarna hissed in frustration, her wings twitching. You again. She growled, narrowing her eyes at the red-clad warrior. Always showing up to ruin my fun, just like last time. Issei smirked beneath his helmet. What can I say? It's kind of my thing. He tilted his head slightly, addressing Genshiro without turning around. You okay, Green? You had me worried for a second. Genshiro pushed himself to his feet, brushing off the dirt with a shaky breath. Why, yeah. I'm fine. Thanks for the save. Don't thank me yet, Issei said, tightening his grip on his saber. She's not going to back down easily. Kalawarna glared at the two of them, her expression venomous with hatred and fury. Enjoy this little moment, Gokagers. It won't last. I will be back for you, Genshiro Saji, and next time, I'll make sure you all suffer. With a flap of her wings, she launched herself into the air, her form vanishing into the darkening sky. A faint echo of her laughter lingered in the air, sending chills down Genshiro's spine. She's getting a bit bolder, huh? Issei twirled his saber and demorphed. He then spoke. Guess we have to be more careful till they are eliminated. He turned to Genshiro and asked, So why didn't you morph? Genshiro looked down. He knew that had he morphed earlier, he would have easily beaten her effortlessly. He didn't answer to Issei, who only narrowed his gaze and sighed. He then spoke. Let's go home. Genshiro nodded and picked up the bags. The duo headed back home, as they knew nothing could be done. Kalawarna is still out there and will do anything in her power to hunt them down. The last vestiges under the leadership of the deceased Kokabeel, whose will still lives on inside these remnants, must be eliminated. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Rainer trying to look at the Gozigaranga keys. The next day. Issei's house, Kuo, 9:30 a.m. Genshiro was in his room. He vividly remembered on how Kalawarna came to his life, on how she used him and his siblings. That fateful day was the time when he was given the morphers. He clenched his fists. Kalawarna's laughter was being reminded on his face, the haunting expressions of his siblings. That is something he is never going to forget, no matter what happens. She hunted him down. Flashback begins. Genshiro was coughing up in response. He was sent flying towards the location. He coughed up blood as his siblings rushed to him. He was traumatized by the sudden betrayal that had occurred. Genshiro ni-san! Keiho and Jengo exclaimed at the same time, as Keiho turned to Kalawarna, who was smirking sinisterly, as she spoke with contempt and hatred. Well, Gen-kun, I am done being nice to you. It is time to kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame God for giving you the sacred gear. Genshiro was in a complete daze due to the betrayal. He couldn't believe that he was played for such a fool. Why are you doing this, Caldera Oni-san? Jengo spoke with fear, as she only smirked darkly even more, speaking. Your brother is quite the problem for us, and he needs to be eliminated. Now move aside, and let your Oni-san do her job. Caldera spoke mockingly, as she prepares a light spear and attempts to strike Jengo, who is backing away with fear. Tears were falling from his eyes. Caldera was about to fire at his little brother, as Genshiro pushed her to the ground. He then exclaimed, Keiho, run! And take Jengo with you. Keiho nodded, as she was about to run with Jengo, who was crying in fear. He was clearly traumatized and afraid being killed. Jengo was the youngest amongst the three. Caldera spoke in response. I won't let you do that. Caldera dashed forward ready to impale them, but Genshiro, upon sensing his siblings in danger, leaped quickly as he tackled her to the ground. He looked at his siblings, who were looking at him. He then shouted, "Leave now!" The siblings nodded, crying seeing their brother sacrifice themselves for him, as they ran outside the hallway and headed for the door. Caldera tried to ambush him, but Genshiro acted quickly, if he was going to die. He was not going to let her harm his siblings. Adrenaline was rushing inside his body. His desire of protecting his siblings was at an all-time high. He immediately wrapped his arms around her chest, causing her to blush. "Hey, get off me, you pervert!" she shouted, desperately trying to get him off. Genshiro then responded, I won't let you harm my siblings, you fucking bitch. We trusted you. We had faith in you knowing that you are one of us. I can't believe I trusted you with the care of my siblings." Caldera was getting even more angrier, as she started to push him even more, but Genshiro bound her with his legs, completely wrapping her and tackling her to the wooden floor. She was pinned down by a mere human, and that was infuriating her even more. In her fury, she punched him off with her superior strength of being a fallen angel that resulted in him being sent flying. He was sent across the wall, breaking through it, and crashing onto the tile wall of a bathroom, making him cough up blood. Caldera got up, furious than ever before. She despised Genshiro at this point. The fact that a mere human had an audacity to sexually grope her in such a manner, she decided to kill him, right now. She then spoke with utter contempt and fury. "I will make sure you regret what you have done, you damned human. You have some nerve of groping me. I shall see to it that you never grope me ever again." Genshiro was unable to move. For some unknown reason he was shaking. His siblings were safe and sound, due to which the adrenaline of his body was starting to fade away quickly. He was completely terrified of this. He was terrified of dying. He tried to back away, but there was nothing but the wall behind him. Caldera grew a smirk, and was about to fire at her, but soon. "Haha!" Caldera screamed in pain, as she was struck by a barrage of bullets which caused her to be sent flying. She was soon sent to the ground. Genshiro was surprised by this, as he turned to see Issei, Seorg, Valerie and Ingveld, all having a cold and serious look on their faces. Keiho and Django were with Ingveld, who was protecting the two kids in a defensive manner. Issei then spoke with anger and contempt. Coming into someone's home, playing as their nanny and boyfriend to their older brother, and then trying to kill them, I must say, you crows are some of the most creative beings in killing innocents. How, Caldera? Caldera was even more furious. She got up despite the injuries, as she rapidly generated many spears and threw it at them, as Issei and his team stood forward using their Gokai guns to destroy the spears. Ingveld, send the kids to their older brother and protect them. Ingveld nodded, as she spoke in response. Got it, Issei. The rest of you, let's kick this fallen's butt. Valerie and Seorg nodded, as they transformed into their Gokaiger forms and clashed against the fallen angel known as Calawarna. The two siblings rushed towards Genshiro, as they exclaimed, "Ni-san!" They tried to call out to their older brother, but he was too traumatized, the betrayal caused by him. He immediately hugged them, assuring that he is fine. Ingveld looked at the sibling group with sadness and anger in her eyes. She pitied that the three had to go through so much trauma. Flashback ends. Genshiro clenched his fists in anger. He vowed to destroy Caldera or Calawarna, like she is truly called. However, before he could move, suddenly knocks on the door were heard, garnering his attention. As soon a voice was heard. "Genshiro, you there?" "Yeah, I am Ingveld. You can come in." Genshiro responded with a smile, as Ingveld soon came inside with a small tray, which was his breakfast. It comprised of bread and eggs along with juice. She then spoke. "You hadn't come for breakfast, so had to bring yours here." "Oh sorry, was just in deep thought." Genshiro spoke while looking away, as Ingveld responded. "Is it about Calawarna?" Genshiro flinched upon hearing that name, turning his gaze away. She then spoke. "I was there, remember?" "I know, I just feel pathetic, having to deal with the fact that I am the most pathetic amongst you guys, and I just couldn't do anything right." Ingveld noted this to be true. He was unofficially stated to be the most weakest Gokaiger, something that has been known amongst the rest of his team. She remained silent upon hearing this, and was unable to help cheer him in any way, at least for the time being. "Who said you're weak?" The duo were surprised to see Issei standing there, crossing his hands to each other, as he continued. "If you really believe that, then it would be for the best for you to not be a Gokaiger any longer." "What do you mean?" Genshiro asked with disbelief. He was shocked that Issei would say something like this, as Ingveld responded. Are you planning on removing Genshiro? It's his choice. I am not forcing it on him. Issei spoke bluntly, as he continued. I didn't recruit a pathetic being like you into my team. You had something in you, that is why I chose you to wield the green Ranger powers, or did you forget that? Genshiro flinched upon this, as Ingveld responded with a surprised tone. Is it the fact that he protected his siblings without hesitation, even sacrificing his life for that? Genshiro tried to speak up but remained silent. He never actually had the initial will of standing up to Kalawarna before, but when his siblings were in danger, he didn't care about manners or even his own life. He had to protect them, even if he did end up dying. Genshiro, you acted like a true pirate when you defended your two siblings. Issei stated that a pirate will do anything to protect those he treasures. That is what he saw in you when you first intended to join us. Ingveld spoke gently in response, as Genshiro widened his eyes. Issei narrowed his gaze and spoke seriously. You need to fight against your own trauma and fear. We can only help. But against that crow, you need to stand up on your own against her. This is something only you can do. We can't. We can only help. That's it. Let's go, Ingveld. Ingveld was surprised by this, as she spoke. But, looking at Issei's serious expression, she nodded, as she spoke with slight dejection. Fine. The couple left the room, leaving Genshiro alone. Issei then closed the door. Once he did, Ingveld muttered to him. Do you think this is going to work? No, but I lit a spark inside of him. Issei spoke with a subtle smile, as the couple walked away. Genshiro was looking down, clenching his fists in anger. He didn't know how, but he was starting to gain the strength to fight against Kalawarna. Issei had succeeded in lighting a spark inside of him. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Genshiro finding which Gokai change to beat Kalawarna. Abandoned church, Kuo outskirts, 10:30 p.m. Issei and his team were present outside the abandoned church. They had been planning this for a while. They had gained intel from Rainier that they were going to extract her sacred gear from her. They had already morphed into their Gokaiger forms. Alright, from what Rainier said. We'll be heading inside from the church entrance. We need to locate that nun ASAP. Issei spoke seriously, as the others nodded. However, before they could head inside, they were ambushed by multiple spears. They looked up to see their attacker to be another fallen angel. Issei then spoke. You must be Mitlet, aren't you? Mitlet, the one who Issei recognized, was described to be a girl with blonde hair which was styled into twin tails and blue eyes. She wore a attire, which consisted of a black dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, and a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks with suspender garters, black set of frilly panties, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. Oh my, you have heard of the great Mitlet, haven't you? It's nice to meet you. Gokaigers are quite popular, being the reason why Kokabil-sama lost his life. You'll regret getting in our way. Mitlet spoke with an upbeat tone and bowing in front of them, but underneath that, there was arrogance built in it. Well, Rainier gave us all the information we need. Valerie responded with a mocking tone, to which Mitlet gritted her teeth in anger, and responded. That damned friend of ours is pathetic. We shall rekindle Kokabil. Shut it, dumbass. Valerie responded mockingly, causing the fallen angel to get angry even more, as Issei placed his hand on Genshiro and spoke. Lead the way, just like we planned. Me? Genshiro asked, to which Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, if anyone has beef against Kalawarna, it is you. Genshiro thought for a moment, before speaking. Got it, plus given your fight against Danasik, I know just the Sentai we need. Okay. Ingveld spoke with curiosity, to which Genshiro brought out a key and spoke. Everyone, it's time for Live Man. You sure? Seorg asked in response, to which Genshiro spoke. They are more or less assassins using our weaknesses to stab us in the back. Mitlet knew what was going to happen. She couldn't let them transform, but before she could generate some spears, she was shot several times in her chest. She exclaimed in pain due to the attack. Valerie was revealed to be the attacker, as she twirled her gun and spoke with a normal tone. Well, we should probably get started. Our fallen pal is getting a bit impatient. Issei looked at him and spoke. Everyone, let's make this extremely showy. Yeah. The rest of the Gokaigers responded, bringing out their respective Live Man keys, as they all exclaimed. Gokai change. They inserted into their mobilates, with an announcement soon following. Live Man. Projections of the animals of bison, rhino, falcon, dolphin and lion were seen as they transformed into their respective Sentai forms. "Choja Sentai," Genshiro exclaimed, as the rest responded. "Live man." They all got into their poses, ready to combat against the fallen angel Midlet. They all dashed forward with Seorg and Valerie attacking first towards her. The two then exclaimed, "Dolphin arrow." Seorg fired 2 powerful blue laser arrows with his bow. "Lion bazooka." Valerie followed suit with several yellow bazooka shots, causing Midlet to scream in pain. She summoned 2 light spears, exclaiming, "I won't fall to some spandex-wielding heroes." She twirled in response, causing the two to back away. Ingveld acted quickly, twirling her bow staff, exclaiming, "Bison rod." Genshiro got in front of her, responding, "Sai cutter." He brought out dual boomerangs. Ingveld pushed Genshiro in the air, as he threw the boomerangs in the air, striking Midlet. Ingveld followed with twirling her bow staff, unleashing black energy slashes from a distance, striking Midlet, causing her to scream in pain. Genshiro soon leaped down and grabbed them, with Ingveld following it up with a final black energy slash. Genshiro soon stuck her down with his dual boomerangs, causing her to drop the spears and stagger in pain. "I am out of here." Midlet brought out her fallen angel wings and leaping in the air, but Issei was quicker, bringing out his saber, exclaiming, "Falcon saber." He slashed her stomach, releasing sparks wherever he struck, causing her to fall back to the ground. He soon slashed her multiple times, causing her to be injured. She had multiple slash wounds, and a portion of her clothes were torn. Midlet screamed, her wings folding as she crumbled to the ground. Issei got in front of her, as he sensed Midlet trying to get up. Acting quickly, he unleashed a horizontal slash aimed at her stomach, pushing her backwards. He soon twirled his saber, as it started to glow with red energy. He soon unleashed a powerful vertical slash, exclaiming while his emblem was seen behind him, "Falcon break." "No!" Midlet screamed as her body crackled with energy, sparks flying in every direction. Her form began to shimmer, bolts of electricity arcing from her body. The 5 wrongers regrouped, each standing in their signature pose as Midlet burst into a fiery explosion. The blast echoed across the battlefield, leaving only a smattering of black feathers fluttering to the ground. The Gokagers returned to their normal forms, as Issei spoke. "Let's get a move on." Scene change. Abandoned church, Kuo outskirts, 11:30 p.m. The others nodded, as they headed further inside the church. They were looking for clues on how to enter the location. Behind them were corpses of slain priests that were kept on guard to prevent them from entering. "We only have 30 minutes left," Ingveld commented, as the others nodded. They knew the ritual would start sharp at 12 a.m. They had to defeat Calawarna as quickly as possible. Genshiro soon noticed a hatch that was present, as he called out, "Everyone!" Genshiro called out, as they all turned to him, and he spoke. "I found a hatch." "They could be hidden there. Nice one, Gen-kun," Valerie exclaimed, to which Genshiro responded, "Thanks, but we need to head there fast." Ingveld fired a shot at the hatch lock. As they opened the hatch, Ingveld, Valerie and Seorg were the first to follow, leaving Issei and Genshiro alone. The green wronger was still slightly nervous about again confronting her again. Issei then spoke. "You ready for this, Green?" Genshiro looked a bit nervous, as he spoke. "Why, yeah, I think I am. I understand she was your ex, but that woman will try her luck again in harming you and your siblings. Are you going to let that happen again?" Issei asked, to which Genshiro could be seen clenching his fists in response. The traumatized faces of his siblings were enough to anger him to no bounds, as he spoke seriously. "Never again. Plus, I have the perfect key to counter her." "Very well," Issei responded, as they also headed down the hatch to find Calawarna standing in front of a pedestal where among them was a girl bound to what seemed to be a cross wrapped around it were chains. She was continuing with the ritual under the abandoned church. She was a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair flows all the way down to her back, with split bangs over her forehead and a single strand sticking out from the top and sloping backward. Her former main attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a white veil over her head with light blue accents, a brown satchel slung on her right hip, where she holds her Bible, and brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. She also wore a silver cross necklace around her neck. She was crying, with her boob being exposed. Calawarna looked at them with glee, as the pain of Asia Argento increased. Only 10 minutes remained. "You are too late, it is almost done." Issei responded, knowing that they barely had any time. He could see the others confronting and killing as many priests as they can. These priests were the same ones that they encountered, and they all were excommunicated ones who were thrown out from the church. Normally the Gokagers refrain from harming or killing humans, but these were persistent and were getting in their way. Not until we have something to say about it. Now green! Genshiro fired multiple shots, distracting her. Issei leaped in the air and struck her with his saber, as Calawarna responded with a spear, as she angrily responded. You humans just love getting in our way, don't you? Why can't you admit that we are superior to you? You see. Issei slashed her in the stomach, as he continues. This bitch attitude is the reason why no one will respect you. Genshiro, now! Genshiro leaped in the air, as he fired 2 shots, at the chains supporting Asia, causing her to fall. Genshiro caught her, as the blonde woman looked at him with a small blush as she spoke. Who are you? The woman spoke in Italian, but thanks to Genshiro learning that language during his training, he was able to respond to her. Just some allies. Genshiro responded, as she looked at the green Ranger with some admiration. Calawarna saw this, and was furious, as she shouted. No! Damn you! Issei reacted quickly, blocking her path, and firing many shots aimed at her abdomen, causing her to scream in pain. He then exclaimed, Get out of here, now! Got it! Genshiro responded, as he looked at her and spoke. Hang in there, okay? The woman only gave a nod, as he carried her in a bridal manner. He leaped out of there, as he headed to the hatch and outside the underground basement of the church. Calawarna only got even more angrier, as she became relentless in her attacks, throwing spear rapidly, which was only deflected by Issei with ease, as he spoke. How pathetic! And you consider yourself as superior? Calawarna got even more angrier, as she blindly charged at Issei like a brazen bull. Issei knew what he had to do. He was going to butter her up so that Genshiro can finish her once and for all. Scene change. Genshiro managed to reach outside, as the woman looked at him with a small amount of gratitude. She then spoke. Thank you for saving me. It's not a problem. Genshiro spoke while rubbing his head. He felt a bit embarrassed when he was the one that was thanked, since mostly the others got the praise unless it involves team praises. Him getting the praise was a bit. So what's your name? Genshiro asked, to which the woman spoke. Asia Argento, why you are the Gokagers, right? Yeah, that's us. We have been asked to deal with the problem of the fallen angels that are infesting this town. Now that you have been rescued, what will you do now? Genshiro asked with a normal tone. He knew that nuns like her may have nowhere to go, as Asia turned her gaze away and spoke sadly. I have no home, and nowhere to go. I was excommunicated for healing a devil that was injured, and now I don't know what to do. Genshiro felt empathetic for her, as he was informed by Issei that the church and angel faction are the biggest hypocrites there are in this world. They claim that they are a faction that serves the will of the god, but behind the scenes they find ways to commit sins without the world knowing about them. He felt bad, unaware of the sadness she was going through. Asia, would you like to live with me? Asia widened her eyes in surprise, as she looked at Genshiro and spoke with sadness. But I don't want to be a burden, and I have no common sense. It's fine, I will teach you on how to live here. Plus I can teach you Japanese and any customs, so you needn't worry about it. Asia looked at him with wide eyes. She saw him as her salvation in this cruel world. But before their conversation could continue, Calawarna was sent flying upwards, making her cough up blood in response, before falling down with a thud. She was groaning in pain, trying her best to get up. She looked at the 4 Gokagers in anger, the fallen angel standing no chance against her, who also leaped from the hatch and back outside. Issei then called out, Green, let's pull a showstopper. Got it. Genshiro responded, as he headed to his team standing in the center. Asia then asked, What is your name? I am Genshiro Saji, the green Ranger of the team. Today, I will be the one to save you. I will become your hero, Genshiro declared, as Asia's blush deepened even more. She looked at him and nodded with a smile, as a tear fell down from her ear. Yeah. Issei had a smile underneath his helmet, as Genshiro spoke. Everyone, let's show her on what we can do. It's time for Gekaranger. You got it. Valerie responded, as they brought out their respective Gekaranger keys. Gokai change. They inserted into their mobilates, as an announcement followed it up. Gekaranger. The group stood tall, as a beast claw mark arrived in front of them, soon transforming them into their Gekaranger versions, as Genshiro did the call. Joken Sentai. The others soon followed. Gekka Ranger. They all got into their poses and dashed forward ready to deal and defeat Kalawarna once and for all. They all leaped forward with Ingveld and Valerie using their fighting styles. Valerie soon started off strong, exclaiming, "Strike, strike, bullet." Before Kalawarna could react, Valerie jabbed her multiple times in the stomach, using the speed of the cheetah, making her vomit out blood in response. Geki Sai Blade. Ingveld followed seamlessly, her rhino spirit manifesting as she slashed downward with her side blade, a black wave of energy crackling as it hit Kalawarna's midsection. Sparks erupted as the fallen angel staggered, her body trembling from the pain. Super Twist Twist Bullet. Ingveld responded, firing a powerful shot aimed at her stomach from her side blade finger, which made her scream in pain. Issei and Seorg soon followed it up, with them attacking her with their fists aimed at her stomach once again, making her cough up blood again. She tried to use her spear, but Issei dodged it and grabbed her wrist with his left hand and her arm with his right hand and followed it up with a kick. Seorg soon punched her in the face, sending her flying. The two began to glow with their respective red and blue Geki auras, their animal spirits roaring to life behind them. Geki Waza. Gun Gun Bullet. Issei shouted, his energy taking the form of a fierce tiger spirit. Geki Waza. Spin Spin Bullet. Seorg mirrored him, his jaguar spirit spiraling like a whirlwind of energy. The two unleashed their combined fury, their Geki-infused strikes crashing into Kalawarna with devastating force. She cried out in agony, her body bruised and battered as she collapsed to her knees. She was completely bleeding and bruised as she tried to get up, but soon enough she was ambushed by Valerie and Ingveld, who kept their palms on her chest. They were soon followed by Issei and Seorg standing behind them, placing their hands as they transferred their ki to the girls. Wild Spirit Infusion. The four exclaimed as they sent her flying. Genshiro stepped forward, his Geki violet aura bursting to life. The wolf spirit howled behind him as he activated the gong changer. Geki Waza. Hard attack. With fluid grace, Genshiro created an ethereal Muay Thai arena using his gong changer, the ropes shimmering with violet energy. He leapt from corner to corner, rebounding with blinding speed and precision, his fists and knees striking Kalawarna from every direction. Each blow landed with brutal force, sparks flying as Kalawarna cried out in pain. "You'll pay for what you've done!" Genshiro growled, his fury amplifying his power. Pressing a button on the gong changer, he unleashed his next attack. Rise Fist. His right arm glowed brilliantly with concentrated violet Geki energy as he leapt upward and delivered a crushing uppercut to Kalawarna's chin. She shot into the air, her body trembling from the sheer impact. But Genshiro wasn't done. He tapped the gong changer again, his energy swirling like a storm. Wheel Fist. Another surge of violet Geki energy erupted from his body, forming a spinning wheel of energy that smashed into Kalawarna midair, sending her crashing back to the ground in a heap. Kalawarna struggled to rise, her wings drooping, her face a mask of fury and desperation. "I should have killed you long ago. You ruined everything I worked for. Gaia!" Her cries were cut off as Genshiro's knee struck her forehead, silencing her screams. He glared down at her, his voice dripping with anger. "You deceived me, you tormented my siblings, and you tried to kill us all. You deserve far worse than this, traitorous crow." Kalawarna's eyes widened in terror as Genshiro's Geki violet aura flared brighter than ever before. He activated the gong changer one final time. Geki Waza. Rigid Fist. A massive blast of violet Geki energy erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Kalawarna like a raging wolf's howl. She screamed, desperately trying to flee, but the energy consumed her completely. Sparks and electricity exploded around her as she let out a final, anguished cry. "And oh! Curse you, Genshiro!" Her body erupted in a blinding explosion, leaving behind nothing but a scattering of black feathers that floated softly to the ground. "It's over, finally," he muttered, relief washing over him. He returned back to his Gokai green form. The team regrouped around him, their faces filled with determination and quiet pride. The team also returned to their original colors. The wind carried away the last of the feathers. He looked at his team, who were happy that Genshiro was able to beat his longest fear, which was of confronting his ex-girlfriend. "Let's go." The five looked at Asia as she spoke. So Genshiro, what will you do with her?" Issei asked, to which Genshiro looked at Issei and spoke. "Well, I may have told her that I'd help her with her problem of homelessness." "So?" The team looked at him with a deadpan look, as a drop of sweat fell from their helmets, as Valerie exclaimed with annoyance. "Oi, idiot! You can just bring anyone to our home, you know." "Sorry." Genshiro spoke with an apologetic tone, as groans of frustration could be heard, with Issei speaking with frustration. "You didn't think this through, did you?" Genshiro could be rubbing his head in embarrassment, and he bowed with an apologetic tone. "Sorry. It won't happen again." Issei ended with a sigh. Asia was looking sad, wondering if she would have a place to call home or not, as he responded. "Fine, she'll be sent to Kyoto to Marine, who will check on her. But she will be trained, so that a situation like this doesn't happen again." Issei spoke seriously, to which Genshiro beamed at this and responded. "Thank you, Issei." Yeah, now let's head home." Issei responded, as he and the rest morphed into their original selves. They introduced themselves to the exiled nun, who was happy that she will be going home. She knew that there was hope for her life, and promised to repay the Gokaiger team one day. Scene change. In a different world. Unknown location? The Silver Wronger had returned, unmasking himself to be a tall young man with fair skin, blonde hair and dark blue eyes. He is quite toned, having strong muscles in his arms, shoulders, and upper chest. This was none other than John Ark, the infamous faker of Beacon and the Gokai Silver of the Gokaigers. The place he was exactly in was in Remnant, or to be precise, Vale. How he became the Silver Wronger? It's a long story. Like many of his ancestors, John wanted to be the hero. However, his parents forbade him from becoming the hero. However, he still wanted to prove his worth and was luckily trained by 3 of his sisters and his grandparents, who saw the potential in him and trained him in secret despite opposition from the rest of his family. But he never went to combat school, hence he had to get fake transcripts which his grandfather managed to get him. However, upon them being exposed, John was treated like a pariah and like a plague. His own friends abandoned him except for one. His family, except for those that supported his dreams, abandoned and disowned him without a second thought. He hated this, and tried to explain them, but was almost killed by 2 members of his former family. However, as fate had it, the original Gokai Silver saved him, just like how Marvelous saved the Hyadas siblings. Gokai Silver had effortlessly beat the 2 members, causing them to flee like the dogs they were, with their tails between their legs, of course. The man who saved John was revealed to be Gaikari. He decided to take John under his wing, and tell him that he can train him to become the hero. John agreed without hesitation and trained under the Silver Wronger for a few months, until he gained his powers from him. Guy also had to return back to his home world, leaving John with the powers of the Silver Wronger and every 6th Wronger power in existence, meaning John can Gokai change into any of the 6th Wronger whenever he wants to do so. "This is just the beginning, Remnant. I will become a hero, and nobody can stop my desire. 'Cause this is what a pirate does," John declared, as he headed back to Beacon. He didn't care about the fate of Team Ruby that had the bright idea, or primarily Yang and Weiss, to leave him for dead. But now, they are the ones being left for dead. John also had to threaten the pilot, knowing he was considering on doing the same. He had to do this to survive, and he will destroy anyone that stands in the way of his dream, no matter what happens. The next day. Issei's house, Kuo Town, Kuo, 7:30 a.m. Issei and company had woken up, after defeating Kawarna and her allies. Rainier had to leave for Grigori to inform what had happened to her superiors, as she mentioned that she would meet them in the future. They were in their night dress and were present in the meeting set by Mari, as she spoke up. "Well, good job in defeating the fallen angels, with the standard set for them to be eliminated. But stay in the town, I have a feeling something else may happen." Mari spoke in a serious tone, earning a nod from the 5 as Issei spoke. "In that case, we'll stay behind." "Say anything from the Shinto pantheon?" "Them? Are you guys referring to what the 5 of you did to Nagrani Bella?" Mari asked with curiosity, to which Ingveld responded normally. "Correct, Mari, nay, we were expecting a small retaliation from them given their obsession with avenging their loved ones. But so far, nothing." "I see, from my searches there was nothing. They had all gone into hiding. But I do believe that we may get some information." Mari responded with an excited tone, as the Gokaigers were surprised by this information, as Mari continued. "Today grandfather is going on a meeting alongside Aunt Haruka. Every year, before Christmas and approximately less than 2 months before the Japanese New Year, we have a meet, or didn't you all forget that?" The Gokaigers realized this, and many of them said, "Oh, how could we forget? That was the day grandfather and Aunt Haruka go for a meetup." Issei commented, as Mari responded with a scolding tone, That's right, only the two of us used to go, but with the current state, 3 people will be going. Let me guess, they want the Gokagers, right? Issei asked, to which Mari responded. Correct, they want you guys. So who will be coming today? Mari asked, to which Issei responded. I'll go, since Rias Gremry along with Sona Citri might need some answers from us. The rest of you go and speak with her. Get her off our backs if you can. So far she hasn't bothered us, but if she does, then deal with her. Issei spoke with a serious and no-nonsense tone, as the others nodded. Mari then responded. Great, then I'll pick you up in 1 hour. Get ready cause the meeting starts at 10 a.m. sharp. Mari cuts off the call, as Ingveld soon spoke in response. We'll get going, our school will begin soon. You'll be having an absentee slip, right? It's academy policy. I will worry not. Issei spoke with a smile, as Genshiro looked away. He planned on apologizing to Reina once she gets back. He was rude to her, looking down on her when she did help them in every manner. Kishinami Estate, Kyoto, 9 a.m. Issei had reached the estate, where he was greeted by his older sister, Mari. The two embraced each other, as she asked, So how have you been? I am fine, Marine. Issei and Mari soon split up, as they were joined by Haruka and Kaji Kishinami, as Issei embraced his aunt and maternal grandfather, after splitting up. Kaji asked, Are you ready for this? I am, but the Shinto faction was always neutral, but why they want to meet me? Kaji and Haruka looked at each other, as Kaji spoke. The gods fear you, Issei. They want you eliminated or want you and your team to join you. Kaji's words made Issei annoyed. He was aware that the divinity must be fearing now that humanity is having power to stand up to them. Haruka then added with a sigh. The pantheons which we're loyal to are showing their true colors, at least most of them. We need to do something about it. Issei spoke with a normal thought, as he continued. I am joining the meeting anyway. I'll drop some words in response to this. As long as they leave humanity alone, we won't be bothering them. If they can't heed the words, then they have to prepare for the consequences. They won't be above consequences, that I will make sure of. Issei spoke seriously, to which the duo nodded. They also agreed with Issei's mentality and words. Mari was concerned for her little brother, as she spoke. Issei, be careful, don't make unnecessary enemies. I know, Marine. But I know for a fact that my ex-father will also be there, right? Issei took a glance at Kaji, who nodded, as he spoke. Indeed, he'll want the morphers for himself, and has been trying to find a way to perfectly recreate the morpher you have. Spies from the compound has already informed me. However, all attempts have ended in failure so far. Issei responded, as he continued. That power-hungry moron can only dream, since none of the Sentai would intend to give the clan their power. Marvelous San himself was weary of them, and according to him, the other Sentai would be disgusted and appalled by his nature. If an encounter does happen, unfortunately. And if those morons try to fight against some. Haruka added normally, to which Mari responded gleefully with a smirk. They'll get their butts kicked. Honestly, nobody would give a shit if those power-hungry fucks end up dying. The trio knew how much Mari despised her former family, to the point of even killing them if they ever harmed her new family. She was glad that Kaji came for them in their youth, and they left the family before it was too late. They didn't feel any empathy since the clan was still rotten, strict and obsessed with making themselves strong. Anyways, we should be getting going. The meat summit would begin shortly. It is going to comprise of the 7 principal clans including ours, and it will even bring Yasaka as well. Issei and Mari looked surprised, as Issei spoke with a shocked tone. Wait, the same fox woman who is stated to be one of the cruelest of kitsunes? Yes, but those are all rumors. Yet, it is undebatable on how things would go. Kaji added seriously, as Issei nodded. Mari then spoke with slight nervousness. Her rule is stated to be one of the cruelest, with many humans and yokai falling victim to her laws. Are you sure those are rumors, grandfather? It may be, it may not be. Our clan's feud with the yokai kind, despite its decline, it is still at an all-time high. Yasaka's rule hasn't seemed to change much. We need to be careful, Haruka Issei. The duo nodded, as Mari took note at this. She was done with the Gokai Galleon Buster, and she only decided to do the final touches. She should be done by tomorrow at most. Very well, Dad, we'll be careful. Let's go. Mari, take care of yourself. Issei and Kaji nodded, as they headed to the summit. Mari watched them leave, as she balled her hand into a fist and shook with a determined pose, as she spoke. I'll support you in any way I can, Issei. Marvelous trained me as well, and I'll help you in that if I am needed in the future. Mari spoke with determination and conviction as she headed back to the compound, where she saw Jean waiting for her. Mari! Jean called out with a smile, as Mari turned to him and spoke. It's been a while. Jean was a tall, handsome, and muscular young man with gray eyes, sharp facial features, and black hair with bangs that dangle all the way down to his eyes. He is wearing a light blue zip-up jacket with a hood. The jacket has white detailing on the inside and around the zipper area, and it features 2 side pockets. He is wearing a simple, fitted dark navy or black t-shirt. The shirt has a low, slightly wide neckline, giving a relaxed and comfortable look. Along with that, he is wearing slim-fitting blue jeans. He is wearing a pair of white and green sneakers. Ah, Jean, what brings you here from your busy schedule? Mari responded gently as she knew Jean, who was her cousin, was also one of the few that cared for her, despite her blood having mixed with the hiatus. Like her, Jean also had beef with the clan on a personal level due to how much badly his mother Haruka was treated by his former aunt Miki. He also hated that both Issei and Mari were treated like garbage because of the clan, and was one of the few that desired to be a Gokager to join the team. But his desire came too late since the candidates were already selected. Nothing much, I was going to watch Hokuno's tournament in the Japanese martial arts tournament. I managed to make time off my schedule, it is the least I can do for my little sister. Mari widened her eyes, and responded with slight fear. Oh, I forgot about that. I should probably get dressed and head out too. It's fine, there is still an hour or 2 left for the match. There is no hurry. Jean spoke nicely with a small chuckle, as Mari nodded. She then spoke. Since there is time, I might as well work on the Galleon Buster gun. That thing that can channel the combined power of the 5 Gokagers at once? Jean asked with surprise as Mari spoke with a smile. Yep, and I just need to put some final touches before I send it to the team. Might if I join? Jean asked, to which Mari spoke gently. Sure, but you know the rules. Not to touch anything without my permission or knowledge. Yes, you hammered those rules into all of us before you let anyone enter the lab. Jean spoke with a slightly annoyed tone, as Mari gave a small giggle, and spoke. Well, the reason for this is most of your equipment is dangerous, unstable or prone to explosion. You drilled that too? Jean exclaimed in annoyance, as Mari turned around, and spoke with a slight mocking tone. Good. Let's go. Jean could be seen walking behind her with an annoyed look. He wonders on how Issei even deals with his older sister, who can be annoying sometimes. Mari soon enters the lab, and types the passcode. The door opens, and it is revealed to be an excellent laboratory with several equipment. It had several machines and other devices attached to it. Additionally, it also seemed to be a futuristic lab. There were 2 chairs that had a surgical device on them, with a glass door which had the markings, genetics written on it. Jean looked around with surprise, despite it housing many dangerous weapons, chemicals and magical powers. It was surprisingly clean. This wasn't his first visit, but he and Hakuno were always surprised whenever they noticed the laboratory. Well, it should be here somewhere. Mari looked around before noticing a button. Ah, there! Mari exclaimed, as she pressed it. Soon enough, a compartment came in front of them. Soon the compartment removed its covering, revealing a brightly colored blaster with a futuristic and pirate-inspired design. The main body is predominantly red with yellow and gold accents, featuring a white pirate skull and crossbones emblem. The front has a metallic silver barrel resembling a cannon, while the back includes large yellow fins resembling a spaceship tail. Black slots with cylindrical elements line the top, and a gold projectile-like decoration is attached to the rear. A red handle extends downward for grip, and a black stand provides stability. The overall design blends spaceship and weapon aesthetics, suggesting a sci-fi or space pirate theme. Well, Jean, allow me to present you the Gokai Galleon Buster. Mari motioned to the blaster with pride. She was proud of the creation. Jean widened his eyes and spoke. That means it is ready? Jean asked with surprise, to which Mari responded. Correct, all I need to do is do some tweaking, it shouldn't take long. Then we can go for the match. If I am correct, this match will be one of Hokuno's regular matches, correct? Mari asked, to which Jean nodded, and responded with a gentle tone. Yep, I don't mind the wait. Mari responded with a smile, before putting her safety goggles and working on the Gokai Galleon Buster. Jean watched his cousin's work, a small smirk falling on his face. He was curious on how Issei and his team will use this against the Hyoudou clan, especially Issei Hyoudou. Scene change. Meeting summit, downtown Kyoto, 10 a.m. The current meeting summit had commenced, where all the current leaders of the principal clans had arrived. These were the following. For Himejima clan, it was Suzuka Himejima, their current leader. She was described to be an exceptionally beautiful young woman of Japanese descent with long black hair and red eyes. She has a slim and voluptuous figure, and was noted to have a strong resemblance to her cousin Akeno. This was Suzuka Himejima, the current leader of the Himejima clan. She was the inheritor of the vermilion bird, the mythical bird symbolizing the element of flames. For the Kushihashi clan, it was Sairyu Kushihashi, their current leader, who is a bespectacled handsome young man with graceful features. He wears a blue blazer. He is stated to own the mythical beast Azure Dragon, the mythical dragon symbolizing the element of wood. For the Duman clan, it was Genbu Duman, the current heir, who is a young girl with long silver that has a series of bangs in front of her forehead with a single hair strand, known in Japan as a hoge, sticking out from the top, as well as 2 green beads on 2 tied portions of her hair and purple hair. She is dressed in a unique yellow dress and a white scarf around her neck. She holds the sacred beast, Black Tortoise, the mythical tortoise symbolizing the element of water. For the Nakiri clan, it was Uryu Nakiri the current heir. He was described to be a young man who has hair, which appears to be slicked back and a long bang in front of his forehead that extends in front of his left eye. He wore a crimson uniform. He holds the sacred beast, Yellow Dragon, the mythical dragon symbolizing the element of water. And from the Shinra clan, it was Byako Shinra, their current leader, who is a young man with a shaved head. They had all gathered waiting for their goddess and representative Yukai to arrive as well. Kaji and Gore were also present, with Gore giving Kaji the stink eye, who didn't give him a bother. He was minding his own business. Each clan leader were accompanied by some of their family members, as they stood beside their representative. For instance, So was standing beside Suzaku, who didn't want her uncle due to his past actions but was forced to deal with him. Issei was standing in the corner, leaning for his choice. He had a cold look, looking at his former parents with disdain. He waited for his time to shine. Many were discussing amongst themselves on what the topic of the meeting, wondering what is going to be this time. But their discussions were suddenly halted when a bright light, with an announcement following. Lady Amaterasu is arriving shortly. Please everyone take a seat. The representatives did as they were asked. Issei was the only one that didn't take a seat. He looked at the light in a mocking manner, knowing that these gods didn't amuse him. The Sentai powers amused him even more. Amaterasu soon arrived. A physical appearance is that of a fit young woman with long black hair. Her hair is also tightened towards the bottom to prevent it from freely moving. She wears the standard clothes of a miko, a Japanese priestess. Amaterasu descended with a grace that transcended mortal understanding, her presence radiating an ethereal beauty befitting a goddess. The air itself seemed to shimmer in reverence, as if nature had stilled to witness her arrival. Her luminous form glowed softly, a serene yet commanding light that banished the shadows. Her flowing robes, woven from strands of sunlight and adorned with delicate patterns of celestial gold, drifted gently with her movements as though guided by an unseen breeze. Her golden eyes held a calm authority, a gaze that seemed to pierce through the very soul, yet carried a warmth akin to the morning sun. The ground beneath her feet bloomed with life, as if waking from an eternal slumber. Every step she took was deliberate yet weightless, as though she moved between worlds. The very essence of her being spoke of power, divinity, and compassion. Greetings everyone, I am sorry if I got late. We shall begin the meeting shortly, after the arrival of Lady Isaka of the Yukai faction. Amaterasu spoke gracefully. She looked at the clan representatives who had stood up and bowed with respect. The only one that didn't was Issei, something the goddess of the sun picked up. She knew who he was, and knew that he was here for a purpose. After all, the man she knew was the famous and deadly Gokai Red, who has a reputation of even besting Susanoo, the god of storms in combat, a feat that she immensely respected and feared him for. She was aware that he had no reason for bowing, given his reputation of disliking supernatural beings that looked down on humans. Soon enough, another magic circle had appeared in front of them. This was a yellow magic circle, and out came the nine-tailed kitsune, Yasaka. She appears as a young woman with a voluptuous figure, and very long blonde hair with matching eyes. She is a woman with delicate facial features, and her eyebrows are cut very short and round as a traditional symbol of nobility. Her hair is usually tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that ends in a spiral, with taut bandages to keep it in place. She is wearing a traditional shrine maiden attire, and over that she wore a white coat held closed by a red ribbon and a golden crown. She spoke with an air of gracefulness and gentleness, speaking, "Thank you all for coming. We shall begin the meeting." "Amaterasu-sama?" "Yes, Yasaka, we shall. Our first topic of discussion will be the death of Nagrani Bella." The expressions of their faces were varied. Some were concerned and even surprised by the fall of such a powerful Naga ruler. Goro and Miki were furious by how the discussion was going to go, involving their disgraceful son. Others were worried and fearful of this. Haruka and Kaji were having normal expressions on their faces. They knew why Issei killed Bella, and she had it coming given the fact that she was given multiple chances to surrender and stop her misguided vengeance but chose not to and was eventually killed in response. Issei had a gleeful grin remembering her death. She was stubborn until her death where she exploded in a fiery manner. The fact that she was killed in such a manner, she was a powerful yokai, and she was stated to be the most powerful Nagrani of this era, theorized to even keep up with Satan class and even God class beings in the future. Someone powerful was the one responsible for her death. Saryu spoke seriously, to which Amaterasu spoke with a serious tone. She knew that the killer was standing on the wall. She wanted to know the reason why he and his team killed her and brought Nagalok to the brink of destruction. Indeed, he was. He was a powerful adversary, but I do believe that they wouldn't have any reason to kill a Naga. Given their history, isn't that right? Amaterasu spoke, glancing towards Yasaka, wanting to hear what the kitsune had to hear about, as she responded. Indeed, and while her death is saddening, it is not the first time the Nagrani of Nagalok has been killed. There have been cases where the Nagrani was killed prior to Bella, and they have been killed for the gem famously known as the Nagamani. Everyone was murmuring amongst themselves on that topic, excluding Issei and the Kishinami representatives who knew where it was. Yasaka then continued. Despite them regaining the Nagamani eventually, it has always been a bloody battle, with both sides taking casualties. As a result, Nagas are known to be apprehensive and downright racist to humans, the latter being very minimum and rare cases. The ones racist and minimum were stated to use humans as pawns and kill them for their own selfish goals. Issei internally snorted, sensing the hypocrisy of Nagas and Nagins. While he wanted to make a comment on Yasaka's regime, he stayed silent, waiting for the perfect opportunity to do so. He knew on them being as bad if not worse than humans, yet they have the audacity to look down on them. He was hoping that she is rotting in hell. If she is not, he hoped that she is trapped in the human world as a spirit. But the Nagamani was restored. To be honest, when the Nagamani also went missing, I had a feeling that the pirates would have taken the gem, since that would be the motivation of them killing the Nagrani so that she doesn't come after them to claim the gem. After all, stealing the gem is a crime punishable by death to anyone that is not a Naga. Yasaka explained to them, as Suzaku spoke with horror. Isn't that a bit too much? For them, no. The gem is the most prestigious and honorable to them. It was given by Shivji personally for them to guard and protect them. They'll even sacrifice their lives if it means the gem doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Cause the gem is powerful, akin to a high-tier Longinus, making any normal being basically a walking god that can even match up with someone like Amaterasu-sama. The people present were shocked by the power of the Nagamani. They feared the possibility of falling into the wrong hands. Issei smirked, knowing full well that the Nagamani is out of hands and no longer a Nagalok. They can cry and whine all they want. They'll never get the Nagamani. If they come to attack him and his family, they'll fall like the others. I don't mind purging those rabid animals if they even lay a finger on my friends and family for their stupid vengeance. I'll make sure to destroy any legacy these Nagas leave behind and purge them to extinction to make sure none are ever formed again. Issei thought with anger and fury, as he vowed to purge them down if he ever sees another try and harm those he cares for. Drake was in full agreement, supporting his partner in doing the deed. I see. Genbu responded, as she spoke. Then the Gokagers killed them out of gaining the Nagamani. Not quite. Kaji finally spoke after being silent, with Amaterasu turning to him. She knew that Kaji was the only person that knew of the Gokagers on a personal level, along with his clan. She then spoke. Would you give your word on this, Kaji Kishinami? Kaji Kishinami stood up, his posture composed yet commanding, a faint aura of authority emanating from him. The murmurs in the room quieted as all eyes turned to him. His amber eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the gathered crowd briefly before settling on Amaterasu. Certainly, Amaterasu-sama, he replied, his voice steady, a mixture of respect and gravitas. The tension was palpable. Yasaka's gaze softened slightly, though she remained alert, her golden tails flicking ever so slightly as she studied Kaji. Goro and Mickey's scornful expressions only added to the unease, but Kaji ignored them entirely, his focus unwavering. "The Gokagers," he began, his tone deliberate. "They are not the kind of individuals to kill for mere greed or power. Their actions are often misunderstood. While I cannot deny their ruthlessness when provoked, their motives are seldom as simple as acquiring treasure. If they were involved in the death of the Nagrani, it was not for the Naegmini alone." The room was silent. Even the murmurs ceased as Kaji's words sunk in. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes slightly, her curiosity piqued. "Explain," she commanded gently, her tone carrying the weight of her divine authority. Kaji nodded. "The Gokagers operate under a code, one that prioritizes freedom and rebellion against oppressive forces. If they killed the Nagrani, I believe it was because they deemed her a threat, not just to themselves but perhaps to others as well. The Naegmini may have been incidental to their actions, not the primary goal." Yasaka frowned, her delicate features shadowed by concern. "And yet, the Naegmini is gone. If not their primary goal, then why is it missing and why is the Nagrani slain? The gem is no ordinary artifact. It cannot be taken by brute force alone. You need the Nagrani alive for her to gain the gem. Only after obtaining it you can kill her." "Correct, Yasaka. It cannot be, the Naegmini was never their primary goal." Kaji spoke without putting the honorary suffix for showing respect. Yasaka didn't retort, knowing why Kaji said so, due to what was happening in her faction. However, Goro didn't think that way. He then interjected. "I believe you are forgetting to call Yasaka-sama by her proper honorifics, Kishinami." Goro spat with anger and interjection, as Kaji responded with a smile. "I have my reasons, Goro. Reasons that you needn't know." Goro was getting more frustrated, as Kaji continued. "Besides, I believe that this is not the time to discuss about honorifics." "You!" Goro was about to lash out, but Amaterasu stepped in, as she demanded with anger. "Stand down, Goro, Kaji is right. This is not the time to discuss about honorifics." Goro gritted his teeth and sat down. He was glaring at Kaji with hatred, who didn't care about him in any manner. Haruka shook her head at this. She frowned at the man Mickey had chosen. The other clan members were annoyed by this. Some were annoyed by Goro Hyoudou and the others were by the lack of respect that Kaji showed. However, fighting with him was not a choice. "Continue, Kaji," Amaterasu commanded gently as she spoke. "So where was I?" "Oh yes, the action. The Gokagers, while they did take the Naegmini, that wasn't their primary goal. It was to stop the Nagrani from harming someone they cared about." "And do you have any proof of this claim?" Bayako asked politely, to which Kaji spoke. "I don't. But I do have the very person that can shed some light onto the subject." "Please, if you would then." Amaterasu spoke, being well aware that Issei Hyoudou is also present, as Kaji ended with a smile. "Would you like to please show yourself, Issei Kishinami?" Issei soon stepped forward, coming into the limelight, with many being surprised by this. "Also known as Gokai Red, the leader of the Gokagers," Kaji declared, as they all looked horrified by the man that had slain Bella himself. He was standing in front of their eyes. Goro and Mickey were furious seeing him here, remembering what he had done in Kuo Academy. He completely ruined their children's lives and clan completely. Many were afraid of seeing him here, with only Suzaka having a look of respect seeing him here, since she remembered Tobio speak about him. "You have some nerve of showing yourself here? You damned criminal!" Goro shouted at the top of his voice. Issei was about to speak, wanting to put his so-called father in his place once again. But Kaji interjected and spoke in response with anger and disdain being present in his tone. "I am afraid he is not a criminal. Except in your eyes and pea-sized brain of yours. So shut up and sit down. Unless you want to deal with me, personally. 'Cause I'd love to put you in your place, just like I did years ago." Goro lost his anger and became fearful, as he was looking at the Kishinamis with anger in their eyes, but was afraid of doing anything due to fear. Mickey was about to retort, but Issei beat her to it. "Shut your piehole of a mouth, Mickey Hyoudou. You got nothing of value to speak, you power-hungry woman that has no love for her own sister. You sit in the cuck chair of yours before we make you." Haruka then added in response. "Issei is right, he only used 2 Sentai powers in his combat against you. He can use much more." Mickey was backing away with fear and anger. Some were appalled by the vulgarity in which Issei spoke to Mickey Hyoudou. Kaji couldn't help but have a small snicker seeing his ex-daughter's state. Issei then added. Well, I was gonna use 4 Sentai, but Miki was so weak that I only needed 2 Sentai. Miki was seething in fury, but she was helpless and powerless against them. She was pooling tears in her eyes due to the fear. Amaterasu then finally spoke up. Enough, everyone. Miki, Goro, stand down, now. We'll discuss about your clan problems at a later date right now. We have important matters to discuss. Amaterasu's authoritative voice made them all simmer down, with the 2 Hyoudou clan members being furious at this. Haruka gave a small smile seeing Miki's state, as Amaterasu turned to Issei and spoke with a serious tone. Explain. I will, but don't expect me to call you by honorifics. I see everyone in an equal light. 'Cause that is what a pirate like me does. Issei's words made many appalled and annoyed by this. Saryu was about to speak up, but Amaterasu cuts him off by placing her hand in front of him. It's fine. You can tell why you killed the Nagrani. Even Yasaka was appalled by the disrespect. She had developed a fear of the Gokaiger team, knowing their aggression towards her kind as well. She hoped that they'll listen to her before they start killing anyone. Let me be blunt with you, Bella is nothing but a rabid animal. Her misguided vengeance was the reason why I killed her. Issei spoke bluntly, causing many to be surprised. Yasaka had a small frown on her face when Issei called Bella a rabid animal. She was far from it, and she looked at him with a serious tone, speaking one word. Elaborate. You see, Bella had a history of killing innocents. She killed them on her misguided vengeance for her love of Vikrant, who was slain by the Sagal family. But it turns out, Vikrant was alive this whole time. To put it in short, his intentions were twisted, as he wanted to claim the throne for himself, and even make Bella kill an innocent. He framed the innocent yet rich Sagal family for their own goals. Issei elaborated in response, which many took note of this. He then continued. Despite us proving they are innocent, she refused to heed our word, believing that they are criminals that deserve death, and constantly tried to harm the family. The problem grew so bad that we had to eliminate Vikrant before he harms any other innocents, and collected enough proof from interrogations that we did on him. We provided the evidence to her. And did she believe you? Suzaku asked with curiosity and concern. Issei looked at her and sighed. If she did, she wouldn't be dead. Suzaku and the others noted this, excluding the Hyoudou clan, who were furious at how Issei was gaining glory when he should be forgotten and abandoned. They were livid by the fact that Issei was getting attention instead of being arrested and detained. We gave her many chances, even asking her to clean up her act. But she chose not to. She chose to still take revenge, refusing to believe that they are innocent. Hell, I even told her that she can still be with Mahir Sagal, her husband that she married to enter his home. Issei was about to continue, when Saryu asked after deducing Issei's story. She married him? Why? If she needed to take revenge, then why she married him? Hell, if I know what goes on in her stupid mind. 'Cause if she had a proper function human brain, she wouldn't be thinking that way. Shiva made a mistake giving Nagas the power to shapeshift, and then made it our problem. Honestly, they are a bunch of morons at this point. Issei spoke in response, as Saryu and several others nodded in agreement. They can understand that Bella is a moron at this point. Yasaka frowned upon this, given that she is also a Yukai in human form. She then spoke. That's not very nice. I am a kitsune too. Well, foxes have a bigger brain than king cobras, so your point is not valid. Plus, I am not sure you have a proper functioning brain given your reputation. Yasaka flinched at this, losing her frown, and turned her gaze away. She remembered that many still fear and hate the Yukai due to the actions of several Yukai under a terrorist organization under them. Amaterasu knew the truth and felt sad for her. She knew that her reputation was the result of rogue Yukai desiring to make their kind the way they were. Bloodthirsty and ruthless. Anyways, continuing on. We gave her multiple chances, but she decided to still desire vengeance. That was what got her killed. The Nagamani, that was just a bonus that we gained after defeating her. Turns out, you only need her body for an hour and that would be enough. We gained the Nagamani and destroyed her corpse, so that she couldn't be revived unless someone finds a way to do so. The others excluding the Hyoudous took note of this, with the Kishinamis also doing so, since the Nagas can still pose a problem. Yasaka then spoke sadly, remembering meeting a very young Bella, and her mother back when she was the Nagrani. Was there any way to spare her? Sorry, she was a good girl when she was young. Yasaka spoke with an apologetic tone, making everyone understand that the kitsune may have developed a liking for the Naga. Issei shook his head and spoke. Like I said, if there was a way, she wouldn't be dead. Issei spoke, as Amaterasu took note of this. Even if there is no concrete proof, the person responsible for the death of the Nagrani giving their testimony was enough for her. She took a deep breath knowing that Issei wasn't responsible for her death, but she did that to herself. She had to be stopped. She then spoke with a small smile. Very well, Issei, you can keep the Nagrani. I believe it is safe in your hands rather than in Naglok. But try not to kill any more of their kind. The Hindu pantheon was not happy about this. No promises. Issei responded bluntly, to which Amaterasu nodded. She then spoke. In that case, this meeting is adjourned for the time being. We'll meet again tomorrow for the last time before moving on to the next year. The leaders started to leave one by one. Goro wanted to speak up, but Miki grabbed him and shook her head. He internally vowed to get back on Issei one day. The clan representatives left one by one, leaving Issei alone with the Kishinamis, as well as Amaterasu and Yasaka. Well, Kaji, it seems like you have well acquainted with the Gokagers. Kaji looked at his grandson before speaking. I realized the error of my mistake soon, otherwise who knows, our relationship would be broken beyond repair. Haruka kept her hand on her father, as he turned to her and gave a nod before turning back to the two divine beings speaking. The sins of a parent shouldn't be blamed on the child. Had I not realized this, I would have been no different from the people I despise. Kaji and Haruka wanted to tell the two about what had happened to Issei, but upon request from Mari and Issei, they asked to save it for a later date, when the time is right. Since it was wise to strike the iron rod when it is hot for maximum efficiency. I see, well, good for you opening your eyes, Kaji. Amaterasu spoke with a bright smile. She knew the Kishinami were hiding something, but they respected his decision and not push it since it was not a problem from the time being. Amaterasu's words earned a nod from the Kishinami former leader, as Haruka spoke. And Issei, he is like my very own child. Just like his older sister Mari. Haruka hugged Issei from the back, as she gave a smile. Issei returned it with a smirk, as Yasaka spoke, seeing this. I guess it's good for you. You have a loving family. I wish mine was the same. The trio looked surprised, with Haruka separating from him, as Issei asked. What happened? Oh, nothing much. Yasaka spoke with a smile, but everyone present knew the smile was fake. Amaterasu then responded with a serious yet gentle tone. I believe it is wise for us to return as well, and Issei, while I am not someone that hates you for your and your team's actions, the same can't be said for several of my fellow gods. Issei took note of this, and spoke with a shrug. Well, you can't help it, there are morons everywhere even among gods. But if they try their luck in harming us, we'll blow them to bits. 'Cause that is what it means to be a pirate. Haruka and Kaji shook their heads in amusement. Even after leaving, Marvelous still imparted his personality onto Issei's own, merging them into a singular one. He acts like both Marvelous and Issei combined into a singular entity. The group soon decided to leave the meeting room, returning back to their homes. Yasaka wondered if her broken family would form back once again or not. Scene change. Kuo Academy, Kuo, 1 p.m. The four other Gokagers were having their own conversation, as Genshiro spoke up. So, how would the meeting would have gone? Valerie soon responded. Beats me, they probably would have discussed some small things. Yeah, plus it is kind of quiet due to the lack of the Hyoudou siblings annoying us. Ingveld commented, remembering their absence from the academy. Due to their severe wounds, they wouldn't be arriving for a week. It was peaceful for the other Gokagers. They also remembered that the Hyoudou siblings losing their reputation due to what had happened, with many not trusting them due to their action of spreading rumors, but they knew that they won't stop trying. True, I couldn't have agreed anymore. Seorg spoke, as he had a small piece of chicken meatball. Valerie then added. So do you think the devils found out on what we did? They would, Valerie, they aren't idiots, just incompetent. Genshiro spoke in response, as Valerie spoke with a shrug. Maybe they are both. Or it could be something else. Seorg spoke in response, as he continued. Back when I was still a Baal, I remembered them speak about something like a ceasefire. Maybe they are afraid of something. Probably, but unless they have a good reason, we might as well consider them incompetent. Valerie mused in response, earning a nod from the others. Soon enough, squeals were heard from the women, garnering their attention. They turned to see a handsome young man with short blonde hair, blue eyes, and a mole underneath his left eye. He wears the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, which consists of a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. "Hey guys, I need to pick someone up," the man responded, as one of the girls spoke. "Oh my god, it is the prince. It is Hyoudou Kiba," a girl squealed as another. "He looks so pretty," one more girl exclaimed, as another added up. "I think I may lose it by just seeing him," another exclaimed, which was fortunately down by the cheers. "Well, guess the devil prince has arrived. Say Seorg, you looking forward for a reunion with your cousin?" Ingveld mused, to which Seorg sighed, and responded, "Not really, but then again. She did try and help me with my issues against Daddy Dearest." Seorg spoke sarcastically in the last part, mocking his father. Seorg despising his father would be an understatement, since if there is anyone he would want to kill, Lord Bale. It is Seorg given on how he treated his mother Miss La Bale, and while she didn't hold any horrible feelings and anger towards the unjust treatment of her husband and clan's treatment, same couldn't be said for Seorg. Hyoudou soon walked up to them, and spoke with a smile. "Rias Gremery wants to meet all of you. She wants to speak to you." "And if we refuse?" Ingveld asked seriously, as she continued, "Will you drag us there?" Many were afraid of the interaction. Some didn't want him to meet these monsters due to what Issei and Valerie had done. One spoke. "The prince is meeting monsters." One spoke with fear, as another responded, "Please get away from him, my dear prince." Another girl spoke in response. Kiba looked at them with sweat forming on his forehead. He knew that Gokagers are dangerous beings, not to be messed with despite some of them being human. He also knew that Seorg Bale, the former heir of the Bale clan, was one of the members of the team. He feared them, and provoking them was not an option. Rias Gremery warned him that to bring them in as peaceful as possible, making them an enemy of these pirates, is far from options. Kiba then took a deep breath and spoke, maintaining his composure. "No, I cannot, but it was on her request. The sooner you make it, the better." Kiba was about to walk away, as Ingveld spoke seriously. "Fine, we'll come." Ingveld was the second in command of the team. She was the one that kept the command when Issei was not around. Seorg was supposed to be the second in command first, but that changed when Ingveld was shown to be more capable in leadership than Seorg, who wasn't against Ingveld leading them. "You sure about this? Don't want to deal with that spoiled cousin?" Valerie bluntly spoke, as Ingveld nodded and responded. "I am. If we don't meet, she'll keep pestering us. Might as well get it done." Kiba flinched at Valerie's jab towards his master. He wanted to say something in her defense, but decided against, as he spoke in response. "Then please, if you may? Lead the way, Kiba." Ingveld spoke seriously, earning a nod from the blonde knight. The four Gokagers got up and headed to the location, where Rias Gremery was. Some students were murmuring and whispers were being formed surrounding the five, which were ignored. They headed to an old-looking building which was the Occult Research Club building. Kiba then spoke. "This is where our base of operations, as one may call it, is located. Please follow me." Kiba spoke, as the four Gokagers headed inside. They were soon greeted by Rias Gremery, who was seated on her bench with Akeno standing beside her. Koneko was eating her sweets. Soon their attention was turned to Kiba and the four Gokagers who had come inside. Rias took a deep breath to compose herself. Akeno became stiff and rigid, not wanting the four Sentai wrongers to get the wrong idea. Koneko stopped eating sweets and kept hers away. Kiba then spoke. "I brought them, Bucho." "Very good, Kiba, please you four, have a seat." Rias spoke, as she turned to Seorg and spoke. "Seorg, is that you? You are one of them?" Rias asked with surprise and shock. It has been years since she saw her cousin. Seorg sighed and spoke. "Yes, it is me. And no, before you ask, I don't intend to become part of the Bale clan any longer." "No, how have you been?" Rias asked in retort. She understood Seorg's anger and knew why he was furious. Seorg then spoke with a normal tone. "Fine, better than ever." Akeno soon headed inside the kitchen to get some snacks, as Rias continued. "So where is Issei? The Red Wronger?" Rias was more or less curious on the Sentai team that can contend and slay gods and godlike beings, and other supernatural beings. They even have a Megazord that can clash against the sum of the gods' true form, which is basically them having some additional traits like cat ears or something else, and they are gigantic, hence why the Megazord is needed. For any ordinary human being, their true form would easily wipe their existence completely, excluding their soul, that is. But for the Gokagers, it was just another day in their job. "He is busy with a different meeting." Ingveld spoke up, as she continued with a serious tone. He is part of the Kishinami clan. I believe you understand why, correct? Yes, I do. Rias responded, remembering the Kishinami controlling majority of the Japan underworld and overworld, as well as having businesses and trades all over the world. Messing with that family was also not an option, just like the Hyoudou clan. However, messing with the Kishinami results in far worse consequences than messing with the Hyoudou clan. That is why he is not here. If you want to speak about your problems, you can tell me. I'll let him know about it. I am the second in command of the team. Ingveld spoke seriously as Rias gave a nod. She then spoke. Very well then, normally I'd want someone like the 4 members of the team in my peerage due to your sacred gears, which I can sense. The Gokagers narrowed their gazes, ready to deal with her if she tries to force them to become part of her peerage. Additionally, Valerie and Ingveld would never want to become part of one due to their heritage of being Lucifer and Leviathan respectively. But I know you take no prisoners if I ever force you to do so. You have killed people that have tried their luck in the past, correct? Rias spoke, remembering the death and demise of high, ultimate, and even Satan-class devils that fell at the hands of the Sentai team. Anyone that did try to harm them were met with no mercy since many of the devils were too arrogant to surrender. Others crossed a line that they shouldn't have. Yes, at least someone knows. Valerie commented, to which Rias grew a small frown but composed herself. She then asked, so can I ask? Is it true that you slayed the Nagrani of Naglok? Yes, we did. Genshiro spoke, as she continued. If anything, that gullible vengeful moron brought that on herself. Tell me about it. That dumbass was so blinded by her revenge that she started harming and even killing those that are innocents. That dumbass had to be stopped, else she'd have killed so many. Valerie added, earning a nod from the Gremry heiress. She never knew Bella on a personal level and only heard stories of her kind. But her being slayed by the people who were her guests was really something else. She had to take the word of her slaying from the people in front of her, since there is a possibility the others from the Eastern Pantheon may give a biased view due to their fearing the Sentai team being well known. I see, very well, I'll take note of it. Rias responded, as Akeno brought in some snacks as she spoke. Here you go. The Gokagers were skeptical, sensing it could be poisoned. Akeno looked at them for a moment and responded. It is not poison. Are you sure? Valerie gave a cold glare to her, while speaking coldly. Akeno could be seen sweating nervously, with the other peerage members also being nervous and afraid. The fallen devil hybrid was even more afraid of provoking them in any manner. Why, yes, I am. Sensing the fear in her voice, she continued. If you don't want, I'll take it back. No, keep it here. Ingveld spoke, looking at it. She decided to use her magic to check if they are poisoned, picking one of them and using her magic to analyze it. She then continued. Since my speciality is water magic, I can sense the water inside the cookies, and so far the poison doesn't seem to be mixed with the water present in the cookie. Wait, you are skilled in. Rias was unable to complete when Ingveld spoke. Yes, Gremry, I am a half-breed birthed from a union of a Leviathan clan member and a human, hence why I am skilled. And I ain't the only one here. I as well, for me, my full name is Valerie Lucifer. I am a half-devil like Ingveld, but I believe you knew that, didn't you? Rias again nodded. She remembered the new students not hiding their last name. She should have seen this coming. Guess she is not the smartest of people around. She couldn't help but be internally disappointed in herself due to failing to realize this. You can have them. Ingveld spoke to her teammates, sensing the cookie's composition to be the same. She also did the same for the tea that was provided. The group soon started to have them, with no problems. There was no poison inside of them. Akeno sighed in relief, with the others relaxing momentarily. They knew that Akeno wouldn't get them killed. How is it? Akeno spoke nervously. She was still nervous given that they would end up getting annoyed by them not liking them due to being fed bad food and drinks. However, Genshiro responded. It's good. Valerie soon added. Yeah, you got that one right. Valerie added, as Seorg responded. Guess your cooking has vastly improved from the past few years. Seorg commented with a smile, as Ingveld didn't say anything and nodded. The Gremry peerage sighed in relief, as Akeno was relieved that they aren't going to fall because of her action. It was a risk to feed them her specially baked cookies and brewed tea. And it was worth it, knowing how badly this would have ended had they taken it the wrong way. I am glad why you liked it. Akeno spoke while stuttering. She was glad they liked it. She then took a deep breath and spoke. Should I pack some for Kishinami too? You may. Ingveld spoke in response, as Akeno had snapped her fingers, and a plate came in the form of a magic circle, along with a box. She then packed it inside it, as she gave it to Ingveld, who once again sensed nothing poisonous or harming inside the packaging. Anyways, changing the point. You were here to slay the fallen threat, right? Rias asked normally, to which Seog spoke. We did, just yesterday. And it was quite therapeutic, at least for me. Genshiro added, confusing the Gremry peerage. Valerie then spoke. No need to get your tits fired up, the ones plaguing your town are dead. And no need to thank us too. Rias grew a tick mark, but kept her calm. She was annoyed by the fact that her tits were mentioned, when Valerie's is as big as hers. She then spoke with slight nervousness, knowing that she's starting to get on good terms with them. And you even called us incompetent, right? Yes, and don't bother giving us a reason or explanation. We just did your job and that is enough. Those fallen angels were going after other humans with sacred gears, extracting them for more power. Valerie spoke bluntly, as Genshiro responded. Valerie. What? I just spoke the truth, what was wrong with that? Valerie responded with slight anger, which caused Genshiro to become slightly nervous, as he spoke while stuttering. Well, it's not. No, it's alright, Saji. But I hate to say it, but if this was happening, we were a bit incompetent, but rest assured, an incident like this doesn't happen again, hopefully. Genshiro only nodded, as he looked at Ingveld, who only nodded. She knew of Valerie's nature and natural tombish and aggressive nature, and at the same time, she also knew that Genshiro was the more nicer and friendlier of the two. That is why. Ingveld spoke, after glancing towards Genshiro and Valerie, before continuing. We'll stay here, until this situation is resolved before going back to Kyoto. I see. Rias took note of this, and spoke with a normal smile. Very well, I have no problems. I'll speak to Sona as well about this. The Citriere? Ingveld asked, as Rias was momentarily surprised before composing herself and speaking in response. Yes, her. You all can leave now. Rias spoke with a smile, as the Gokagers left the ORC clubroom and headed outside. Akeno almost fell down, as Kiba reached to her, exclaiming, Akeno-senpai. I am fine, just was worried. Rias walked up to her, and gently helped her queen and best friend. She helped her up and spoke. Akeno, was that necessary to do? You could have made them our enemy. Rias added with worry, as Akeno took a deep breath to compose herself and spoke. I am aware, but I believe that maybe they could be appeased with some cookies. Well, it's good they liked it, Akeno-senpai. Koneko muttered emotionlessly, having a small chocolate from her sweet packet. Akeno nodded and spoke. Why, yeah, it is good they liked it. It is, who knows what would have happened if they didn't. Rias spoke with slight fear as the others nodded in agreement. They all knew that if the Gokagers wanted them dead, they'd be dead a long time back. Kiba then spoke. Well, let's all be happy that they don't see us as a threat, just an incompetence. Kiba. Rias warned and seemed to be speaking in a scolding tone, as Kiba responded with a sigh. Am I lying? No, I wonder what will it take for them to change their opinions about us. Akeno looked at her and responded with a relieved tone. Well, they don't hate us nor do they want to hear our reasons, they are just here to do their job, that's it. Rias nodded in response. She was glad that they didn't hate her or anything else that they had a problem with. I wonder what's in store for us. Rias spoke in response, as she helped her queen settle down. They all soon discussed the upcoming meeting on how to improve their relationship with the Sentai team, as they didn't want to get in their crosshairs. Unbeknownst to them, a bird was spying on the Gremry peerage. At a different location, a man was watching the four with contempt while speaking with disdain. The Gokagers, eh? They are here. I'll have my revenge for what you did to my uncle. In Remnant. Beacon Academy, Vale, 1:30 p.m. John can be seen eating food from his plate in Vale. He could sense and hear the jeers and low-toned insults from the students in Beacon, but he didn't care. He was aware they are all bark and no bite. He taught some students a lesson and many backed away after that. Fucking morons. John muttered to himself. He barely had a few people he could trust and rely on due to some students exposing his transcripts. His entire life, that went downhill from there. His friends abandoned him and left him to his own devices. He was bullied and harassed on a daily if not regular basis. Even his so-called friends were a part of it. The staff, including Glinda Goodwitch, tried to help him, and they succeeded, but students attacked him when the staff didn't look or didn't notice. The bullying worsened under the lead of Carden Winchester, who even went so far as to lie that it was John that saved him from the Ursa Major Grimm. His family or clan, except for a select bunch, abandoned him without a second thought. However, he still had support from a small bunch who still cared and cherished about them, much to the clan's chagrin, but a clear threat made them back away. They even tried killing them, his so-called friends and his family. The latter succeeded in their attempts courtesy of the infamous Ark dogs known as Baldoria's Baldures, Fangini and Kransmaduk Ark, until the timely intervention of Gokai Silver, who was known by the name Gai Ikari. He trained the boy and even gave him lessons on the different Sentai and their origins, even some like Osama Sentai King Ogre. John accepted Gai's offer of becoming his ranger in this world, making him the second Gokai Silver, the sixth ranger of this universe's Gokaigers. Although Gai left him due to having to return to his own universe, he did ask him to locate Marvelous Choosing, or the Gokai Red of this universe, and give him a chance, which John agreed. But so far, there has been no trace of him anywhere. Getting back to the present day, after surviving an attempt of leaving him to die courtesy of the hero Team Ruby that wanted him dead because of his transcripts, he had returned. By bad luck, they were paired for the same mission, and it was Yang that tried to kill him by pushing him off the bullhead. But John didn't let that slide and changed into his silver Ronger form in anger when he landed on the ground, and fired a supercharged bullet, causing it to crash down. Fortunately, the bullhead wasn't too damaged to not let it fly. The team attacked him in response, resulting in their complete defeat. John doesn't know their fates, and he honestly doesn't care. If they end up perishing from the Grimm, that's better for him. Good riddance, frankly, if that team goes for good, John muttered to himself, as he continued munching on his food. Soon enough, someone came into him, speaking with a gentle voice. "Room for one more, John?" John looked up, recognizing the voice. A smile was plastered on his face. The woman that arrived was stated to be a beautiful woman that had skin as pale as snow with light blue eyes, as blue as ice, bordering to gray. Her hair was described to be a mix of black and white in color, with wearing a white kimono, which had a white snowflake emblem near her waist. "Sure, come on in." Yuri. The girl, now identified as Yuri, gave a smile, sitting beside him. She was his current partner and one of the few that stayed by his side after the transcript debacle, and she didn't mind since she cared and loved him unconditionally. As they ate, Yuri glanced at him. "You seem lost in thought. Something on your mind?" John hesitated before answering. "Just thinking about everything. Guy's words keep echoing in my head. He told me not to lose faith in people, even after everything that's happened. Said there's always someone worth fighting for." Yuri placed a reassuring hand on his. "Guy-san is right, John. You've been through so much, but you're still here. That means something." He sighed, the weight of his experiences evident in his eyes. "I hope he's right. But for now, I just have to keep going, and maybe, just maybe, I'll find that person he talked about." Yuri nodded, her gaze unwavering, asking, "Gokai Red? But he's nowhere to be found, at least in Remnant." "Yeah, honestly, I believe what Guy-sensei has spoken about, but with the passing days, it is hard and even frustrating to do so. Wherever they are, they certainly are hiding themselves well." John spoke with slight annoyance, as he pressed his fork onto the bread of the omelette. "Give it time, John. I understand your frustrations, but getting worked up on it won't change anything." Yuri spoke with a soothing tone, as she kept her hand gently on John and he returned a smile. She then spoke. "Well, we should be." Yuri was unable to complete when she started to hear footsteps. They turned to see Alexandria Alex Ark. She looked like a female version of John who had long blonde hair. She had worn a blouse, jeans and a belt and gumboots. "Mind if I sit down?" Alex asked, to which John asked with slight inquisition. "Where is the rest of my ex-team?" Alex sighed. Being the leader of Team ANPR wasn't easy. The team never or barely listened to her, especially when she stated that she wasn't here to harm or attack John. It was clear that the team was more rogue than before and may end up being rogue hunters in the future. She then spoke with an annoyed tone. "Hell if I know, and frankly I don't care. They don't listen to me, and often do what they want when they want. Seriously makes me wonder, how do you keep those three idiots in check, John?" Alex asked with an annoyed tone, as John sighed and spoke. "It wasn't easy. Plus Pira seemingly cared more for her reputation rather than anything else, it seems like, just like your former family." "Figures," Alex spoke, as she sat down next to him. She had placed her plate, and spoke. "They still hound on making me get you out of Beacon. You are ruining our reputation, they say. Alex spoke the last part mockingly. She was also annoyed and now understood how John felt when his parents always forced him off the trainings. They claimed that they are doing this for his safety, and so that he can live a normal life. They refused to see the potential, something that Ajban and even Gayakari see in him. Alex also followed her parents' will, until they shamelessly disowned him, which she protested, claiming that he should be protected. However, they used the elder's card to make her more compliant, until John decided to not only keep his last name in defiance of his clan's family, and elders were much to their anger. The end result was him getting almost killed by Balder and Krantz, making Alex and some of the clan members refusing to abide by their will and threatened to cut off ties with them had they continued. She was also one of the few that John was Gokai Silver to and on how he got the powers. She knew her clan would want it for themselves and asked Guy to prevent it, which he did. He made sure that only John can use the keys, and only those that he wants them to, with his own will. It won't work if he is being forced to do so. Of course, anything new from their side? Alex looked at her scroll and checked some messages. She then spoke. Nope, I blocked them when the clan tried to kill you. Guy-sensei managed to get information out from the Arc Dogs. You do remember how they did try to kill you? Yeah, and I will make an example of them when I see those fuckers next time, some uncles they are. John growled with fury. He remembered on how the Arc clan had sent 2 of their members to eliminate him. Despite him taking down the goons belonging to the members, he was beaten to death by the members. Flashback, 6 months ago. Vale Alleyway, Vale, 9:30 p.m. John was walking down the streets wearing a hoodie to mask himself. He walked alone, his mind heavy with thoughts of betrayal and survival. His hand rested instinctively on the hilt of his makeshift katana that he received from Headmaster Ajban, who along with the staff not only knew of his fake transcripts but supported his dream. Even if Glinda, one of them, was a bit reluctant at first. As he turned a corner into a deserted alley, John's instincts screamed at him to stop. A group of armed goons emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Their smirks told him everything he needed to know. Look who's out for a midnight stroll. One of them sneered. The disgrace of the Arc family. We have been looking for you. John sighed, already gripping his sword and shield. You guys don't have to do this. Walk away while you still can. The goons laughed, a hollow, menacing sound. Sorry, kid. Orders are orders. Without another word, they lunged at him. John ducked and weaved through their attacks. He slashed one in the gut, disarming them before swiftly turning his blade and with a quick slash. He decapitates one goon without hesitation or mercy, Aura doing nothing to save them. No. What have you done? One of them spoke with horror, before turning to them and spoke. I warned you before, walk away while you still can. Yet you chose not to. John got into his stance, the same one taught by his grandmother Alcee Arc, as he spoke. Don't expect me to show mercy. He gave them a glare that made them shiver. Additionally, he still went to his grandparents' place for training, which infuriated the clan even further. He also started to fight back against the students done with the bullying he was enduring, even managing to earn some victories against his former friends. The goons kept rushing forward, aiming their weapons at him. One aimed his pistol, but with a swift motion, his hand fell off. John was seen with a katana with blood dripping from it. Eheh! The goon screamed in pain, as he soon stabbed him in the heart, killing the goon without any mercy or hesitation. His aura unable to heal him. John mentally thanked his grandparents, who despite their training being harsh as he had to endure, they are the reason he is able to fight against these goons. He internally cringed on how many times he had gagged or was exhausted to the point of being unable to move because of the intense training. But he didn't give up, and his improvement surpassed even some of his sisters, much to the surprise and happiness of his grandparents. What's the matter? Can't keep up? John spoke with a mocking tone, as another one shouted with fury. Damn you! He rushed blindly, as John gracefully dashed forward, entering his stance, and with a quick slash aimed at their heads. He reached the other side, dodging their melee and ranged weapons. In mere moments, heads fell down from their torso, releasing a flurry of blood. He twirled his blade, sighing, as much as he wouldn't want to defend himself. He despised taking lives, and wasn't a fan of it. However, before he could do anything, he was immediately frozen. Nice work, Krantz. John gritted his teeth in helplessness, knowing who it was. He recognized the voice. As soon he was sent flying into the wall, making him cough up. He felt like vomiting from the sheer impact of the blow. John knew who did the attack. The attack, which was a rocket-powered maze landing on a weapon. This was followed by a slow, deliberate clap echoed through the alley, sending a chill down his spine. He turned toward the sound and froze. Two figures stepped into the light, their presence radiating malice. Baldoriez, Balder, Fangini and Krantz Madukark, his uncles. John felt helpless, noticing Krantz's helmet back on, making John understand what had happened. John knew that Krantz's semblance frozen gaze was responsible for this. And then Balder followed it up with his weapon, which he fired at them. Impressive, Balder said, his voice dripping with mockery. His sharp claws gleamed as they extended from his fingers. But let's see how you fare against family. You've made quite the nuisance of yourself, boy, Krantz added, his icy gaze locking onto John. It's time to put an end to this farce. John tried to get up, but Krantz only removed his helmet, revealing a blonde-haired man with purple eyes, as he froze him, immobilizing him. He was resisting it, but due to his currently weak willpower, it didn't work. Balder acted quickly, inserting his claw into his gut, making John shout in pain. He could see his aura working on it. He had a sadistic grin on his face as he spoke. What's the matter, disgrace? Can't do anything? John was helpless. If he did anything, Krantz would freeze him. However, he was not going to go down without a fight. He then spoke. You won't get away with this. One day karma will come for you. And who would do that, you disgrace? Balder spoke, as he soon whispered in his head. Balder stepped closer, his claws glinting ominously. Don't worry, nephew. This'll be quick. You won't feel a thing, for long. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and John's vision twisted as Balder's illusion speak took effect. Nightmarish images of his failures and betrayals surrounded him. He heard the mocking voices of his former friends, the jeers of his classmates, and the laughter of his family. It was suffocating. Even those that were on his side, mocking him. Stay strong, John, he muttered to himself, trying to fight off the illusions. But his efforts were futile. The hallucinations grew stronger, and Balder's claws loomed closer. He then spoke. Look at you, you'll always be alone. A pathetic disgrace that refused to listen to the clan's will. And now you'll die alone, where no one will be helping you. Goodbye, and good riddance. Balder was ready to stab him when someone fired multiple shots at him, sending him flying. Krantz looked at this in shock, and responded. Krantz! Krantz exclaimed, but before he can do anything, he was also struck with a spear that was sent flying. This was the Gokai spear, as a figure soon walked to him. He has shoulder-length, wavy brown hair that frames his face, emphasizing his bright and energetic expression. He is wearing a scarf with a bold circular pattern, adding a playful and stylish touch to his outfit. His attire includes a purple shirt layered with a black vest, giving him a casual yet adventurous vibe. A fingerless glove on one hand highlights his active and practical nature. Don't worry, you'll be okay soon. The figure gave a thumbs up to John, who could only nod. His aura was working on his current injuries. Who are you? The man turned to him and spoke. My name is Guy Akari, and worry not. I am here to rescue you. Guy soon brought out his cellular and key, and exclaimed. Gokai change. Guy raised the cellular up, pulling it down and then to the left, pressing the button on the cellular. He soon pressed the button on the cellular, and pushed it forward as he transformed into Gokai Silver with the XS, Versus and Anchor hitting him, changing him into the Silver Ranger of the Gokagers with an announcement going along. Gokager. He looked at them, twirling his Gokai spear. He inserted the key, quickly deciding to end the fight before they can do anything. Final wave! He soon leaped in the air, preparing to throw his spear akin to throwing a javelin, as he shouted. Gokai Shooting Star. Guy throws it like a projectile to pierce through the two, who could do nothing but watch. Soon it strikes, causing electricity to spark before triggering a massive explosion, causing the two men to scream. Guy soon landed on the ground, as he had a smirk on his face. John could only watch, two of the strongest members beaten by this man like they were nothing. Well, Guy turns to John, returning to his normal self, his suit going away. He helps the boy up, as he speaks. Aren't you going to say anything? How did you defeat them? John asked with awe, as Guy giggled and responded. Well, kid, it's a long story. I'll explain, but you have to do something for me. What? John wondered what this man wanted from him. He then continued while looking up towards the broken moon of Remnant. I want you to change the world of Remnant. I have seen the potential for you to become a hero, John. And you seem perfect to become the new Gokai Silver of this world. Gokai Silver? Is that what your suit is called? Guy turned to him and nodded with a smile. Yes, it is. And before you ask on how I know your name isn't exactly non-public due to the transcript's mess. You had to remind me. John spoke with frustration, as Guy turned to him and spoke. In my eyes, I find it to be quite foolish. The fact that some papers decide who you are. That is why I want you to change the world. In return, I want you to promise me to become the hero. Guy spoke with a smile, as he asked, You also see potential in me? Guy nodded and spoke. Yes, I do. And believe me, you got more potential than even your grandparents and the headmaster realizes. They have only seen a portion of it, and I will help you realize your potential. And once you are ready, even they. Guy pointed to Balder and Krantz, who were battered and bruised. Their aura was shattered and their clothes were torn, as he continued with slight anger. Even they wouldn't stand a chance against you. So what do you say, John? Do you wish to become the new Gokai Silver? Guy gives his hand to him, as he looks at him and speaks. Yes, I'll accept becoming the new Gokai Silver. Guy ends with a smile as the two head out of the alleyway. John took one last glance at his so-called uncles before leaving them on the ground. He vowed to get back at them one day, and that was a promise he'll fulfill. Flashback ends present day. You know, ever since Balder's and Krantz's defeat. John's thoughts were snapped out of his thoughts, as Alex continued. The clan immediately placed a bounty on Guy Akari's head, which is 500,000 lean. They want him captured, not dead. Well, good luck with that. He is already left for his world, right? John gave a nod. He then spoke. He left yesterday, right before Headmaster asked me to go on a mission with Team Ruby. It was sort of like a team-building exercise. But it turned to a disaster given what had happened to them. I doubt the Headmaster is aware of this. His expectations of the team is soon starting to change. Alex responded bluntly, given that only John returned and not Team Ruby. She understood that the team must have attacked John and got their butts kicked. She also found out that the pilot was also involved in his demise. Anyways, we should head to the next class. Because I believe your team would come. John looked at Alex, as she nodded. The lesser she deals with them, the better. She actually wants them to remove her from the team, since not only does the team hold her back but also they still bully and harass John to no ends. Scene change. Headmaster Ashbin's office, Beacon Academy, Vale, 2 p.m. A man was looking at John and Yuri. He was a middle-aged man with tousled silver hair and thin brown eyes. He has a light complexion and sharp facial features. Interestingly, the man has black eyebrows. He wears shaded glass spectacles and a small, purple, cross-shaped pin on the collar around his neck. His outfit mainly consists of an unzipped black suit over a dark green, button vest and green shirt. He also wears black trouser shoes and long dark green pants. Ashbin leaned back in his chair, his steely gaze locked on John and Yuri. The office, usually bathed in a calming ambience, felt heavy with the weight of the discussion. The headmaster's calm demeanor remained, though a faint trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. So please, inform me what has happened? Ashbin had an idea on what the team might have done, as John gave his detailed account of what has happened. Ashbin was contemplating on expelling the team, which have caused problems too many. Now it was time to end this. Yet Ashbin's heart wanted to give them a chance, due to his fostered friendship with Team SDRQ, one of which he had made a promise to always look after. Mr. Ark, he began, his voice steady yet tinged with gravity. Your account aligns with the troubling reports I've received. Team Ruby's reckless behavior cannot be excused any longer. I gave them a chance to amend their ways after the incident at the docks, a decision I deeply regret. John's jaw tightened, his frustration barely contained. He wanted action to be taken immediately. With all due respect, Headmaster, giving them another chance would have been a mistake. They've made it clear they only care about themselves. They would have come after me again if I'd saved them. Ashbin nodded slowly, starting to regret ever letting those four into Beacon despite their pasts and family backgrounds. I don't disagree. Your survival instincts are commendable, Mr. Ark, as is your restraint in handling the situation. However, it does not ease the burden of knowing that 4 of my students are unaccounted for. If they have perished, it will reflect poorly on all of us. Beacon is supposed to be a sanctuary for fostering teamwork and trust. Yuri, seated beside John, placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Her icy blue eyes met Ashbin's. Headmaster, you have to understand. This wasn't just a matter of mistrust. They made their intentions clear when they threw John off that bullhead. They sealed their own fate the moment they decided he was expendable. Ashbin exhaled deeply, his fingers steepled under his chin. I can't argue with the facts. And the incident at the docks. His voice trailed off, as though the weight of the tragedy bore down on him anew. Yuri's expression softened, though her voice remained firm. 80 innocent lives, Headmaster. That blood isn't just on their hands, it stains all of us. We've heard the whispers. People in Vale are questioning Beacon, questioning you, and not just that, the incident was getting even across Vale into the other kingdoms. If you let them stay after this, the public will never trust you again. Ashbin closed his eyes briefly, as though absorbing the harsh truth of her words. You're correct, Miss Winterflake. My decision to give them a second chance was a gamble, and it failed. I underestimated the depths of their arrogance and recklessness. John crossed his arms, his voice cold but steady. Expelling them is the only logical step. They've proven they're a danger to everyone around them. I won't deny that part of me feels satisfaction knowing they're facing consequences, but this is bigger than me. The team is starting to turn rogue and in the future may become completely rogue. Ashbin opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and decisive. You're right, Mr. Ark. As of now, I will begin the process of expelling Team Ruby. Their actions, both at the docks and during this mission, have made them unfit to remain at Beacon Academy. John and Yuri exchanged a glance. Yuri's hand squeezed his shoulder gently, offering silent support. Ashbin continued, his tone firm. I will ensure that your account is documented thoroughly, Mr. Ark, along with the evidence of their misconduct. The authorities may have additional questions for you both, but I'll do my best to shield you from unnecessary scrutiny. John nodded. Thank you, Headmaster. I've had enough of being a target for one lifetime. Ashbin's gaze softened slightly, but his resolve remained. You've endured far more than any student should, Mr. Ark. And Miss Winterflake, your unwavering support for him is commendable. Both of you have shown strength in the face of adversity. I only hope that the path ahead will be less fraught with obstacles. Yuri's voice was gentle but resolute, knowing that they had to deal with several more students. We'll manage, Headmaster. Together. Ashbin gave a faint smile, though the weariness in his expression lingered. Very well. I'll handle the formalities. In the meantime, I suggest you both rest. The days ahead may bring more challenges, but you've proven you can face them. As they left the office, John felt a small weight lift from his shoulders. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he wasn't alone in his fight. He had Yuri by his side and the knowledge that, at least for now, justice was being served. Once the duo left, Ashbin sat motionless for a moment, staring into the amber liquid swirling in his mug. His hand trembled slightly as he set the mug down on the desk, his normally composed demeanor cracking ever so slightly under the weight of the situation. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the glowing gears of the clockwork walls surrounding him. For all his years of experience, this was a situation that defied even his deep well of wisdom. The actions of Team Ruby, their betrayal of John Ark, and the mounting distrust of Beacon's leadership painted a grim picture for the Academy's future. Ashbin spoke softly, as if to the room itself. I had hoped they would rise above their flaws, that they would learn from their mistakes. But I was wrong. My failure to see the darkness festering within them may have cost more than I can repair. Another failure to my many failures. Ashbin gave a soft chuckle, as he continued. How pathetic I must be. I am pretty sure you're laughing if you did see this. Ashbin mused. He knew Vale was slowly turning into a dumpster fire of a kingdom, with Beacon being the worst affected. He tapped his fingers against the desk, his mind racing through contingency plans and damage control. The docks incident had already shaken the kingdom's faith in Beacon Academy, and now, the probable loss of one of its most promising teams would only deepen the cracks in that trust. Their skills, especially Ruby's silver eyes, were a valuable asset to the Academy, but given her actions, that is gone. His thoughts turned to John. The young man had proven his resilience, but at what cost? The betrayal he had endured, first by his peers and then by his own family except by a few, had left scars that no semblance of justice could heal. Yet John had survived. More than that, he had grown stronger. But strength born of pain carried its own risks. He was grateful to Gaikari, the man that trained John to become a powerful warrior. He knew about the Gokagers since John had faith in the headmaster, and did know that the Silver Ranger is supposed to be one of the strongest amongst the 6 Rangers. He was glad that John didn't turn to the dark side, and it was his job to prevent that. He reached for his scroll and began typing, his expression grim. A few swift commands brought up the records of Team Ruby. Their mission logs, behavioral assessments, and a growing list of complaints, and reports from many citizens and staff alike. He lingered on their faces, once symbols of potential. Now, they were a harsh reminder of how easily even the brightest flames could burn uncontrolled. Such wasted potential. Ashbin mused, as he decided to lay the groundwork for their expulsion. He knew that they may become rogues in the future, and it was best to lay it down right now. For his friend's sake, he was considering not to blacklist them yet. But he was tempted to do so. Crow and Tai aren't going to like this. Ashbin sighed. He was wondering if he should blacklist them or not. He took a deep breath and spoke the words with a serious tone. No longer intending to show favoritism, the words of Yuri and John making him realize that he had to be fair to everyone. He was done with that, knowing that people are starting to lose faith in huntsmen and huntresses, and he had to change that before irreversible damage is done. I'll do what I must. Scene change. Combat class, Beacon Academy, Vale, 5:30 p.m. The news of Team Ruby's expulsion spread across the entirety of Beacon Academy, and people were shocked and horrified. When they returned, they were given 24 hours to vacate the premises. They protested, but Ashbin revealed their actions and asked the staff to escort them to their dorms, which they were ready to do so. The most shocked were Team PNR, who wanted the decision revoked, but Ashbin revealed their actions to everyone, including Team Ruby that were watching. The 7 detested John for being the sole reason for Team Ruby's expulsion, but a glare from the staff made them back away. Team Ruby vowed vengeance on John secretly when they left from place, as Team PNR was even more angrier at this, but John didn't care. He knew that they had no chance against him, especially now that he is the 6th wronger of the team. Now getting back to the combat class, Glinda Goodwitch, the combat teacher and deputy headmistress of Beacon, was in charge. Glinda appears to be a middle-aged woman that has very light blonde hair tied back in a bun with a curl hanging down the right side of her face. Her eyes are bright green and she wears thin ovular glasses. She has dangling teal earrings that match the hanging pendant on her collar. Alright, we'll begin the combat class. Today's combatant for this match will be John Ark. John stood up, as he smirked at Team PNR, who were all furious at him. Especially Nora Valkyrie, but was stopped by Lyran. He soon headed to the arena, without changing his clothing. He brought out his cellular and key, and inserted it in. He knew which Sentai he'll be using for the day. Some were wondering what he was going to do, while others were jeering at him. Look at this faker, guess he is going to die without his armor. Tell me about it, because of him we lost a good team. Another boy spoke, as a girl responded. Did you forget that they caused so many deaths? A girl muttered, as another responded. The people shouldn't have made traffic then, and plus it was Torchwick's doing, not them. Yuri and Alex were annoyed by this. They hated that killing and injuring civilians is a regular thing now. It was no wonder Guy Akari wanted to change this world. Mr. Ark, are you sure that you don't need any armor? Glinda asked with concern, to which John nodded and spoke. I'll be fine, it is not a problem. Tell me who I am up against. Glinda decided to pick up a random chit from a box and look at a name before speaking. Quite eager, I presume? Your opponent is going to be Pira Nikos then. Glinda was surprised. She was worried on once again stopping the match due to how it usually goes. However, to her surprise, she saw John not affected and instead smirking. Pira had a smile on her face. She knew that this was an easy win for her. Her team, excluding Alex, was cheering for her. The latter was wondering which Gokai change he was going to do. She soon reached the dressing room and got dressed into her gear. Ready to lose? Pira spoke, as John got up and responded. That depends on which Gokai change am I going to use? Even then, you still stand no chance against me. John spoke mockingly, to which Pira got irritated as she angrily spoke. Arrogant are we? Is this what the faker of Beacon has become? John only laughed and spoke. Not arrogance, confidence. And besides, a walking cereal brand stands no chance? I wonder how would your brand deals do if you lose? John mocked her even further, causing her to grip her weapon tightly. Glinda then spoke. Fighters, take your position. The two got into their positions, with John placing his hand on his cellular, and Pira getting into her stance. She was beyond furious at John's attitude, as Glinda soon pressed the buzzer and exclaimed. And begin. Pira dashed forward intending to strike John, but he only exclaimed. Gokai change. John pressed the button and sidestepped Pira's attack. As soon several Versus and XS were generated, pushing Pira away before coming back and striking John. An announcement following. Gokaiger. It results in transforming him into Gokai Silver. He then twirled his spear in response, with Pira speaking. That form you. John then responded, with a cold tone. That same form that defeated Team Ruby without any mercy. Now then. He twirled his spear and charged into combat. He struck Pyrrha, who blocked it with her long sword with ease. Sparks were flying due to their repeat combat. John looked at her with apathy, hating his former partner speaking. Well, Pyrrha, surprised I can keep up. How? How can you be this strong? Pyrrha exclaimed as she changed her weapon Milo into a sniper rifle, and fired some fire dust shots, which John deflected, causing explosions surrounding him. He then spoke. Here is the thing, Nikos. You never knew the real me. He dashed forward with blinding speeds and kept striking her in the chest, but she used her shield to block it. The shield Akuo can block attacks from the regular spear. John knew what he had to do. He soon backed away. What's the matter? Can't win? Pyrrha taunted, as John only shook his head and spoke. No, I know how to get past that shield. Keep in mind I created the strategies of your team and was the reason you are even here. You. Pyrrha growled in response. She hated that John was the primary reason that she got into Beacon, but she firmly believed that even without him, she could succeed. Why, Nikos? Does the truth sting? I am pretty sure it does, ain't it? Pyrrha got even more angry and threw her shield like a frisbee, trying to daze John, who only leaped in the air, and changed his spear to gun mode. He started to fire multiple shots at her, which made her struggle in blocking them. The shield tried to return to her, but it was too late. John once again dodged it, as he used the spear to increase the speed by striking it at the edge. The shield was sent at rapid speeds and struck Pyrrha in the chest, making her cough up in response, as it dropped to the ground. Pyrrha fell on the ground, reeling due to the pain. She had held her stomach in pain with her free hand. Well, Pyrrha, let's make this ecstatically. Gokai change. John brought out a key and inserted it into his cellular. He pressed the button, and an announcement soon followed. Kiramager. John's suit started to dazzle akin to a gemstone, which soon changed into a silver suit with different accessories akin to gems. Soon his helmet also changed, looking akin to a different Sentai. John had become Kiramai Silver of the Kiramagers. Tsurunuki Shining. Kiramai Silver. John twirled his leg and got into his pose. He brought out his shiny breaker and charged at Pyrrha. She picked up the shield and was ready to clash with the treasure hunting ranger. Just sparkles won't be enough to defeat me, Pyrrha declared angrily as John spoke. We'll see about that, serial girl. John spoke normally as he dodged a strike from her by leaping, which was Milo in spear mode, as he slammed his shiny breaker into the ground and pressed the button twice. 2 announcements followed. 1 drill blast. Going in. He pressed the button as he exclaimed, Take this. Pyrrha tried to leap, but the drilling was too much, which sent her flying in the air, dust and rubble on her face. Another announcement soon followed. 1 job done. He then spoke. Enough party tricks. Let's play more. Why you? She fired multiple fire dust shots in anger, as he deflected them with ease. He then leaped in the air, and pressed the button twice again, as an announcement soon arrived. 1 drill blast. Intending to harm her, Pyrrha placed the shield in front of her to protect herself. But John smirked, giving Pyrrha exactly what he wanted. He aimed the shiny breaker at the shield, and it soon started to pierce the shield, and with a mere moment. Boom! The shield exploded, causing Pyrrha to fall to the ground. She looked in horror and anger, as John landed on the ground with an announcement soon following. 1 job done. He soon spoke. What's the matter? Nikos? I destroyed your shield in mere moments, now how'll you defend from me? Pyrrha was getting even more angrier, as soon the cheers against Pyrrha stopped and only 2 cheers came. He turned to see Alex and Yuri cheering for him. Yuri then exclaimed, Give this traitorous bitch hell. John grinned and spoke. Wonder, thank you. Yuri. Yuri gave a blushing smile to him, as he turned to Pyrrha, who was seething in fury. The fact that her leader is supporting the faker annoyed her even more. He then spoke. Worry not, serial girl. I'll end this wonderfully. We'll see about that. Pyrrha declared, as she used her semblance polarity to try and take the shiny breaker, but it didn't work. She tried pulling it and could feel the iron in it, but John's pull was too strong. She was staggering in response, her aura flickering violently between yellow and red. Seeing this, Glinda was wanting to stop, however before she could say anything John spoke. What's the matter, serial girl? Can't do anything? John spoke mockingly as he continued. Since I am feeling wonderful today, I'll give you a wonder running start. Run as fast as you can, if you value your dignity and life. Flee from this battle. Go to hell, you damned faker. I would rather die than escape from a weakling like you. Pyrrha declared furiously as John only chuckled and responded, Very well, I will make it wonderful. He tapped the button on his shiny breaker and prepared for a final shot. 2 announcements followed as the surrounding rubble floated around him. Silver energy started to prepare in his shiny driller's end. 1 beam charge. Glad to do it. Soon a piercing silver driller formed in front of John's weapon. The arena changed into a silver dome with a road being generated. Pyrrha was standing in the middle as she looked around in confusion. She was starting to develop a small fear, as repeated announcements followed. Hey! Hey! John took only a few moments to prepare, as he exclaimed, Shining beam attack! He fired the driller onto Pyrrha, as she tried to escape, but the attack was too fast. It leaped onto a drop and dashed with speeds even faster than before. It soon struck her in the abdomen, triggering an explosion, which was displayed in his visor. Pyrrha screamed in immense pain, as her aura completely shattered. 1 announcement followed. 1 job done! John entered into his pose, as another announcement followed. Splendid! Isn't it too dazzling? John spoke to the audience as nobody said anything, except for Yuri and Alex, who were cheering for him. Alex then exclaimed, Wow! He did it! Yuri soon added, True, this is the power of Kira Majors. Or their 6th rounder, Kiramai Silver. Glinda soon snapped out of her daze and exclaimed, The winner of this match is John Ark. Pyrrha Nikos is unable to battle. Glinda wondered, where is Pyrrha's body? Did she fall in the explosion or not? Her body was soon seen flying from the dust as it bounced multiple times. She was crying in pain, battered and bruised. Her clothes were torn and she was bleeding from her head to toe. Her Milo was also broken in response. She then announced, Someone please get Miss Nikos to the infirmary. Nora and Lai didn't hesitate. They hated John but were now afraid of John. He effortlessly beat Pyrrha in response, as he returned to his regular state. The duo took Pyrrha to the infirmary, with Nora wanting to deal with John. But Lai kept her hand and shook his head, as she vowed to avenge Pyrrha's defeat next time. Glinda walked down and spoke her critique. The match between Miss Nikos and Mr. Ark showed improvements against both, but Mr. Ark was the better one, although I would request to tone down the injuries. No promises, Professor Goodwitch. I actually held back and it was quite dazzling despite this, wasn't it? Glinda didn't retort and sighed. After a while. She knew and understood John's resentment towards his former partner and the rest of his friends, and didn't continue with it. She hoped that John would be alright, since that is what a teacher would want, for her students to succeed. John soon returned to his friend and sister, who was congratulating him for his actions. Glinda soon continued with the next match, with Yuri clashing against a student named Celeste in combat. John and Alex watched the whole battle unfold with excitement and enjoyment. Scene change. In the DxD world. ORC Clubroom, Kuo Academy, Kuo, 1:30 am. Issei and company were eating the food that Akeno had made. The group had started to develop more friendly relationships as time passed. A few days have passed since the discussions. Akeno then asked, Do you like it, Issei-kun? It's good. Issei was scarfing down the cookies, akin to a glutton. The other members were looking amazed, as Ingveld explained to the group. Oh, Issei is a glutton. He loves eating a lot. He has got a heavy appetite. It's a good thing that he trains to keep up his physique. Valerie commented, as the Gremry peerage could only nod. However, their attention soon turned to a magic circle that had arrived in the clubroom. It was silver in color, as a woman stepped out from it. This was Graphia Lucifuge. She was described to be a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous body, appearing to be in her early 20s, with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, which ends in twin braids and red eyes. She is wearing a navy blue and white French maid outfit with long sleeves and a white maid headband over her head with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. Lady Rias. It is nice to meet you. Graphia spoke respectfully, as Rias looked at her and had a smile. She then asked, So how is your time at the academy? It is good. So what brings you here, Graphia? Rias asked politely, as she continued with a grim yet serious tone. The engagement with Riser Phoenix, it has been preponed, a few days from today. What? Rias exclaimed in horror. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She then exclaimed, "Please tell me, this is not true, Graphia. The engagement was supposed to be after my time in college. What happened?" "I am sorry, Lady Rias, but Lord Riser has been pushing the date before. He wants the wedding to happen." Graphia responded seriously, but deep down, even she was not looking forward to the engagement and eventual wedding following that. She watched Rias's dejected expression as she fell on her seat crestfallen. Akeno calmed her down, a helpless expression on her face. She knew this was going to happen, however she soon heard munching sounds as she turned to see Issei eating on the seat. He was eating a cookie. The others were also having their food like no care in the world. Devil politics wasn't their problem, unless it directly involves them and their loved ones. Graphia turned to them and exclaimed with shock and horror, recognizing the five to be the Gokaiger team. Issei and Valerie's face was the most recognizable, and others, Graphia deduced, must be the blue, green and pink Ranger respectively. "Gokaigers! What are you doing here?" Graphia was terrified. These Sentai Rangers have a knack for taking no prisoners when they try to hunt them down someone that bothers them. They have taken the lives of ultimate and Satan-class devils. Issei then spoke normally. "Don't get your panties in a twist. I am only here to meet the Gremry devil." Issei pointed to Rias, as the Queen of Lucifer looked at Rias with a look that demanded answers. She was hoping that Rias didn't provoke them in any manner. "Why yes, Issei is correct. 'Cause if he wanted to take us down, we wouldn't even be here." Graphia internally sighed in relief. The infamous Sentai team only had a select bunch that survived, and those were considered lucky. The only way to not get hunted down by them is by swallowing the pride a supernatural being has and begging for mercy, something that many supernatural beings are not known for and lose their lives because of this. This man. He killed so many devils, Lady Rias. He has been the sole reason for. Graphia tried to reason with Rias to stay away from the Gokaigers, only for a saber to land near her neck, which caused her to remain silent. Not only did she not sense the attack, but also it was fast, and one wrong move and the saber slits her throat. Her eyeballs turned to Issei, who had a very serious and cold look on his face. She saw the look and gulped in fear. She may be the most powerful queen, but right now, she's helpless. "Try any funny business, Graphia, and you'll be dead where you stand." Graphia was sweating immensely. She was starting to see why many don't want to cross the Gokaigers. Since in mere moments, the rest surrounded her with their guns aimed at her head. She could use her ice magic, but the moment she even moves or speaks, she'll be decapitated. "Yep, and don't even tell your master that we're here, else we'll send you to him in a casket." Seorg spoke seriously and coldly, causing the Lucifuge to start tearing up due to fear. She was clearly afraid of Rias's former cousin, who was one of the pirates. Rias and the others looked at this and had to act quickly. "Issei, please let her go. She is and not your enemy." Rias tried to reason with the Gokaigers, as she continued. "You have my word, she won't tell of your arrival. Please spare her." Rias's tone was filled with fear of losing Graphia from a misunderstanding out of fear. Issei looked at Rias, who was terrified of the situation that was unfolding. He soon turned to Graphia, who was completely immobilized out of fear. Graphia was on the verge of tears. She was contemplating on what to do next in the future. How would those that care for her be without her? However, to her surprise, Issei puts down his weapon and motions the others to do the same. "Why you're sparing me?" Graphia asked with confusion and slight fear. Issei looked at her and spoke. "Yes, but only on one condition." What is that?" Graphia asked with confusion, fearing for the worst that could happen to her. "Tell the Phoenix family one news. Rias Gremry won't be marrying Riser Phoenix. She is under my protection. Then I'll spare you." Rias was surprised by the request, as Graphia rapidly nodded. This was something she could do. But she was afraid of the ramifications that may follow in the end. "I'll take my leave then, and give the message as Gokai Red-sama has asked me to do." Graphia spoke with a shaken look. She was clearly afraid of what would have happened had she denied his condition. Once she teleported, Rias asked in response, "Why did you say that?" "I didn't exactly do this for you. I did this because I wanted to get back at the Phoenix family. They have been collaborating with the Hyoudou clan for a long time now. Getting back at them is like getting back at the Hyoudou family. They'll lose more support and allies." Issei spoke with a cold and serious tone, as Rias nodded. She wondered what kind of relation Issei had with the Hyoudou clan, but she knew it was negative given that the hatred between the Hyoudou siblings and Issei is mutual. And before you asked, Issei has a long history with the clan. I'd even say he despises the Hyoudou clan from all his heart, Seorg responded, earning a nod from the Gremry princess. The peerage wondered what kind of history he has, to the point he would hate them to such a point. However, all their questions would soon be answered, and it would be shocking for the Gremry family, to say the least, that their alliance with the Hyoudou clan is something that they'll soon want to abandon. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.